and welcome to the North American Last Chance Qualifier. We are just a few weeks away from the NA Regional Finals, which means we've got a few spots to fill, so that's why we are here, to celebrate some of these players and to see who's going to be able to move forward to that NA Regional Finals. My name is Nekra, and I'm going to be your desk host this weekend, joined by four incredible casters. We've got Crowan and Megs waiting in the wings to bring you through some of these games today, but to kick things off, we're welcoming back Boopasaurus, and for the first time ever on a TFT broadcast, please join me in welcoming the god himself. We've got Azael. Welcome.
I don't know about the god, but thank you so much. I'm really excited to be here. I've been degenerately addicted to TFT for some time, and I've got to say it always feels a lot better to watch someone go 8th than it does to go 8th yourself, so I figured better to cast than to play.
Hey, listen, I think we've all been there, but everyone's curious to know, Azael, what do you love about TFT? What has really been like the bread and butter for you, and why have you liked it so much?
I mean, I think I just love the kind of like chasing those high roll games, right? To me, you'll see someone playing something on stream, you see someone hit some ideal comp, and you're like, I want to do that, right? You know, I want to have that board, I want to play that style, I want to hit that augment. And I think the variety is what kind of keeps me constantly coming back to it. I've always been someone who's really into stats and kind of, you know, thinking about games on that sort of level, and TFT, you know, lends itself so well to that. There's always more to learn, there's always more to see, and there's always new comps and new ways to play the game, so it just kind of has that infinite replayability, which has kept me pretty hooked.
You too, Boop. I mean, welcome back to the broadcast. How are you feeling for this weekend?
Oh man, I'm feeling great casting with a world champion, my friend. So that's always going to be like really awesome. Hey, and everyone watching too, LCQ is almost assuredly an awesome experience. A lot of them have come close. In my opinion, one of Soju's best ever runs was during an LCQ. So there are a lot of storylines that we're going to talk about, I'm sure later, but just everyone buckle in because this is usually a really good day.
It's going to be a great weekend because it's high-stakes competition with a little bit of prizing on the line as well. We've got a small prize pool for our players that finish in 1st through 8th place. So they do have to make it through today, and it is a 2-day competition weekend where players are going to be playing through 6 games, where we whittle the competition down in half, and of course we reseed after every 2. But Azael, there is something really unique about this format. It's only 2 days of competition, and there's a little something there for the players that do well today. How do you think that's going to affect the competition this weekend?
I think it's going to affect it pretty massively, right? You know, 3rd, 4th, yes, it's nice. You're going to walk away with a bit of cash, but it's really the top 2 spots that everyone is going for to get towards regionals. And that means I think people are going to have to play a lot more aggressively, try to play for higher board caps, you know, go for that more 1st or 8th style of play, especially if you fall behind early. And the bonus points from day 1, you know, could really be the difference maker between getting in that top 2 on day 2 or not. You know, that those 3, 2, and 1 bonus points for 1st through 3rd respectively is going to be, I think, a really, really big thing.
I've always loved how we've included that in some of the more recent iterations of our TFT tournaments, because it always makes competition just a little bit more spicy. And Boop, especially when we already have such an incredible slate of competitors that have already qualified for the NA Regional Finals, it's hard to be on the outside looking in on the rest of the 22 players that are already sitting in those spots. They've qualified through 3 different cups, qualifier points from just average performances through all of these competitions, the mid-set finale, the leaderboards. But what does it really take? I mean, you've talked about how some of these players can make deep runs. What are we really looking at when it comes down to being able to join some of these great players?
Yeah, I think one of the big things, especially the players that are within the hexagons, right? The Noxus Cup, the mid-set finale, those players have shown that they can complete the victory, right? That's actually something that some of our greatest players haven't shown that they've been able to do just yet, but they've been able to make it into the top 4 of one of these tournaments, get into, you know, the automatic invites, and have everyone else kind of watching in. When you're going with qualifier points, you know, you're playing a lot more games. Your destiny might have not been in your hands, but now that we're in LCQ, where we have the last 2 spots, right? Everyone's looking up at everyone who's already in, and I just want to point out we also get an extra spot because of replays win last year at Worlds, and that only 2 people have won events in North America.
Wait, North America can win Worlds? We could do
that. I know, isn't that crazy, Azael?
You're not used to that, are you, Azael?
Yeah, have you ever actually heard that
This is a whole new world.
I know, right? Welcome to TFT, my friends.
Oh my God.
But Kurum and Setsuko are the only ones that have won in North America in terms of these events so far. So everyone, I think, does have a little bit of that ladder in their head. But if you're at regionals, you deserve to be there, and you still have a chance to make Worlds, no matter how far ahead you think some of these other players actually are.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's so interesting, right? You know, the qualifier points, obviously you maybe didn't win a big cup and get in that way, but at the same time, you know, TFT is a high variance game, so I think you have to weigh consistency really, really highly, right? So people who are able to consistently place well, even if they didn't actually, you know, get a highest finish at one of these cups, I still think there's a tremendous amount of value in that. And you know, when you hear a lot of the pros, they talk so much about the people that are consistently finishing, you know, near the top. And even if you're not getting that first place, it's still really, really impressive because you can't control all the factors, obviously, in this game.
I mean, Azael, you've been a fan of TFT for a long time, and you've been watching a lot of these players, and when we look at the lobby breakdowns of who's competing this weekend, I'm sure there are a ton of familiar names. So who really sticks out to you as players to keep your eye on heading into these next 2 days?
I mean, there's a lot of different players I think that are really, really impressive. Kyun, someone to note. You know, he was having a rough time earlier on stream, stacking up the eights, but maybe getting that out of the way. He had just barely missed out on qualifier points, so he was actually next in line to get in the qualifier points, so narrowly missing regionals through that way. Ramblin is someone, you know, who has been around for so long. There's a lot of really impressive players here, though.
What about you? Who else do you feel like, outside of kind of the usual suspects, do you feel like have a really great shot at being able to win the LCQ and make it forward?
My eyes automatically go to Lil Top. So if you actually look at the stats coming in here, he's got one of the highest top 4 rates in this entire lobby. I think might have the highest in the top 4 rates in all of the LCQ so far. Another person to look for is Unwelfs, a name that we might not be super familiar with, but has actually taken an LCQ in the past. And the last two that I would say a little bit more well-known are Basso Skills and Malala, especially since they're both in that study group. But I gotta say, like, in terms of the LCQ, this is probably one of the most stacked ones we've ever had. And we also just have to say congratulations to Sox, as baby number 2 is coming around and is here, and he's here playing TFT. You got to give him some credit for that.
Hey, the last time Sox had a kid, he had the dad buff, and that actually propelled him super far in competition. So maybe that is the secret, and he has a great shot this weekend as well. But you mentioned something at the top of the show, Azael, that I feel like we have to circle back to, and that is that there's high variance in TFT, and what better way to introduce even more of that when we've got a brand new patch and a brand new like B patch and everything else going our way. So talk us through that a little bit. What was the meta like before we headed into this weekend? What do you kind of expect to change?
Yeah, I mean, last weekend at Noxus Cup, you know, basically all of the 5 most commonly played comps got nerfed, right? So a lot of the things have been nerfed. Obviously, you know, the patch came in, multicasters were extremely strong, they got B patched. They are still looking really, really good. I'm expecting we're seeing a lot of multicasters. I think Mord and Azir comps are really strong. I think that you can play around TF Legend. I've been seeing a ton of people playing around TF Legend, both for multicasters as well as for just stacking rapid fires for like Mord, Neela Flex and things like that. So I'm really interested to see, you know, those lines, but also if people can come up with something, you know, more creative, or if people have a different angle that is maybe going to be less contested, that could really, you know, do them some favors as far as, you know, picking up these points early in the lobbies.
Something that we see a lot of players rely on is that comfort, but another kind of key aspect of these competitions that you brought up, Boop, is that there's study groups to really help kind of gather this knowledge and try to figure out ways to navigate a new patch. So do you feel like that's going to be a big boon to those players that are in one of those larger groups?
Yeah, 100. Not only do you have, you know, people to study with, you've got friends, and that's nice, right? But you know, overall, to actually answer your question, I know, right? I don't even know how to spell it.
Huh.
But the overarching thing is, like, it definitely has helped. We've seen it be hyper successful in a lot of the other study groups, especially the more well-known ones. And why wouldn't it be successful in these aspects too? They're going to be able to work together to create, you know, scenarios that, you know, in a random ladder game might not be able to get created. They could contest each other, for example, in a lobby and see how that goes, right? They're going to be able to intentionally practice things and get better at them. And the last thing I would say, please name your study groups, folks. It's a branding opportunity that you're all missing out on. So please start naming them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think at the end of the day, in any sport, you're only as good as your competition, right? So having these study groups, having people to really kind of poke holes in your game and show you where the mistakes that you're making are, is so important, because maybe you're playing on ladder and the players that you're playing against aren't actually, you know, showing you the errors in your gameplay. And I think that's what's so important about them.
Oh, for sure. I cannot wait to see who is the most prepared. It's really hard to when you know you have all of these different variables that are getting thrown in your direction. And also when it comes down to who you're actually playing against. Because when we looked at the lobbies, this is just going to be how we start for our first 2 games today. And then after that, things start to get shaken up based on our overall standings. And taking a look at just this group of players, I'm looking at like a Basso Skills, Pokygom, Sox. These are players that have already played tournaments against each other, and I wonder how that might come into play, Boop.
Well, I think having context in TFT is generally an amazing thing, right? Certain players definitely do have certain styles that you could come in with, and there's definitely strategy, right? But even before then you play any of the games, right? And the more knowledge you have on some other players, the better, of course, but actually acting on that knowledge, mastering the type of scouting and information that you have is going to be another test. And honestly, it's a good question because those players today have probably not really proven themselves in that kind of aspect. Some of them have, I would say, but not consistently. A lot of these players are consistently in the last day, or they're consistently in the tournaments, but haven't made it, past the finish line. So it's going to happen for 2 of them today.
And maybe sometimes it's also those maybe more unknown names that get a chance to take it too. So only one way to find out, and that's to get into our very first game of day number 1 of the LCQ. So Azael, Bupasaurus, take it away.
Don't tell me what to do, Necra, but I'm going to listen anyway, as it is good. But Azael and Boop here for the first lobby, here with the world champion and great caster for Riot's other game. Azael, how you feeling about these portals, and how you doing?
I'm really excited, man. It looks like we're gonna get Serpentine River, so should be an interesting one here. Ishtal, a lot of the portals are fairly popular, and I want to see what legends people are going to be playing. Sox is playing Poro. I think we're gonna get that info in the Discord. But I'm really curious to see if we're going to be getting more Earth players, more TF players, because last weekend it was dominated pretty heavily by Poro.
Yeah, and the idea is that Poro is going to be a little bit more flexible. So when that first augment comes through, you're not going to have to really pick a direction as quickly as some other particular metas and some other legends are going to have. But the other thing that we're going to see that you mentioned too, Azael, at the beginning of today is TF. TF and just itemization, so important right now. Best in slot items can determine a first and second place.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, TF really does become important, especially when you're trying to force, I think, a couple pretty item-dependent comps. Multicasters, you really need a lot of tiers. Blue buff, Gunblade, things like that are pretty much a must-have for the TF if you're going to play that style. And likewise, if you're going to be playing towards Neela and Mord, Rapid Fire becomes really, really important, which is why I think we're seeing a lot more people playing that TF style. Here we're looking at David Ace, who is playing Earth. So we'll be interested to see if people are going to be looking towards more of those emblems, who's going to be trying to play it more risky, early on in this first game, or if people are going to start out trying to play a more conservative game, see where they're going to be finishing, and then kind of adjust their play style based on how they've done in these early games.
I agree. I would assume that a lot of these players are probably going to play things that are closer to the last patch, and as the day goes on, and kind of each lobby's meta, it becomes a little bit more obvious, then the comps are probably going to change too. And with the emblems too, we talked about it earlier, it makes it so your top level of power is going to come through potentially faster and reach you to a top level of power that other people don't have. Here are first augments, a couple good ones actually. Ancient Archives, You Have My Sword has now been turned into Idealism, and Jeweled Lotus, it's going to be the Archives.
Okay. He's going Ancient Archives. He's just going to slam it already. He has 2 Swains. Noxus could be a pretty good look if he wants to go that route. He's sitting on 2 Swains in the Samira, could even just go towards that. Void is also relatively popular on this patch. I'm assuming he would be going between Noxus and Void. There are obviously, uses for Rogue, for Shurima, but Rogue has been nerfed. Full Shurima is not that popular, so Noxus definitely makes the most sense to me. And this is going to be, I think, a really strong start here for him, especially if he can actually, find that 3rd Swain, hit an early Swain too. That can carry your board through the first couple stages pretty comfortably.
100%, especially, like you said, when you get that extra tempo with that front line. Looking on the other side, the Swain's a little bit contested. And this Renekton's actually going to be doing a little bit more with that Cole the Meek, with that Noxus spat. So we're going to be able to definitely compete for this round, but there's already a lot of damage going on to our Renekton. The Cassiopeia with the Nashor's Tooth, though, should be able to push through a ton of damage, get through that front line. Cassiopeia recently nerfed, but still one of the, I think, the best 1v1 units in the game, and already this backline and the Swain 1 showing up here, Zale, just like you said.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the positioning that David Ace had there with his Renekton was really advantageous. You know, if you can get your Call of Meek to actually hit on multiple characters there, you're obviously going to be getting a lot more value from it. And here we have TF. So looking over at the lobby, we actually have 4 TF players. We have 2 Poro players, 1 Lee Sin, and 1 Urf. So TF definitely dominating the meta thus far. Sock's actually getting a Void emblem, so going to be interested to see, you know, where everyone is going. We've got a couple of people playing TF, you know, playing that Pandora's Bench, you know, excuse me, to reroll the items, and we'll see, you know, if that's going to be them playing towards multicasters, if it's going to be them just playing towards kind of strongest board, or if they are going to be more, you know, forcing towards some of these meta comps.
Yes, also interesting to note, while we do have 4 TF players, Tokyo is one of them, but he picked a Stars Born for that first augment, so no Pandora's Bench, so might feel pretty good about the items so far, but this Cassiopeia is not going to be long for this world that Noxus Spat, definitely helping out with that Renekton as we take a loss. So Pokigom, someone, again, who definitely has a familiar name, I think was a lucky loser at one point during a tournament and did pretty well. A lucky loser being someone who qualified based on someone dropping out because they were on the top side of the first cut. As we go over to Tokyo right now, so what would be, do you think, the deciding factor on going this augment versus the bench, which is what you kind of picked TF for?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you have good early items, right, like it's looking like he wants to play Demacia Kale reroll. I'm assuming he already slammed the Rage Blade, so I think because he already had good items to play that, he felt like he just wanted to go towards, you know, pushing for those 3 stars a little bit faster with the Stars Are Born. You know, if you can get that early Galio 2, something along those lines, I'm assuming he would be going for. You know, if he is going for that full kind of Demacia reroll, that is going to stabilize your board really, really heavily early. And Stars Are Born can definitely get you those win streaks in the early stages. That can obviously stabilize the economy, you know, get you to a place where hopefully you can have enough time to hit that Kale 3 at a reasonable pace. Because if he is going to go for that full, you know, Demacia Kale reroll, it's so much about actually getting that Kale 3 early enough that you can then stabilize your board and start to push levels, right? Because it's not enough to just hit the Kale 3 with that comp. You have to really be able to push levels afterwards to actually get the value from the Kale, not only from upgrading it, you know, at level 6, level 9, etc., but from adding in additional Slayers and kind of making it more powerful. Or if you have Demacia spats, obviously you can go towards, you know, 7 Demacia, etc., and try to really kind of amp up that board.
Yeah, and that goes into the equation of whether you pick Urf or not. You know, Demacia definitely, I feel like, goes into that Urf legend a little bit easier than some other ones do because of how important spats are for a multitude of those units, especially, you know, the Slayer spat to try to get those extra ones to get that Kale to do more damage. It's going to be the mystery box here because of our portal. So let's see what everyone is going to get as we open up the orb. It's going to be, ooh, a duplicator and an item anvil.
Oh, the duplicator is pretty interesting, right? Because that can make a lot of the forecast lines that much stronger. You know, if you can get towards 7, you know, hit an early mortar 2, hit an Azure 2, you know, utilize that duplicator to get a really quick 2-star forecast, that can help you to either just push levels or continue the win streak, you know, stabilize your board. It gives you a lot of options as far as that is concerned. And I always feel like when I'm playing, you know, 1-cost rerolls and those types of comps, and you do get like a big Nico in a lobby like this, it feels really, really bad, right? Because you know those people that are going to be playing for those higher level compositions are going to be getting a lot more value out of that generally than you are.
Yeah, and your tempo is going to be a lot better. We use that, you know, vocabulary term tempo a lot in TFT, and that just kind of means getting onto your comp, getting those power levels either earlier or slower, right on time, based on the average of what that comp usually does. When you have that dupe, especially for like a 5-cost or 4-cost, you're not going to be re-rolling all that gold. You also get to save 4 gold, which, you know, can come into question when it comes to Intrust a little bit later on. So the effects aren't just what you see on the board. It's something that you can see in the macro as well when you kind of zoom out. But Sox now doing quite well. Look at this first go around here as well. Malala is going to have nothing going because we also picked a Stars Born, but we haven't picked our tier 2 unit yet.
Yeah, it hasn't picked the tier 2 yet. Is just sitting on 50 gold right now, so kind of full econ opening, you know, likely going to have the 5-loss streak going in, so Malala going to have a lot of gold to work with and a lot of decisions to make, you know, coming up here after Krug. So there is the Swain 2 coming in. upgrading that board somewhat, just trying to preserve HP. Sox, obviously, with that Void Crest early on, though, on a 4 streak, is in a really good spot. Because Void, I feel like, is actually really flexible these days. Obviously, with the emblem, you can go towards a Void, play Baron, but you also can just get towards a quick Rift Herald and use that really for tempo. There's a lot of different lines I feel like you can play with Void. Kaiser Carry, you can mix in, Sorks, you can play, obviously, with Mord and so on even. So I do think there's a lot of options, and Sox is going to be in such a powerful spot as a result.
Yeah, and I just got to remind everyone, he has a new baby, actually days-old baby. That is, helping him train. I don't know, what kind of coaching he's getting from the kids, you know what I mean? But it seems to be working out. And just to kind of piggyback off of the Void, one thing that does get a little complicated about that is it's consistently contested. A lot of those units are splashed into other units, so if you're trying to do reroll, if you're trying to do reroll, then it's going to be a little bit, I think, tougher than it has been in the past. And that reroll is actually with the big Shelly, right? Hasn't actually done that well in competitive competitions. We get another Kale here. Are we going to level up a couple of our other units? We have the opportunities too, but we'll find out after Krugs as we see these items too. So no Rage Blade, second Rage Blade for the Kale, but we definitely still have some good options to make this comp a little bit better.
I mean, there's his 2-star Galio that he was waiting for with the Stars is Born, and he already has 7 Kales without actually rolling. He's sitting on 54 gold. I assume he's going to roll pretty heavily, likely down to 30, maybe even 20 if he's getting close. He's 1 off Kale 3 now, so I'll be interested to see, with the 6 poppies, how important does he actually feel that it is to go for the poppy 3 here? Like, will he keep going? Or is he just going to sit and stabilize? I feel like, especially with the Quinn now, he's sitting on 7 poppies. He's got, I think it was 7 or 8 Alawi's there as well. He's got the Galio too, obviously, from Stars Reborn. This is a really good spot. He doesn't have to go below 30 gold. Already has the Rage Blade. Yes, he's going to be looking for, another recurve to actually get that second item, but he's in a pretty good spot. Can econ up a little bit, start to hopefully stabilize here as he hits some of these next items, and likely still roll a little bit more, I think, at 5. Maybe try to actually hit that Poppy 3, the Alawi 3, and then I'm kind of expecting him to just be trying to push levels.
Yeah, Poppy 3 super undervalued, I think. Especially when the reroll Yordles was a big thing. A lot of people invest into that Poppy, but Poppy's still a big anchor when it comes to that particular comp, especially for the Kales. We reroll everything and landing on Transfusion, Bastion, and Pandora's items. Some interesting choices here, and it looks like it's going to be the Bastion, which makes sense based on what this comp is looking like so far.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he was already playing 2 Bastion, puts in another, so now he's on 4 Bastion here. And I think that's going to help him stabilize. And especially Kale just needs time, right? Like, Kale needs time to kind of build up that damage. You're playing double Rage Blade. It's about, especially, hitting level 6, getting the splashes in every 3rd auto, building up that attack speed. And Bastion is going to really help you to do that. So I'll be interested to see, where he wants to go with this comp. If he's going to be, with that Bastion, going more towards a heavy Bastion frontline, or if he's still going to be playing heavily towards Demacia and trying to actually get towards, 5-7 Demacia, etc. later. Because I do think, you have the option to just go more heavily towards, Bastion Slayer and play some different lines. So you don't have to play, all of the Demacia Elite units.
Yeah, and something I kind of want to reiterate that you just said, Azael, is the concept of time. I think a lot of the resources that we see gold are pretty easy to understand, but resources that you might not think are hyper important are things like HP, and specifically auto attack based carries like this Kale. You need time. That front line needs to stick around as long as possible. Think about it as your offensive line, trying to keep the quarterback safe, right? If you're into flesh sports at all, folks. But the I know, right?
That is a horrible
but the overarching thank you, appreciate it. I work hard on it. But overall, the aspect is this Kale doesn't survive without their friends doing their work in the front line, and tier 3 is a big reason that we can get there. And look at that. Sometimes you just hit. What's that like? I've never done that in my games.
Yeah, just hit forehead, easy. Already has has the Kale 3, Poppy 3, Alawi 3, and 4 Quins. And if I have 4 Quins this early, I might be thinking about, he's obviously thinking about selling the Taric. Does he want to sell the Taric and make 40? And I think there's a good chance that he would, but there is also angles to try to play, both Kale and Quinn duo carry and go for Quinn 3. So it'd be interesting to see if he decides to actually hold on to both the Taric and the Quinn, or if he's going to sell. I'm assuming he's probably going to sell, but interested in that choice because that 4th Quinn is pretty valuable here, and he's clearly at least kind of determining, whether he wants to do it or not.
All right, so it doesn't look like he does pick it up. We're going over to Beast Coast Sox. Once again, looks like we are trying to commit to some re-rolling. This is a new Orianna. I remember Orianna, you look at it and you're like, you're the definition of a trait bot. There's nothing that you can do. Maybe we get a sneaky shield, but seems like with the itemization, going up there with potentially Cassiopeia in terms of being able to 1v1 at the end of the round. We're taking a good macro look at the rest of the boards right now. Toronto seems like they're in a very good spot. In terms of the re-rollers, not a ton hitting right now outside of Malala and that Samira.
Yeah, Malala obviously, was playing Stars Are Born, was sitting on that Samira 2 with pretty much nothing on the board. Kind of interested to see how heavily Malala did roll down, but that is a great pickup for Toronto. We've been following him quite a lot, but he gets a 4-cost with a bow. That's his second Rage Blade now ready. Pokygom here over on the other side, playing towards Sorks. And, maybe going to be going full Sorks, maybe going to be going for that multicaster line as well. There's a lot of different lines you can play from this position, but a pretty important upgrade there to get that Swain too. If you are going to be playing a lot of these different lines, your front line is just so poor. So hitting this Swain 2 early is almost a must, right? Like you need to be able to actually have some reasonable front line to buy time for your back line.
All right, looking at this board, we're having a lot of tier 1 units, just the Cass and the Swain in the front line, looking at a lot more beef on the other side too. Looks like we were trying to roll for some multicasters here. Let's see how good this early version of the comp, maybe we're 3-5, we're actually getting a little bit late, we're a little tardy right now when it comes to our power level, but look at them push through that front line. Cassiopeia is so good at doing just that, and even though a lot of our units were just tier 1, this fully itemized Cassiopeia is going to help win the round against David Acezale.
Yeah, and he's on 6 Sork already, so is going to be pushing a pretty powerful board at that point. You get so much free AP from 6 Sork, and it'll be interesting to see when he can actually hit. If he's going to keep rolling down, try to replace this Cassio, with another Sork, try to actually fully stabilize that board. If he wants to go towards 8 Sork, or if he's going to play around 6 and just try to beef up the front line. I tend to see people have better success with just staying on 6 Sork and just kind of playing for a stronger front line rather than going all the way to 8, where often your board is so fragile that you can sometimes kind of just get ran over. But Basso skills here, playing Rogue, did take that Rogue card, first off, the Rogue emblem, I should say, on that first augment, and is playing the Gunner line of Rogues, which is pretty interesting. Pretty close to actually hitting that Kiana. Just one off the Kiana. Does have the Graves 3, sitting on 4 Jinxes. So definitely going to be trying to dig for that Kiana 3. And then I'm kind of interested to see if he's going to start pushing levels, when he's going to actually try to add in those additional Gunners, or if he's going to sit and still actually try to dig for things like the Jinx 3.
Yeah, that was his first loss in a hot minute. And if anyone's curious as well, why Jinx? Well, it's the Zon, you got the Echo, and Jinx holds a lot of those modifications really, really well. A lot of auto attack based ones work really well. And sometimes Jinx will actually get into a spot in the back line where she's far enough away from some units to not get attacked, but is close enough to attack them, which is definitely best case scenario when it comes to that. And that's probably why you're seeing the Jinx in the front line versus kind of hanging out in the back line trying to take stuff down while the Rogues do it. You're just going to have her go around with everyone else, get to the valuable unit in the back line and try to do that work. But we are seeing this newly nerfed comp come to fruition right now. The Graves is already there. We're looking for something like Sterix probably to go with that sword, which we did not get. So where is this comp going right now? We've got the tier 3 Graves, and the tier 3 units are super important here, but I don't see Katarina yet either. Yeah,
he passed the Katarina in the shop, so he wasn't actually holding on to it. So I think he's just not going to be playing Katarina at all, since he does have that Rogue crest for the Jinx. I think that's going to be the Rogue he's going to be skipping. I'm interested to see if he actually just slams a Hodge or something, for his Graves. If he feels that he needs to actually have tempo here, put down some items. I do think Thieves Gloves has some merit on 3 costs, sort of 3 stars as well. So sometimes you will see people just, slam Thieves Gloves if they can have, in these rogue comps, if you're 3-starring everything. Thieves Gloves, on one of those 3-star units can be pretty powerful, but for now it's just going to be a Titans thrown down on that Kiana. He's holding on to the itemization, so not obviously getting exactly what he wants. It does have Last Whisper on the Jinx, so he's going to be focusing on itemizing the Graves as well as the Kiana, the physical damage rogues there, of course. And we'll be interested to see where he goes, because obviously, it can be tough to make those decisions on, do you slam the less than the ideal items, or do you actually just sit and try to wait for the perfect itemization, because it can be costing you health, right? You know, every round you're losing, every unit you don't kill off is a cost as you get later and later into the game. So you do really have to kind of make those judgment calls. I think it's fine to sit and wait, you know, a little bit to see if you can fix your items, but at a certain point you're gonna have to make that call to just slam and just try to go for whatever is best that you can play now.
Yeah, you don't want to leave anything on the table, right?
Yeah.
You don't want to have to look back on this game and be like, if I did this, then this could have happened, right? You know, TFT players are all about percentages, right? But sometimes taking the risk is going to be, you know, taking the lower percentage play might end up giving you a higher win percentage, which is super important.
So he did end up slamming. Yeah, I mean, Graves without lifesteal, I don't know how you feel about it, but I always feel like Graves without lifesteal is just useless. Like, you need to be able to actually get that. And with Night Harvester, it has such nice interactions with Rogue, obviously, because when you get low health, you get the permanent damage for the rest of the round. So if you have lifesteal as well, the Rogue procs, they jump to the back line, they hopefully heal up off that back line, and then you're kind of hoping Graves can go infinite.
So we also get the Aphelios on there. So we have our 4 gunners. The Jace popped in as well. So this Jace is actually going to push a ton of damage, especially when we get to that tier 3, or actually right now. We got to the back line against the Kayle already. So this rogue comp already looking a little bit stronger after a little bit of investment. Let's see if that Jinx is going to come. And I forgot to mention this earlier when I saw it, but Database already has a Mordekaiser 2.
Oh, wow.
The unit that we kind of already said to everyone, hey, this is something that you got to look out for. And now we're going to the ladder monster right now. Kai Wang, really good average placement, but with this particular comp, not a lot of tier 3 units on the board, but this multicaster comp is very popular right now.
Yeah, absolutely. He's sitting on 6 TFs. He's got 5 Gallios. He's got no extra of the other multicasters here, unfortunately for him. And I'll be interested to see, you know, how heavily he's going to roll down, if he's going to keep slow rolling. This is always, I think, an interesting kind of inflection point in the game. And it's always what feels like a tough decision for me, is if you're not hitting early and you're losing a lot of rounds, how heavily should you be rolling from this spot? So I'm going to be interested to see, you know, how he actually handles this. You know, at what point does he just say, all right, I can't get lower health than this. I need to full send it and hit my 3 stars or I'm going to lose the game, because this is going to be another pretty bad loss for him. He's already at 44 health. And now he's going to be sitting down at 32. And for me, I start feeling like the danger zone is around that 40 health mark. And, you know, if you're not hitting, it can be really, really tough. But he is 3 off of TF. He has good economy. So, and there's also, this is an interesting point here as well. You know, some players may be wanting to go towards, you know, the rerolls. Some may be wanting to go towards the items. You can see Kai Wang was going towards rerolls because he knows he needs to hit. And if he doesn't hit his 3 stars, he's probably screwed from this spot. So everyone else is not looking for the reroll, so this is where you're praying for the heart of the cards. Bort Dog, take the wheel.
Oh man, but please Exodia, come towards me. Let's see if Kai Wang's gonna one guy this.
Oh.
I'm feeling some good. Oh, it kind of felt like it for a second. It's gonna be Vasa skills with the component anvil, and like as well, like if you're like at stage 4 or 5 and you're still needing rerolls, you're probably not in the best position possible. Yeah. Especially since things like this Poppy have already gotten tier 3'd on another board. We're getting that Galio. We're starting to invest some money, and we're not hitting, I think, as frequently as maybe.
He's gonna full send.
Maybe I eat my words. We're full sending. We get 1 more Vel'Koz. That's the unit I never get when I'm rolling for it, but it seems like it's gonna be fine here for Kai Wang.
Oh, he's so close. Oh, there's the Vel'Koz 3, and he's 1 off TF. If he hits TF here soon, I think he could stabilize. He's only 2 off of the Galio as well. I mean, if he could hit all those, all of a sudden he could go from a terrible spot to, you know, potentially just streaking through this lobby. Also gets blue buff down on that Vel'Koz. That is a rough Jarvan ult to start off the round, though. And oh man, 2-star Silco is going to be able to win the round. So finally, going to be able to break that streak. But his economy is absolutely shattered. And I do think he's kind of sitting at that point where you just have to keep sending it to 0 until you hit, right? Like you need at the very least the 3-star TF, and then it'll be interesting to see if he wants to try to rebuild economy after he hits TF, or if he keeps going for Galio, because he's only a couple off Galio as well. And the multicaster line often does have pretty poor front line, so hitting that 3-star Galio can make a really big difference.
I'm curious as to what he's going to do. I mean, TFT players are obsessed with, you know, numerals of 10 or more, right? Like they love getting their economy. So, you know, sending it down, even just rolling it once here seems like a pretty negative thing to do, especially with 32 HP. We have maybe a round that we can play with to wait out, maybe get some more
for post
economy. Yeah, exactly. So Sunny now going to try to make it rainy for Pokegom, and look at 2 Sork Spats on the other side for him as well. So that's going to be a lot of spread out damage. Once we get to things like the Ari, they're going to be doing quite well, but we saw Vel'Koz 3 get hit on another board, and it's just the Vel'Koz 1 with just one other copy on the bench for the other side. So Pocky definitely feeling behind right now. I'm not sure how good the Silco is going to be able to do, especially in a 1v1 situation. It's rarely going to win these.
Yeah, that's rough. I mean, Pocky basically has +3 Sorks, right? Because he has 2 Sork Spats and Sorcerer Heart, which, making his team count as the 1 additional. So he is, very, very heavily committed to that Sorcerer line, but his front line is really weak. Sunny here sitting low on health, but does have the Azir 2, the Mord 2, so sitting in a decent spot. And yeah, we're already on 8 Sork here. And I'm kind of curious, what's your opinion about 8 Sork versus 6, in these lines? Because I've generally had a lot more success playing 6 Sork with a stronger front line. But I know that there is kind of a lot of differing opinions.
Yeah, I would actually agree with you, Azael. I like the little bit. Just like we were talking about, Kale, time is a super important thing for me, especially for units like Silco to get as many ults as possible. So, what you're going to get with 8 Sork, I've heard other people call it kind of like a win more type of comp, right? Where you're going to be winning potentially with the 6, the 8's just going to put the cherry on top and give you potentially more options for higher damage. But the front line is something that I feel like is the make or break for a lot of tournament players, right? Not investing in the front line is a huge mistake that a lot of vets have. You kind of have all these items and all of a sudden they're all on your back line, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, he just went 8, but he doesn't really have anything to put in, unfortunately for him. And we just saw Kaiwing hit Galio 3 and TF 3. So Kaiwing now is going to be in a much better spot. We'll see how Malala is doing, sitting very low at 9 HP here, with this Noxus line. Does have the 3-star Samira in the back, has 2 Noxus spats here, so Malala sitting on 7 Noxus, trying to stabilize, but rolling into Tron Tokyo, and that Poppy with the Thieves Gloves rolling towards Bramblevest Titans is just immune to damage.
What a roll. That actually goes into what you were saying earlier about the value of tier 3 units having the Thieves Gloves on it. For that exact reason, the items are just going to be better. Oh, and Sunny takes the L there as well. And we have our first elimination of today, unfortunately, is going to be Malala. His study partner still in the lobby at the top. Are they going to end up sandwiching the rest of the lobby? We shall see. But we're back on Kai Wang. This comp looked pretty rough just 4 rounds ago, but is looking golden right now, Azale. As we get that TF and the Galio, we invested our dupe into the Vel'Koz, which makes a lot of sense because that's a more contested unit than the others. This is looking pretty good so far because we hit. Yeah,
absolutely. And I think he has perfected repetition there, which is one of the highest win rate augments in the entire game right now. I think it's like the 2nd highest win rate augment, Diamond Plus, in the entire game. So hitting that on 3 is really, really good. And, now that he went 7, I think he's going to want to get Sork in. A lot of times people would play this comp with Swain, but getting at least 2 Sork can be really nice, for the Vel'Koz, since he already has the 3 Demacia, but going to be looking to try to dig for Jarvan. And this is actually a really close fight and an important one. And Kaiwing barely is going to win and take out Sunny. That has got to be a frustrating finish for Sunny, but Kaiwing now on fire and is going to have an opportunity here to be able to build back into this game. Could even put in the Taric right now for a little bit more frontline, and 2 Sork, I think, would make more sense than just having that second Talia in there.
I agree. I think the top line for that's going to be a little bit better, but we're going to be switching it around instead. The Sona is going to be what we're, I guess, going to be rolling for. We are rolling to 0 and not grabbing anything just yet, but I think we're going to be okay. Yeah, it does seem like that as well. We were talking about frontline and Galio and Poppy, especially with the Poppy at just at tier 1.
Yeah.
They might not feel like it's enough. This is another comp that really benefits from time. But look at how quickly that frontline for David Ace just fell. It's going to be up to this Mordekaiser. And the positioning with Mordekaiser, especially without RFC, Azale, can be pretty complicated for some of these players because you're going to be putting them in a vulnerable position at the start of the round.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is interesting, right? Because his Spark is also on the Poppy. His Spark's not on the Galio, and if the Poppy dies instantly, you're losing that shred, which is really important for the multicasters. But at the same time, I am surprised to see him not just at least put in the Taric for the 1 round. Because having 2 Sork, I mean, 2 Sork isn't the biggest, but when you have a 3-item Vel'Koz 3, any amplification you can get for that Vel'Koz is pretty valuable. So, just felt, I guess, that he needed to have every little last bit of gold that he could to actually dig for whatever he was looking for, which I'm assuming was the Jarvan. Obviously, CC really valuable on that Jarvan. 1-star Jarvan isn't going to really bring a tremendous amount of tankiness, but it will at least bring that CC if he can get the 1 cast off with having the Galio in the front line. So, going to need to see where he goes, but here is Another hit, as that is the 3-star Kassadin now for Sox. So he is playing 6 Void. He's playing what is kind of more the like new age positioning of Void as well. I've seen a lot more people doing this, where they just solo frontline the Rift Herald and basically have that Rift Herald just soaking up all the damage, looking more to act as kind of that CC and that buffer to buy time for your backline units. He's sitting on a Zir 2, Kai'Sa 2, does have a pretty significant backline, and even once they get through, it is going to be that 3-star Kassadin, which is going to cause some trouble. So I think he should be bought a lot of time here, but Multicasters is a tough board to fight into because Multicasters has a lot of backline access, and we'll have to see how this one goes.
Yeah, something here that I also want to point out is we have a Shroud here. I think assuming that there's probably going to be a good amount of AP and they're going to be neutered by the mana debuff, but it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case as they get tagged by it and they still take out Sox as we have the Mordekaiser slowly walking up to you. What a terrifying experience that must be IRL. But yeah, Tokyo now is going to be on Elimination Station. What a great start for Tokyo. We saw him re-rolling this Demacians, but hasn't quite hit the Quinn.
Yeah, hasn't quite hit the Quinn. He's on 7 Bastion. I got excited for a second because I thought he had 7 Bastion without the Cassante, and then I saw it in his shop, but he already had Cassante on board. So I was thinking for a second, I was like, oh, can he hit 8 Bastion? But of course he can't without a second Bastion spat. So I won't be able to do that, but does have a pretty powerful board. And now being 9, that Kale is really going to come online. Does have 2 Slayers, so we'll see if they can buy enough time for this Kale. Is positioning forward, trying to dodge these rogues that he's going to be actually playing into. We'll see if this Kiana actually hits, though. Yeah, the Kiana's going to hit the Kale. That positioning end up backfiring a little bit, but we'll see if the Kale can stay alive here and take this round.
Oh, no. The answer is no. That's one of those things where your headcanon had a totally different result than what actually happened, right? It seems like on the surface that was probably a really great idea.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I don't know why he didn't just use the standard rogue positioning, on the left side, where you kind of just put up one towards that left side and then have your Quins and stuff as a bait. Maybe he felt like the other backline units weren't strong enough to kind of act as that bait and that buffer, and that he would just get run over. But unfortunately for him, he tries to have his Kale basically hugging up against that front line, but because he was positioned against the Kiana is an AoE ultimate, and he just ends up getting smoked by the AoE here, as Bosso Skill is sitting at 71 health, dominating the HP lead right now. Is on 50 gold, has already 3-starred all of his rogues, and he's in kind of this luxury position now where you can think about, how do I want to cap out my board, right? How am I playing for a first place from this spot? I'm going to be interested to see, if he wants to push levels or if he wants to roll for things like the Jace 3 and so on. Since he doesn't have a lot of items on it, I would expect that he would more try to cap out the board with things like Heimer and some of those luxury units. But we'll have to see where he wants to go. A pair of Aries in shop here for Sox, and does he think it's worth holding to actually try to dig for that RE2? He is going to hold on to them for now and maybe hope for a little bit of a bailout here with that RE2. Oh, has the duplicator. So he's going to actually go for it.
Yep, gets the Vel'Koz in there. I mean, the Vel'Koz has been highly contested. There's a tier 3 version of it as well on the board. Let's see how it goes with these rogues. These rogues can actually get a little confused by the Ahri because of the mana debuff once they get close, so they're not able to do their ults right when they get into Ahri's face, and doesn't look like that's the case for the Jinx as the Ahri does fall down, unable to get to that last ultimate, but we have a very stacked Kassadin as well, walking to that back line, and we're already seeing, Azale, exactly why we put Shelly in the front line, right? The Herald is doing exactly what it's supposed to do, and we take the dub on that one and take down Bosso.
Yeah, that was actually really close. Jinx got backline and killed off the Ahri. Turns out the best rogue is the one with the gun. Just kind of jumped to the backline and just blasted
like
Ahri
cheating
point
a little
blank.
bit, right?
Yeah, it's like, why are you messing around with all these daggers? Just give your rogues a gun.
That's very apt to the character fantasy as well with Jinx. But yeah, what are you looking up over here with David Ace? Because Mordekaiser's been around at this point, it's been paying rent to stay on the Convergence, but we've gotten into the top 4.
Yep, has gotten to the top 4, is sitting on a lot of gold as well, so relatively confident in his board state. Obviously, he's on 7 Noxus, has the Mord as well as this Neela 2 with that Noxus spat, so not playing the kind of more common Azir line, but does obviously have Vanquisher there, with the Darius, and we'll have to see. The Neela is kind of repositioning pretty well. If we can jump back one more time, I think this is a pretty winnable round. It's going to be close, but he's going to win it, and David Ace could be pushing towards, level 9 here, still sitting on this gold. Or could look to roll for 4-star 3 cost. We'll have to see what kind of line he wants to take from this spot. Has been letting the Katarinas pass him by in shops, so clearly not really too concerned about getting Cat 3 or anything like that. So it does lead me to believe that he is going to be pushing for 9 here, and he's sitting on 70 gold. So I want to see how he looks to actually cap out this board.
He's got 1 round, but is actually just going to push it through. So we're going to get to level 9. We're going to put the Nefiri on there, get some Dark in action, and get some Challenger buffs as well. We did win that last round against the Rogues. Let's see if it's going to be the same for this next round against Sox, who seems to be alternating some of these wins and losses. Let's see if that baby buff is going to be coming through. That front line is all going to be that Rift Herald and has already gotten to that ult. And look how much time it's already bought for that front line, folks, right? One of those ults, basically everyone in the front line has to stay still, but is not enough damage during that part of that CC for our backline for, things like Ahri and the Kai'Sa. The Mord doing just fine, barely taking any damage, and David Ace is going to eliminate Sox.
Yeah, Sox going to be finishing in 4th place. The Mord got a good wrap. The Shroud was actually pretty good from Sox. Delayed a lot of time there on the Mord, but the Mord got a good wrap, got into the back line, and that was pretty much going to be lights out. David Ace picks up a spat, so does he have something to actually do with that? Does he have anything on bench to actually look to play with that? Because he's playing 7 Noxus, so maybe he thinks that there's an angle to play 9 Noxus. Does he have extra components on his bench to do something with? So he has the spat then. I guess he had an extra belt on something then. Because he had a belt on Darius. He had a belt on Darius that was sitting there, so that's his Noxus. So now he could actually push towards 9 Noxus here if he can find the Scion. So he's just trying to dig for Scion, and that would mean 9 Noxus.
Digging for Scion, unfortunately finds a tier 2 Heimerdinger instead in the box. So, sometimes it is what it is, folks. But let's go ahead and see if this is going to be a win for David Ace. Kai Wang has not lost since the last time that we checked in on him. Look at how quick that front line goes down because of these multicasters and these sorcerers. As heavy as that Mordekaiser looked in that last round, it looked like tissue paper on this one. But it's going to be the Swain in a super awkward position as well in the top left corner. Not really doing much tanking up there, folks, as David Ace gets eliminated. These multicasters are brutalizing the lobby right now.
Yeah, that sucks for David Ace. He was just needed that Scion for 9 Noxus, and maybe could have kept him alive at least that round because he only dies by that 1 health. And now it is just going to be Bosso skills versus Kai Wang. So we'll have to see, who can kind of position best. GP does get hit, so he's on Foregunner with the GP. That is really nice for Rogues. If you can actually get that cast out, get the CC immunity, get the buffs coming through from that GP. You're really just hoping it can get 1 cast off, but multicasters are really tough to deal with here. You can see the Vel'Koz is in the Rogue positioning, and the Talia Thieves Gloves over to a Warmog Stoneplate, which normally you would be sad about, but in this position, if the Rogues jump to that Talia, it's going to buy way more time for the Vel'Koz, so I actually think that's pretty big.
I totally agree with you. I mean, we've seen this is a game of inches, right? So we get to the back line. It's doing exactly what you said. Look, no damage on the Talia from that Kiana. The Talia also going to do some more tanking. Did better tanking, in my opinion, than we saw the Swain do in the last round with just the Thieves Clubs.
Did he misposition his front line there? Because it looked like the Vel'Koz got jumped to before the Talia. I'm not sure if I missaw that, but maybe... I thought his Vel'Koz was 1 up. Was it not? Maybe I'm blind, but I could have sworn that the Vel'Koz was in the correct positioning, so maybe his front line was in the incorrect positioning, because it didn't actually get baited. It looked like the Echo jumped straight to his Vel'Koz, because the Vel'Koz died before the Talia did.
Well, we'll see on the next one, right, Azale? I didn't quite see it either. My fault, my friends. But now let's see where these items are going to go. We got some more gold, tier 2 Misfortune, if we want it. We're going to roll before we see our items. And looking on both sides, these are our final 2 players. They started that last round tied on HP. We get our Talia 3 now. We're going to be able to lock that in. And look at those items change. Really good to kind of call back to what you were saying earlier, Zale, on those tier 3 units with these gloves versus tier 2. That's going to definitely help us. Whereas this rogue player is more going to be reacted to, right? I think Kai Wang and the multicasters are going to have to be pretty reactionary to how the rogues go, how they're positioned. They have a little bit more beef because of the unified resistance as well in the front line. Let's see how this one goes. Is it going to be the multicasters or it's going to be the rogues?
Yeah, GP does have a man item, but just dies instantly, doesn't get the cast off, and that is such a big difference. But look at the Kiana in the backline, not able to take down TF, and multicasters should be able to have it. Bosso skills is going to die, and Kai Wang pulls it back with the multicasters in this first game. That was a really exciting turnaround in this first game, because he was in tough early on, right? He was on a fat lose streak. He was looking pretty broke, and did full send it, was able to hit a lot of those units that he needed, and it shows the power of the multicasters. If you can actually get that fully completed board, it is so tough to take down.
So multicasters are still good. I'm glad that we figured that out.
Where's
from
the C
B
patch? No, I'm just kidding.
Someone nerf Kaiwing there, please, because that looked really tough to take down. And how do you even get around that? Because I feel like when you're able to hit like the perfected repetition, all of the stars are aligning for you as well. Just like the multicaster's cap still looks so high, Azale.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it's a good call out. You know, hitting the perfected repetition as your third augment is always going to feel super good. You know, he's already at a strong point. That kind of, I think, solidified his position in the game. I think he played it out really well. You know, it was interesting to see kind of how he played a little bit of a different line. You know, more commonly I see people play Swain Galio as that kind of duo front line alongside the Vel'Koz, but he wasn't hitting that. He opted to go into Demacia earlier, you know, holding on to that Poppy 1. You know, for that additional trait. So he played it out like a little bit differently than what I've seen most commonly, but you know, it's one of those comps that I think is going to be really powerful, and it'll be interesting to see, you know, if it becomes more contested throughout the day, right? Because no one was contesting him in this lobby, and it is probably the strongest ladder comp right now that I see, you know, as far as average placements. So if more people are actually contesting, sometimes you end up just kind of holding hands in 7th, 8th, right? So it's tough.
Which is so interesting too, Boop, because when you look at some of the other players in the lobby that were also running some of those pieces of the multicasters, I mean, just taking a look at Sox, for example, who is running the 6 Void, like, how do you find all the Vel'Koz? Like, where are those coming from? Are you just pulling them out of thin air? And how do you actually try to even contest this composition?
Well, the unfortunate thing is sometimes you don't get the Vel'Koz, right? I mean, he got that Vel'Koz too, I think, on his last round. So sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles, and, you know, you hit that. We got that Vel'Koz 3 hyper early from what I remember too. So I think that was just the tempo of the game. So it's up to Sox to kind of react to that, knowing, hey, Vel'Koz is not going to be in my future. How am I going to move my itemization and my opportunities onto something else, because those opportunities have been taken away from me.
For sure. It'll be so interesting to see how all of these lobbies adapt to one another, especially after such a fast-paced game for this game number 1. Taking a look at our lobby scoreboards as well, we only followed lobby B, so let's check in on what happened in lobby A. And, hey, Boop, good call out there. Lil Top and Wilf kind of off to a pretty good start so far.
Yeah, I think Lil Top 1, I just love it when, like, you meet someone or you see someone online, they're just, like, a cool dude. You know what I mean? And Lil Top just, like, has, like, the best personality, just, like, is always smiling. I love the guy. So it's really, I'm really happy to see him doing there. A little bit concerned for some of our really well-known lanes for that other lobby. They all kind of finished on the bottom, with Ramlakeen and Spencer finishing in at 6th, 7th, and 8th. That's a little surprising. But looking at Degree, who I think came in with actually one of the lowest top 4 rates along with Clear, it's good that they've started that way as well. So, you know, our 8th place friends are definitely feeling the heat right now. They got to turn it around in the next lobby.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, it is tough, right? Especially if you want to be fighting for those bonus points. You know, will they be pivoting in the strategies already early on? Also interested to find out, you know, what kind of comps people played, you know, in that other lobby, if it does mirror what we were seeing in the lobby that we were following, because the meta is definitely going to develop throughout the day.
I was literally thinking the same thing. I was like, I wonder if we saw the exact same kind of pattern happening in Lobby A as well, and how much of that comfort really does come into play, because that's another thing we just have to keep our eyes on, is it really about the creativity and finding those interesting angles, or is it just going to be more of the same and multicasters dominance? We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to have game 2 of day 1 of the LCQ. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the NALCQ. I teased them at the top of the show, but they're finally here to get in on the action. We've got Crowan and Makes joining us on the broadcast. Crowan, it's so good to see you again. How are you doing?
I'm doing great. It's great to be here. And as much as I've cast TFT, this is the first time that I'm casting an LCQ. And there's a ton on the line, right? There's a lot of players who are really gunning for that regional spot and would be really disappointed if they missed out on it. So really exciting times. And glad to be able to do it with Makes as well, come from EMEA. We cast together a few sets back in Worlds, but it's been a while, so good to have you back.
Yeah, so good to have you back, Makes. Welcome back from EMEA. We're stealing you for a little bit. How are you doing?
I'm happy to be stolen away for something exciting as the LCQ, of course. Now, we won't talk about my personal LCQ history because it'll get me depressed, but we will be talking about it today, and I'm so excited for many of these players and to see who makes it to finals to then eventually will lose against EMEA, right?
That is a pipe dream right there, if I've ever heard one. I think we can look back at a few sets, and I think the history might speak just a little bit differently, but I have heard that there is some great competition happening over there, and I'm sure this will also be a nice warm-up to the EMEA regional finals that are going to be happening just next weekend. And what a great game number one we had. When we were looking at the end of Lobby B, we were very interested in the scoreboards to hear what was going on in this lobby. So, Crowan, give us the dirty details. What was going on with how Degree and Clear kind of ran away with the lobby?
Yeah, Degree going a Cho reroll, Clear going a Ionia Vanquisher kind of line with an Ashe 3, but the whole lobby was kind of crazy because it was Halls the 9 and everyone opened up with a tome, and Makes had mentioned off air, like, yeah, really with the TF players being able to roll their emblems into whatever they want, like we had some crazy cap boards. There was a lot of variance though, and I think that was a big question coming into this event, right, is what's the meta going to land on? There was a patch, there was a B patch, how good are multicasters? And we saw some multicaster success in the on-stream lobby B, but in lobby A, they went dead 8th. Now that is kind of just, I don't think that's going to be the case all weekend, right? But it is just pretty crazy. We saw some Bilgewater trying to be run, some Noxus in both the Samira and Cassiopeia reroll style, and then just going, kind of vertical Noxus with Ramblin', but both of them actually didn't really find success. They ended up in the bot 4, so crazy stuff. Even saw a 6 Gunner come out from Little Top in that place in the top 4, so yeah, a lot of exciting stuff, and just game number 1.
I love your face, Necro. You're like,
I'm just enjoying all of this.
Gunner?
I'm like, this is so juicy. Like, with spicy compositions we get a chance to see for our first game. And, like, Gunner, I feel like that's going to be a really interesting talking point because we ended up seeing a little bit of Gunner even happen in our very first game that did pretty okay. Like, it was Basso's kills with the Rogue Gunner combination. Did end up getting a second place, so we'll see if kind of maybe that is the way to go. Crowan and Makes, take us away for this game number 2.
Thank you very much, Necra. Game 2, Lobby A, Makes, and 7 out of 8 players really loving the Shurima Bazaar potential here.
Yeah, Ramblin', the only one that's currently standing away as Clear, also hops over to Valar's Hollow. One more thing I did want to mention about this lobby in the previous game is that a Cho reroll took first place, and it seems like the luck is with Clear here, going into that Valar's Hollow.
Yeah, that was great. The last second pivot and then being the one man who wins out on that portal roll. That's crazy. Not anyone was going to be thinking about that. Valor's Hollow. We are going to be getting some support anvils coming through. So these support items, players haven't really had that much time to really be like, okay, what's OP with, a bunch of comps, right? There's like the Radiant Virtue, that's really good, say with the Cho'Gath or the Bruisers, but a lot of them are just kind of generic. They're going to be beefing up the composition a little bit, but I'm excited to see how players continue to develop and utilize those support items.
I think especially if you're hitting something like a Sapphire from this support anvil, you're going to be ratting and having a good time.
Oh yeah,
definitely. Like, it's one of my favorite ones to get out of the support items. Of course, also shout out to that Shroud of Stillness. But yeah, we'll see what comes around as now we're looking over Kuhn. Let's see what comes together. There's a Kassadin already, a Cho as well, and that could be, if a Malzahar comes around, a Void starter, which is always good to have. That knock up, the Remora, extra body on the field, you'll love to see it.
Yeah, definitely. And the Ishtal is going to be wood in this game, so you can consider something like a Cho'Gath reroll, be able to stack up the HP early game. If you find a Kiana, find a Melio as well for that early 2 Ishtal, there's potential there. Ramblin' not really having anything indicative of a direction this board, but an early Aurelia 2 is surely just a fine start.
We're also getting word from our lovely admins that most of the players in this lobby are playing Twisted Fate as Legend. There's only 2 outliers with Ramblin' and Yunwolf. So we'll see whether or not they go with their Legend augments. Previous round, Ramblin' did go for the emblem, did go for the Earth. It didn't work too well, so now he is going to re-roll and go for something else instead, but we'll see what everybody else will pick up.
Yeah, that's actually really interesting. So we have the whole perspective of the tournament, meaning there's 3 Paro players, 2 Earth players, and then everyone else is TF in the whole tournament. That's absolutely crazy how players have landed on this kind of TF playstyle, because it's really good for multiple lines, right? Especially the multicasters, which is on everyone's radar coming into the patch, which are still good even after the B patch, but then going towards comps like Mordekaiser and Neela as well. And while they were nerfed, they're still really good, and you love RFCs on those, so it just makes sense, I think, seeing so much TF.
Yeah, and it's also really fun because at the very beginning, when set 9 came out, TF was also everyone's favorite. So now with TF, nearing an end, with the set nearing an end, TF coming back is really fun to me. So
Yeah.
definitely the flavor of the month right now. And you can see it on the other side. Spencer, having picked up that Pandora's, is currently re-rolling a lot of items. And that's something you're seeing a lot with players who pick up the TF, pick up the Pandora's, that they don't have as strong of an early game because they are re-rolling some of the items that they have.
Definitely, they're going to be playing greedier, wanting to greed out all these items, losing HP in the early game. But that does turn our attention to the players who are able to win streak out, right? Maybe the players who are playing TF and got really lucky in their early rolls, or just have strong boards like Degree here, hits an early kill too, has Demacia online. The recent Sona changes as well means that, Sona's going to be buffing up the attack speed of units to the left and right of her, right, as soon as she casts, and for the entirety of combat. And it's only a 1 item kill, right, with the Radiant. Oh, actually, going as far as slamming the RFC, so I guess we see some direction that Degree is willing to go to with either that Mordekaiser or a Neela option, presumably.
Yeah, exactly. Like, RFC is such a good item right now that even right now for this kill comp for the early game, it's going to do wonders. But of course, on the other side is Clear, and Clear is not putting up a lot of a bench here or a lot of a board, is playing Blood Money, wants to get that early head start, get a little bit of extra econ to get that started, so is playing for that lost streak angle right now.
Definitely. Players on top are still continuing to be on top. 4 players still streaking into 2-3, as do have item anvil components coming through from the Valor's Hollow as well. Hop in that, get to see if we want to slam anything or just still continue to reroll all the items for Spencer here. The Ionia 2 Challenger is decent in the early game, maybe at preserving HP, but they're all just 1-star units, no slammed items, of course. Is going to decide that Warmogs is good enough, though. Maybe trying to save just a little bit more. Able to make 20 gold, though, is a big thing for Spencer at 2-3.
Yeah, hopping over to it. I think the other board might be stronger. Let's see if that Warmox can do it, can provide a little bit of sustain here. Although another loss would do him good on the loss streak here. But I think the Aurelia too strong is going to win against Young Wolf as we now go into Carousel right after that. And of course, the big question is if there's anything tasty first Carousel. Usually it's all about those items, but we will see some bigger upgrades coming through later on. Hopping over to the Greedo, the Kale will not be able to carry this one out.
No, not quite. I did want to call out the augment really quick from Unwilf, which was the on a roll, and they're playing Paro, so it's not like they're trying to tailor that playing Lee Sin or anything, but they did go in a Samira and Cassiopeia reroll playstyle last game, barely went 5th with it, but it seems like they might be trying to do the exact same thing again here.
Yeah, I like that. I think, in this current patch and also in the previous patch, spatulas have really regained a lot of value. There's always these patches where like spatulas get left open, nobody really wants them unless they can make a tech crown. But right now in this meta, it feels like if you get a spatula and you can make something with it, it's so good. We've seen the Ionia emblem come through in the previous game, but also lots and lots of different other emblems that are just so game changing and game forming. So I really like this pickup.
Definitely going to save it, I believe, for the Noxus emblem. Going to keep the bench full because every reroll that comes through and, you know, you hit a pair, that's a free reroll. You make that gold back, and hoping to hit more of these smears in Cassiopeia. It looks like, yeah, of course, that is what the angle from Unwolf is going to be. But then you got to consider what the item slams you're waiting for are, right? Like, are you going to want to get all these blue buffs coming through, right? That's really good for Cassiopeia. Actually, still pretty good for the Samira as well. But she is able to make other items work, like IEs, Death Blades, things like that. But just going to be comfortable lost streaking here, not wanting to make his board too powerful. As, yeah, if any item was slammed here, might have been the difference. It's still close either way, though. The Streama buff. Yeah, okay, it is still powerful.
That was a really, really good turn there coming through on the Cassiopeia. It won't work for this board though. Cassiopeia 1 is just not strong enough. As we are moving, we do have Keon on 100 HP and streaking. And that is always something that if you're in a game like this, you're looking at it and you're like, uh-oh, not good. If I go up against this player, it's a guaranteed loss. And for anybody that hasn't been like, lost streaking on purpose from the start of the game, like Clear here, for example, you really don't want to face a player like this because it ruins whatever streak you're trying to get going.
Yeah, and for Clear, it's a little bit concerning if he does run into another weak player, right? Because Clear wants to continue to buff this Cho'Gath up. It already has 2 of the 3 best in slot items for the Cho'Gath reroll composition, but going into Ramblin' here is Clear too strong and snaps the streak.
Yeah, I think he might be the crescendo on the side of Sona coming out, but it is a Sona 1. And it takes a long time for her to regain that mana. Multicaster's buff gets a second cast, but the Cho'Gath, one bite does it and will stop the losing streak here.
Gonna miss out on a little bit of gold there, but I guess preserves a bit of HP. Would have loved the gold to be able to reroll with that Cho'Gath 3. Get that online as fast as possible. It will stack more HP throughout the entirety of the game. Very, very powerful. Unwolf still on very low gold again because he's just trying to make use of this honor roll augment. Yeah. Not really hitting anything. Only 5 Cassios, 4 Samiras. This is kind of below pace, I think.
I think so too. You really would have liked to have at least a second 2-star on the bench by now, I think, and it's not really coming together. So Mortark not looking down with a smile on Unwolf right now. Hopefully it's going to work out though, as the 1 costs stop coming around the further we go into game. I think he still has the next round to go because he didn't level previously to maybe get some extra 1 cost and maybe hit something. Doesn't seem to really work out. The other side though is Clear, who is getting those upgrades through.
Yeah, has a ton of gold, way more than Unwolf, and so we're going to see this roll. Generally, you roll down to at least 30 gold. If Clear is really close to Cho'Gath 3, might continue to roll a bit deeper than that. But finding things like Vi and Rek'Sai is really, really good to consider going into 4 Bruiser in the relative near future. Let's roll past the Cassio, so isn't going for that kind of secondary carry style, is going more for Melio 3. Is at the 30 gold, not quite close to the Cho'Gath, so he might just stop here for now. And it looks like that's exactly what he's doing.
That's not something you see a whole lot of, that Melio. I think there was a short time in patches where it came up when you played Invokers, when you played around them, you would get that Melio, and it's good because it stuns the enemy units. But I don't think it's enough direction for this board. Hopefully he can do something with it as we are hopping over. It's still Kian who's streaking as we are entering augments, and it will be golden augments for players now.
Yeah, item grab bag for the TF. Usually just skip over this one. Last stand, maybe decent. Silver ticket does have some consideration here, considering that Clear still does have a decent amount to go with these rerolls. Needs 3 more Cho'Gaths, just 1 more Melio. But the silver ticket odds only being 30% is generally not going to be persuasive enough for players to click on that one. So yeah, just re-rolling all of them and maybe just going for that item grab bag, it seems.
It's interesting because the double trouble used to be so good. And we saw a lot of variations of it, but it's not as good anymore, and it will be the combat caster instead. How do you feel about this one, Crone?
Yeah, Combat Caster is generically good. It sometimes kind of feels like it does nothing when you're playing with it, but overall the stats actually do support that. It's like it's pretty solid.
There it is.
Hits the Melio, at least. No more Cho'Gaths is still really unfortunate because that is the one unit that is the most important in this comp. But going back to the Melio conversation, I think it does make sense, given that it is specifically Wood Ishtal. So running that Melio for maybe longer than you usually would in the game is going to still have a lot of benefits, but does think that the 4 Bruiser is a bit more powerful right now. Maybe Clear wants to preserve more HP, because generally players would be running that Kiana over, say, the Rek'Sai, only playing 3 Bruiser, but you're still stacking up that Cho'Gath HP for the end game where he's going to become a just massive monster.
Yeah, I really like playing around that Ishtal, but similar to Cho'Gath, the wood also stacks up, and we're not getting those stacks right now. So it's a little bit of a balancing act for Clear right now to get those sorted out. In comes a little bit of an upgrade. The support items are finally here, and there is a Zephyr in this offering.
The Zephyr, the Nielsen big gem here, has some potential, I think, with this Demacia comp, being able to get to that 15 seconds, get like the semi-ascension proc, I suppose, the 30% bonus damage. I think is going to be considered by degree, but the Zephyr, like you mentioned, is just too powerful. Zephyr is so good.
I mean, you gotta ratch whenever you can, Rowan. Don't come for me, Twitch chat, but that's exactly how it goes. We're curious what everybody else is getting on these upgrades. Of course, we're gonna get a sneak peek when we head into the carousel, so stay tuned for that. But right now, it's going to be the Gree against Kambuli, and Kyun, what can I say? He's still streaking, still 100 HP and on fire.
Yeah. Just for a little bit of context, I do want to mention Kyun has been moving recently, so hasn't really had that much practice in the past like 8 days of TFT. He played some warm-up games today, went literally 8-7, 8-8-8 on ladder coming into the event.
I was gonna mention it.
I will, okay, I will mention it because I think it offers a lot of perspective. Kyun getting all those bad games out of the way, understanding even if you're like limit testing in just those few games, he seemed to either found his footing or high rolled or a combination of the two, right? I think it's like in some parts going to be there, but either way, Kyun's making it work, and we get a little preview of the board right now, and it is multicasters, which he was practicing a lot to start the day on stream. So being uncontested, actually no, he is contested with Kambuli, so that might not bode well as we do reach the mid game in terms of finding those 3 stars, but at least it's good enough to streak right now, and that's the important part.
It absolutely is. And while you were filling us in on getting those low rolls out of the way for Kyun, I was staring at those support items that players racked up, and we're looking at 1 Shroud and 2 Zephyrs in this game. So that's going to be a lot of positioning that players need to play around and kind of be on the lookout for, to make sure that they're not getting hit on their carries with any of these as we move through. But for Spencer, double RFC onto the Azir.
Double RFC, maybe wants to go somewhere else for later, but for now, RFC is one of the items that Azir can use decently well, especially having 2 stream online. The front line is decent with the upgraded Nautilus and the Nasus. Might not get a round win, depends how much work this Cho'Gath can do, but still solid. As I mean, Azir's being bought a lot of time right now.
Absolutely right. He is stuck on that giant Cho'Gath, but the rest of his front line is helping him so much, keeping everything at bay, especially that Milio that we were talking about. The Azir not getting stunned out was really, really helpful here for this fight for Spencer to actually take this one home, and he needs to keep doing that. If you're looking on the right side of the screen, there is big disparity in the HP totals of this lobby.
Oh, definitely. 100 HP Q and all the way down to 32 from Clear. Still not hitting the Cho'Gath. Is going to roll down to 0, it seems like here. 1 away from Cho, 1 away from Renekton, and we're just not hitting. Finally!
Oh, there it
comes through. That's huge.
It is, but is it too little too late, Crone? I'm a little bit scared. We still want to get that Wood Ishtal in. We still want to stack up that additional HP. And now that the Cho'Gath is 3, I hope we can get to do that. Clear, not enough gold to make it happen right now, but hopefully soon. Let's see that Cho'Gath chomp him in power. Other side, though, is Ramblin with a Sona, with a Kai'Sa. That's a lot of AoE damage that's crashing down onto the backline, as well as that Renekton, so I don't think the Cho'Gath can 1v5 here.
The Radiant Virtue is going to be really good as a support item for Ramblin. The Renekton die is going to be healing a decent amount, but the anti-heal coming through with the Sona and it, yeah, like you mentioned, Mix, is just not enough. Clear, dropping dangerously low. Can't even level to 6 in the next turn. We'll have to, maybe if he gets some gold on this Wolf round, can do so. But taking a look at who else needs to hit in the lobby, Kambuli, 70 gold, 2 TFs away. Not close to any of the 3 stars, but TF is the main one in this composition.
It is, and he has really good items. Has that blue buff, has that hex tech, has the Neshers, and so much gold, like you were saying. Of course, is holding on to it because of his augments. We'll see what else comes around, but those shops really being in his favor here. Coming through is going to be a sword and a vest, and hopefully maybe more TFs for Kambuli, as we are in spooky season, and the name Boo is there, so I think he should get some extra luck as we are moving through tournaments today. Vel'Koz 2 being hit is definitely going to be a good one, but sadly no other TFs coming through. We're rolling a little bit more greedy, finding a Galio, as well as hovering that Talia is not going to pick it up, but Galio 2 will come into fruition for Kambuli. Meantime, Yunwolf hits Cassiopeia 3.
Yeah, finally that reroll from the Noxus angle comes through. That's a TG on the Samira, and that's a tank Samira that we don't like to see. However, the items on the Cassio are pretty solid. Might be good enough to shred through the Gallios, considering it is only a Galio 2 for Kambuli. That roll down was okay. Hit a Vel'Koz 2 and hit 3 Gallios, but really the TF's the main thing there and just didn't hit. Multicaster's still good enough, though, to be taking out Unwolf.
Yeah, absolutely right. The Vel'Koz 2 and that fully itemized TF, you're doing it together. All those extra casts coming through is so much power, so much damage going out onto individual units, and that is going to be enough to do it here. Kyun's win streak now also broken, so the rest of the lobby is sighing of relief right now as we are hitting third augments. It's going to be golden ones as well.
Yep, teaming up Combat Caster, tons of stats. Combat Caster perhaps going to be solid in this. Mana burn though, getting another Shroud in the mix is certainly going to be worrying for the rest of the lobby if Kambuli does pick that one, but maybe take a look at some stats here, who knows, maybe considering what is the best. And yeah, Combat Caster makes a lot of sense. These multicasters are going to be casting very frequently, a lot as well with the TF with the blue buff. Galio going to be hopefully living a very long time, getting a lot of value from that augment as well, especially when that tier 3 comes through. But makes in stage 4, especially 4-2, a lot of players are going to be leveling up their boards. The whole lobby is getting a lot stronger, and Kambuli really hasn't at this point.
Yeah, I'm also a little bit worried. The ray of light here is that he's on 64 HP, so that's still a lot to work with, whereas lower at the HP totals on the right-hand side, you can see some players that are starting to get backed up into a corner, like Clear, Ramblin maybe soon as well. So right now, I'm not too worried just yet. I've seen players recover on less than that, and I think Kambuli also still has the chance to get that, but he would need what's being shown in the Grease shop, which is that TF that just doesn't want to show up for him.
No, it really doesn't. Especially when you're contested as well, like Kambuli and Kyun are. It's like, okay, maybe I can wait till the other person's going to die in the game and then I roll. But Kambuli cannot wait for that because Kyun's by far top of the lobby, right? Win streak through the whole first 10 rounds of the game. Is only sitting on 3 TFs, and I think Kyun made a very good decision in this game to consider pushing levels as opposed to rolling for those tier 3s just because he is so contested. But now we get a chance to look at this board. Kyun was streaking those first 10 rounds only with a Galio 1. Didn't even hit Galio 2 yet.
And that's so crazy, right? That makes you really think what was going on there. How was that possible? Yeah. And I'm really surprised to see that as well. But of course, together with the Poppy 2 and the double Sona as well as the TF2, that's a lot of power you're going to have in the backline that will allow you to at least kill enemies quickly. So you don't even need, right? You don't even need to tank as long. Just kill them first.
Yeah. Wow, this multicaster is still just doing enough. Don't even need to kill the Joe first. Just take everything out. The Sona is going to be great, especially being tier 2'd with those 2 really good items. You're always going to want to shiv Amarillos on that Sona. Be able to get another item on there as well. It's just the kind of cherry on top. And now we get our stage 4 carousel makes, get a little peek at everyone's boards, and another spat is being able to be offered here.
And it's on a rise nonetheless. That's 5 gold for you, or a legendary unit if you want it, and Spencer is going to pick it up. But if you're looking at the bottom of the screen, there are so many golden units showing up, and that really gives you a good direction for what kind of patch we are in right now with this B patch. Lots and lots of contagion, know your enemy being picked up as well. So that shows you that many of these players really play similar boards right now, as we are hopping over to the Gree. We're gonna see that Cyan come together and the Nautilus being upgraded. The Demacia board is not something you saw a lot in the previous patches, but it is coming back into the popularity.
Yeah, this is really interesting, actually. Degree just kind of played tempo Demacia here, looking to pivot over into, I mean, I think ideally a Belveth, but first of all, Camberley does hit the TF3. That's massive.
Wow.
Galio 3 as well coming through. That was exactly what he was looking for, and especially going up to this matchup against Clear. Yeah, this is the
Clear
great
might
timing to
die.
get these online.
This is really, really close between the two of them. He relies on that Cho'Gath, on the Milio 3 to make him be able to hold on here. But check out this Galio. He does not want to die. The stack decks, they keep on flying into this Cho'Gath. All of the multicasters are shredding into it as the crescendos keep coming in. The Cho'Gath heals back, but it's not going to be
Galio.
enough. He falls over, and the Twisted Fate will end it here. Clear taking a big, big hit, but not enough to knock him out just yet.
Oh, just single-digit HP left for Clear. One more fight. If he loses, he'll be out. Clear levels to 7, trying to get some more online, whether it be like 6 bruisers, if he high rolls a Scion maybe. But no, it's just gonna be 5 bruiser, 2 Shurima, no more Ishtal being played. The spark on the Renekton as well as that Radiant Virtue. I mean, it's okay for the Melio damage as well to try to buff that up, and the Cho'Gath feasts, but it might not be enough.
Yeah, I'm really worried. Going up against Yulnwolf on the other side, we do have the Noxus. Check out that Jarvan, because he is going to slow down the entire pack here, notably not that Milio. So a lot more stuns keep coming from the backline, which if they hit that Cassiopeia, if they hit that Samira, you're going to have a really, really good time here. Is not the case though. The balls fly to the left-hand side of the field, and now everything is relying on that Milio to kick him out. I think he maybe can do it here. Check out the
Barely.
power, and Clear hangs on.
Wow, that fight was so back and forth. It's like, okay, Cho'Gath healthy is fine. Wait a minute, this Samira shred from the entirety of the fight means that this Cho'Gath is melting. Oh, wait a minute, Melio's doing so much damage too, and it just comes down to the Azir at the end. Absolutely crazy fight. If that was just a little bit worse positioning or fight RNG, Clear would have been out, but he does live into neutrals, into stage 5, as we get a chance to look at Ramblin' and this massive pivot here, going for 6 Shurima.
And that's also not something we've been seeing a lot of, right? There's another Shurima emblem on the bench for Ramblin', so he has the opportunity to maybe go even more into the vertical or play something else here, as he is building out more and more traits that is going to benefit his Know Your Enemy. But for now, it's going to be component endles as well, and a little bit of rolling, and he picks up many legendaries in these shops here. Wow!
So many. Cassante being a big one that you love to run with the 6 Shurima. A Belveth could have been a good Shurima option as well, but might just put it on either the Fiora or the Jarvan. It seems like he still has 3 components to work with, but yeah, it is going to be the Jarvan, get the rating item over there. Not hitting the Azir 2 or Fiora 2 is a big deal. Jarvan 2 either as well. Those rolls were, they saw a lot of legendaries, and that's cool and all, but those really weren't the units that Ramblin' wanted.
It's not what you were looking for, but at least it is a Cassante, and you can see him wreak havoc there in that front line. The Galio being kicked left and right, but it's not enough. The backline will face the wrath of this TF. Ramblin' taking a big, big hit here as well. Does Clear survive, though? I don't think he does. Goes out in 8th, unfortunately, here in game number 2.
Clear out in 8th after a pretty good, lobby A, getting or game 1, excuse me, in lobby A, getting 2nd place, but not able to kind of carry that momentum forward, as Ramblin' might be joining him soon here out in the bottom 2, especially because every roll that comes through and no upgrades are found, Ramblin's just probably not powerful enough at this point. Even with the 6 Shurima, right? You're buffing up really only 1-star units, at least the important ones. The only tier 2 ones are going to be the Neferi and the Talia, but those are kind of just there for the synergies.
Last second, moving around on the other side, there is a Shroud that's going to burn, and it will hit. Finds the Azir, finds the Sona. Both of these units are now a little bit slowed in their casting, but is it going to be enough? Another knockup delivered by that Scion. He's now onto them, and the Azir one doesn't have a whole lot of health, but enough to survive this one as he's making his way through the board from right to left. I think we're going to be able to hang on for Ramblin' at least one more round.
That's huge on the round to maybe find an upgrade, perhaps play for just one more placement higher if Degree or Unwolf does fall and take some couple of big hits the next couple of rounds. As we do take a look at Lil Top going for a Void reroll, and has the Pandora's Bench actually making that a lot more likely to hit all these upgrades, as 3 Vel'Koz away, 1 Rek'Sai, and as soon as the units come through, buffing up the stats of that Rift Herald, that is absolutely phenomenal. Lil Top even still doing a great job at preserving HP up until this point. And Ramblin finds Nasus too, but no gold, doesn't want to sell the Azir for it. And I can't blame him, right? Because that's the win condition is Azir too.
Yeah.
Oh man, this is rough.
Is it though? The Zephyr finds that Zona. Ramblin knew that and moved the Azir to the other side, still benefiting off of that buff from the Zona. But is it going to be enough? The Sion is there. The turret from the Heimerdinger is going to attack the Azir as well. That's going to be all she wrote. Ramblin out in 7th, and Yunwolf also taking big hits here. Looking at the green, Yunwolf, they're the next players in line to maybe get knocked out here. Anything they can pick up, Crone, that might save them.
Wolf picking up a little bit of front line because, yeah, with the Samira 3, with the Cassiopeia 3, it's a lot of back line, but the front line's really just like a Darius 2, Swain 3, right, which is good, but Jarvan 1 as well. You're going to want some more threats. The Protector's Vow giving that extra starting mana to Jarvan is fantastic. That might be enough to buy him a round or two. You know, every single Jarvan cast can be so impactful. As Lil Top is continuing to roll, he isn't really finding any upgrades right now, though, and really wants to be rolling these 9 gold worth of units on the right hand side of the bench every single turn. Let's find
Guarantees you a 3 cost option, right? And if you're 1 copy away from this Rek'Sai, why wouldn't you? After all, the Zinedine Serald is currently being positioned in the backline here, close to that Rek'Sai, but of course goes into the front line right before we go in. Zephyr on the far left corner. We will see whether or not it hits, but Yunwol going up against Kambuli here, and that is a pretty stacked multicaster board on the other side. I don't think you can do much against it, but we'll see whether or not Yunwol has the power to do so. The Samira and the Cassiopeia are able to take out that Twisted Fate, but can they do the same thing with the Zona and the Vel'Koz? Yes, they can. Gods can bleed, and multicasters can lose, Crowan.
Yes, they can. Into a 7 Noxus board. The Noxus coming online into the Aatrox as well is pretty big. Even if it's only an Aatrox one, right? Still a decent amount of damage, and just Aatrox in general buffing up that board. But the Swain was the key. Oh yeah, is selling out because Lil Top has lost every single round. He's like, oh, if I lose one more, I'm just gonna be dead. So I guess I can sell out of you know, these 3 costs on the bench and just try to find the Rek'Sai 3, especially considering the Rek'Sai has 3 items, is gonna be buffed up with some damage from the Know Your Enemy as well, and just provides a lot more stats that Rift Herald. Like I don't blame him for making this decision. It's just unfortunate that it didn't quite work out, it looks like.
Honestly, I prefer this over saving these rerolls for the next game. So shout out to Lil Top for trying everything that was in his power here, but maybe it's enough to hang on. The other side is Yunwol with that Samira and the Cassiopeia we just saw, but the Rek'Sai has fallen. Can the Vel'Koz maybe avoid the pain that is about to come, but it's not going to be in Lil Top's favor, getting... Oh?
Good enough loss.
Knocked down to 1 HP. He has another chance to maybe hit.
Well, okay. Oh, there it is.
There it is.
Rek'Sai 3. Is it too little too late, though? He has survived 1 HP, and this Rek'Sai is going to be really strong in whatever next fight, whoever he faces.
First is going to be Dragon, so there's a little bit of an upgrade for everybody. Nobody will lose to that one, hopefully. I haven't seen it yet. It would be a first. But we'll see if whether or not there's maybe a nice little item upgrade that players can hit. And for a Lil Top, there will be a Jace. So if that one rerolls into a Vel'Koz, you're
right
going
now,
to be chilling.
No.
Not the case.
That would have been so hype if that actually was the case.
It would have.
Exactly
I was
Vel'Koz.
hoping for it.
Unfortunate though, but a lot of players reaching dangerously low HP values right now makes Kambuli finding the Ahri. Rolls into a blue buff. That's really good for the Ahri.
Good.
Does actually puts it on the Jarvan instead. Just values the values the CC, values the cast of the Jarvan actually happening, considering it is just a Jarvan 1. So I don't know, because there was a lot of frontline power from the Galio, but either way, gonna be fighting Spencer here in the Bilgewater.
I actually don't hate this because it is an RE1 and she's more likely than not going to fall over into any AoE cleave anyhow. So you're really hoping for her to get her one essence theft out. Regardless, that's not going to happen. The Sejuani making headway to that backline will end Ari's life as left and right players are losing. Kambuli will go out, visibly frustrated, of course, here with a 6th place. Lil Top and Degree able to hang on their single digits, but the Vel'Koz 3 still not showing up for Lil Top.
No, it's not here. Gonna have to pray to win another round. Lil Top did win last round, so right, Lil Top could all of a sudden be in a top 4 situation here, even without the Vel'Koz coming through. The extra TG actually on the secondary Vel'Koz, RFC and Sterix, not the best items in the world, but hey, maybe we get one more and have 2 chances to roll into that Vel'Koz 3 in the next round.
I really love that he's gone from like selling off units off of his Pandora's bench into putting in 2 stars for like trying to get maximum efficiency out of it. But it is between Lil Top and Kiyun. Kiyun had such a great start into the game, but wasn't able to capitalize on it as his backline is decimated by these casters here. It's going to take a massive hit, able to hang on as well though. But on the other side is the Gree, who's fighting for his life in a battle of Nila. Will also survive.
So everyone's still surviving this round makes this is crazy for just a game 2. Kiyun all of a sudden even winning the first 10 rounds of the game, playing this tempo style multicasters, might be going out in the bot 4 here. I think Kiyun, the trajectory of this game is exactly how he expected it to go, being contested, right? Kambuli, the other player, is going to be out in bot 4, so Kiyun has out survived the other one. That's exactly what you want to have happen. But now I don't think he's going to be as strong as anybody else in this lobby. Maybe he should just hope for a better loss than somebody else.
That's definitely what it's going to come down to, I think. We're going to see who Kiyun matches up against, and it is going to be Degree. One of the two will get knocked out here. Zephyr hits onto the backline, but doesn't find the Twisted Fate. He's able to keep on casting. Those stacks will fly into the enemy team, but is it going to be enough? The Dreadway sails into the enemy backline as Kiyun's board is taken apart by Degree. He's getting knocked out -6. Does anyone offer more? Lil Top fighting for survival still, but will go out with -5, and Kiyun gets a final -15. It's so close!
-15 to -14 after all the HP values do come through, and that was exactly the kind of heads up, oh, are you having a better loss than me situation that we were anticipating going to that round. And at the end of the day, Kiyun ends up bottom 4 in what seems like a tragedy of a game, really, considering the spot that Kiyun was in, playing it really well, really intelligently, but Lil Top able with that Void reroll, finding the Rek'Sai, able to hang on for it, and super well fought. You can tell the stakes that these players are playing under right now, and just every single inch you're gonna take.
Yeah, Spencer trying to wiggle around with the items here. Shen 2 coming through is definitely going to be picked up for that Twisted Fate that he was hanging on to, but it is between Yunwolf, Degree, and Spencer, and Spencer out of those 3 is the only one that can still hang on, maybe with a good loss, so he is going to be the one that will put pressure down. On the other side, there is a Zephyr. Actually, both have Zephyrs, and it will hit that Heimerdinger, but nothing of value on any of these teams, just some random legendaries, none of the carries getting taken into the air. Nila finds that backline, moves from right to left on the side of Degree, and I think that it is the front line has fallen. The Nila has been taken out, and Spencer serves a loss to Degree.
Oh wow, yeah, Degree taking the big loss, and the other side, it's just going to be a bit of a cleanup in that fight from Spencer's Ghost, as that's a wrap.
Wow!
Spencer, Bilgewater,
Winning
Nila,
it!
double RFC, just taking the game.
I didn't expect that one.
Me either, actually. I was like copying down comps, and all of a sudden I look up and it was over. Wow, sometimes that's just how it works sometimes, especially when you're able to build out a carry so good. But that brings me to an interesting point, is like, how did we really feel like Bilgewater would fit into this meta, mates?
I don't think as good as I want it to be. I think after 9.5 came out, Bilgewater was so strong, it got incredibly nerfed, and it kind of never really recovered as much. Neela is still a really, really good unit, and she's actually, I think, one of the most valuable emblem carriers on most of the emblems. So whenever you have one, you can just kind of slot her in and work her in any of the comps that you're running. So I really like that, but I think Bilgewater in itself, very specific.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe a little niche. I was definitely looking at like Neela as a great like Ionia emblem carry, and even just looking across the board, Crow, and I feel like emblems have been such a huge part of our current meta, and it feels very valuable when you get a chance to have one and go super vertical.
Yeah, I think that does come into play because it is a relatively new fresh patch. People, especially the patch players, are figuring it out. Either going reroll style or just going vertical are going to be the most kind of intuitive things to pick up. But also those are comps that people know are still strong, especially around core units like the Neela. Even playing Bilgewater, and Bilgewater 5 and 9, I believe, got buffed into this patch, so it's not going to really come into play when you're getting to that 7, but it does mean your mid game with 5 Bilgewater is a lot more powerful, able to save up more HP, and then find your upgrades, build a more cap board, and I think that's a little bit of why this is able to find a little bit of success, specifically with that Bilgewater. But emblems in general, just great, and I think we're seeing a lot of, even over the past 2 games, of how much they can do.
I'm a big Gangplank fan. Not gonna lie, that unit's really fun to play around if you're able to get it online. But let's take a look at our scoreboards and talk a little bit about the big picture, because we have 2 games down. We were following Lobby A, where things feel like it kind of got flipped on its head a little bit, but Lobby B as well. I mean, this also kind of feels like a similar story where some of the players that kind of bombed out from Lobby B are also sitting towards the top here, Crowan.
Yeah, no, definitely. These standings, I mean, it's just 2 games, right? So anything can still happen, but it's kind of crazy. And you expect to see players like, I think, Pokygum really going to be showing up over this competition. Like, there's a lot of stacked names here. It's something that has been mentioned over the course of this weekend. This is the most stacked LCQ we have seen. So I just love to see that. But that also means that players who you don't expect to are going to be going 8th place or bottom 2 or something, right? Like Sox in 6 in Lobby B, even like Ramblin' we see in Lobby A as well, right?
I think something that's really interesting here with these results is that they're kind of inverted of game 1. If you're looking at the player names, a lot of the players that went into 1st or 2nd are now coming in at 7th and 8th, and vice versa. So really, players adapting to what's going on still with this B patch being as fresh as it is.
Oh, for sure. I mean, one thing's for sure is multicasters are still kind of strong, but aren't they beefed a little bit? What was going on in our lobby that you feel like made multicasters kind of an issue?
Yeah, the contesting that happened in the lobby that we saw is an issue, but I think Azale, you want to talk about multicasters as well in the off-screen lobby, because it's kind of the dynamic of like on broadcast, either seeing them do really well or really bad, but then the other lobbies, they just go absolutely nuts. Like, what happened?
Yeah. I mean, the first game that we casted, we watched multicasters get 1st place with perfected repetition, and we just saw the same thing again happen in the lobby off-stream. So Pokygum had 1 health, hit full board, got perfected repetition as his 3rd augment, and was basically able to just run the table. He beat out David Ace, who was playing a pretty interesting board, had a Shurima emblem plus a Noxus emblem, so he was playing 6 Shurima, 5 Noxus with a Noxus Azir and a Shurima Aatrox. He had Aatrox 2, Scion 2, still couldn't beat the multicaster board. So a very capped board that David Ace was playing, and it's just kind of showcasing, as you're saying, Crowan, if people are actually contesting and you can't hit the 3 stars, multicasters really is not that strong. But if you can kind of get that ultimate board, it seems super hard to contest. So it'll be interesting to see if players are going to be, fighting for it, or if everyone's just going to kind of have this unspoken rule where only one person can go for it because no one wants to go for it and actually lose out.
Yeah, I was actually kind of wondering, Azale, when we got a chance to look at it from just like getting a little bit of a picture of what was going on for that first game in Lobby A, we were just kind of wondering, what was going on with the Degree, Clear, how are they doing? What is your take on Gunners right now? Is that really like the strat? Is that maybe a secret sauce these players can rely upon?
Gunners? I think Gunners can be pretty strong. I think there's some different variants. Most commonly you see people playing with Piltover, right? If you can get a 2-1 Piltover start, you can play into it. But I do think Bastion with Aphelios, I've seen have some success on ladder. I still think you can play those kind of more standard rerolls around Jace as the carry. Jinx has obviously been nerfed, so people aren't going for 3-star Jinx carry nearly as often. But I do think you can still play 4-gunner. If you can hit an emblem, 6-gunner is actually a really strong cap board with GP. So I do think it's viable, but I think it's harder to get to the boards that you need to actually win out in a lobby with Gunner than it is with some of the more common comps.
We're gonna have to keep our eye on how these players are navigating HP preservation, because I feel like that has been a very dicey situation for some of our players, and will be interesting to see how that all shakes out for game number 3, which will be coming up right after this break, so don't go anywhere. Hello everybody and welcome back to day number 1 of the NALCQ. We are 2 games down, 4 more to go to finish out the day, and things are starting to shake up very nicely for what we expected to see from the competition this weekend. But one thing that I've noticed, Boop, is that these games have been so fast. What is going on?
It could be a variety of factors, right? But the two that kind of like get into my mind is reroll comps, especially multicasters, are pushing a ton of damage at once across the whole lobby. So everyone's just accelerated downwards, especially when reroll is very popular. And then the other thing is, I don't think those 4-cost chases, like we've seen the Mordekaiters do all right. We haven't really quite seen the Philios pop off just yet. They're just a lot more inconsistent right now. So it's easier to get your power earlier on, and you're seeing units and rounds lose by a lot more units because reroll tempo can be very different between player to player. So, and it's a new patch. So with all of those things, I think combined, you're going to see quicker games.
Nice recipe for success there for some of our players. But another key feature of this patch, and even just the first 2 games that we've seen today, is that on top of reroll, Noxus has just had a lot of consistency here, Azale. Is this a trait that we can really see our players rely on to get to day 2? Yeah,
absolutely. I think it is. I think there's so many different lines you can play with Noxus. The full-on Noxus reroll for early game stuff has kind of fallen out of favor, but like if you're hitting a ton of Samiras or Cassios, you can still go early reroll. Swain is incredibly strong unit for a 2-star. Cassio as well as Samira are gonna either help you win streak if you 2-star them early and have good items, or they're gonna preserve a lot of HP because Noxus is a really high single target damage comp, early on. So it's something that keeps your board health high. If you can play it in towards, the Shurima Noxus variants, you can play it in towards Slayers with Mord. You can play it in towards so many different, strategies, which I think is why it's so popular. And it even has, really powerful board cap, kind of high roll variants where you're getting multiple Noxus spats and you go towards 9 Noxus and 7 Noxus with other traits mixed in. So I think we're going to see a lot of Noxus all day.
I think you're right about that. So maybe a little bit more contestation happening as we get into this 3rd game. Boopasaurus and Azale, have fun with this one.
All right, will do, Necra. Thank you so much. This is going to be Lobby 3. It's Kargon Prime, the University, and Valor's Hollow. So support items, Stimmy, but it's going to be Sox picking the University. So seeing that we've got TFs, we've seen Poros and stuff, how is the University going to be affecting these players right now?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think especially with TF, I am not a fan at all of taking the Prismatic TF trait on 2-1. It feels like, yes, you can get that full radiant item, but often, rolling components is far stronger than actually rolling a full completed item. So it might potentially make people shy away a little bit from those multicasters if they're not actually willing to take that Pandora's Bench Prismatic. I also think that just the straight up combat power of a lot of the other Prismatics is just way higher than that of TF. So it will be interesting to see if people are actually going to still elect to go in towards it if they really want to try to force it, or if we're going to see people picking some of those other super powerful Prismatic augments and maybe only going towards multicasters if they're kind of just naturaling a lot of tiers and have those components.
Yeah, think about Prismatics too. We talked about quick games. This could be even quicker based on some of the Prismatic augments and how they worked. How many times have we lost because of something like Cursed Crown, because someone takes us down, we take that double damage, right? And so there are a lot of opportunities for players to do a lot of damage quickly. So this is another kind of thought process of, do I go reroll? Am I going to get better opportunities for my 4-cost carries because I can accelerate myself with these augments? But the idea with Prismatics, right, Azale, is that they kind of balance each other. That when you get a bunch of them in a row, everyone gets certain advantages that appear at certain moments, but I don't think they're created equally. I do think some of these Prismatics are stronger than others, particularly in a meta like this.
Absolutely, and that's what I was going to say. It is one of those things where it's supposed to be OP versus OP, right? But I do think that Prismatics, more so than especially the silver and gold augments, it really matters that you get the ideal ones, because someone who hits 3 ideal Prismatic augments in a lobby that's a full Prismatic lobby is obviously going to be enormously more powerful, whereas if you're playing with those lower powered augments, the silver augments, hit ideal, it's not as big of a power differential. This is going to be interesting. Ooh, he's just going to go straight to Ancient Archives. So, considering for a second towards the other, and he will pop 1 instantly. Out of these, I would kind of expect him to go towards Shurima. We've seen a number of players in the last couple games picking up Shurima, but I do think there are some Slayer variants which are quite popular. It will be Shurima, and he gets double Shurima. It just slams them down. So now you're already looking at a potential full Shurima vertical game here from David Ace. Is coming off of a 2nd place where he was playing 6 Shurima, and this is one of those games where you have the potential to go 9 Shurima and actually play for that econ, play to push levels, and we'll see if he wants to do that or if he's going to try to play more of like a conservative 6 Shurima game. He can see him laughing. He looks happy.
I know, right? I was about to say, David looking more like Goliath right now when it comes to how he's feeling. I mean, like, when you get a start like this, right? This is the thing about Prismatics, is someone else might get this start as well. The chances of that happening are a little bit lower, but it's not zero. And we're still going to lose some of these earlier rounds. The Shurima units and the ones that we've put down are just not going to beat the good units that Nox has had. Something that you kind of mentioned just in general. Noxus just has good early cost units. They're just going to be doing more at the early game. As we move on over to Ramblin', probably one of our most recognizable names, but has had a little bit of a tough time in tournaments so far. I think has gotten famous through his AP play. We have not seen him on the multicast, which doesn't actually seem like that's a comp that he's super into right now, but we're going into challengers in the front line and vanquishers in the back line.
And he's playing Birthday Present. So Birthday Present is pretty interesting.
Yeah, look at that.
You get 2 gold and a 2-star champion every time you do level up. So, you know, and you're getting stronger and stronger units as you level up further and further, because it is the champions tier minus is your level -4, right? So as you get to those high levels, you can start to get really, really powerful things from Birthday Present. It also can be pretty hit or miss. It's one of those things where if you actually hit some good presents early on, then all of a sudden you have a bunch of 2-stars on your board that are cohesive. If your presents are not cohesive, it can be kind of rough. Because I don't feel like it always scales as well as some of these other augments that people are grabbing. But it is an augment where generally people really want to push levels. They want to be, playing more heavily towards that econ to get the most value out of it. So, I'm expecting him to be pushing aggressively towards 7, 8, and so on to really get value out of the Birthday Present.
All right, we're going to go back to Clear. Ooh, love the webcam. It's always good to be able to see the players' faces. Anyway, but going back to the board, we're seeing the wandering trainer here
Stationary
with
support,
the dummy.
yeah.
Stationary support, yeah. So we've got the Locket and the Aegis, and so we're going to have a lot more stats on this board that initially wouldn't be available for this particular comp. And when it comes to a game of inches like this is, like, how many times have we seen rounds win or lost by one auto attack? Yeah. This is going to provide some extra gasoline to get there.
I mean, I think stationary support is super underrated. I think this is low-key one of the best augments. I've had a lot of success with it. Even the silver augment that has kind of the delayed one that comes out later. It is a lot of power that you're actually getting. The Locket is actually really big. You can get a tremendous amount of value from this. And as far as like average placements and stats goes, I know that is really, really successful as far as the stats are concerned online. So it is an interesting augment. It's something that I think less people seem to be kind of comfortable going towards, because it's maybe not giving your comp as much direction as some of the other prismatics that you can go towards, right? But I do think it has a lot of value here. And it's interesting to see another rogue player. So we have Rogue Crown for Unwolf. We do have some people still playing Pandora's Bench, although not as many as in some of the previous lobbies I've been watching. But 3 players did go towards that Pandora's Bench. But you can see, Spencer still has his Radiant sitting on his bench. And that's one of those situations which can feel really, really rough. And that's one of the reasons that I tend to shy away from the Prismatic Pandora's Bench, is because you go towards this, your augment is sitting on your bench until you get something that you really want to play with, right? And Spencer may be comfortable lose streaking early on, but the power in these prismatic lobbies is really, really high, right? And first carousel, Spencer's already down at 77 HP. If he doesn't eventually get that exact item that he wants from his Radiant item, he just has no augment.
And not having those stats at the end of the game, right? Having that blank augment. Sometimes we've seen it with like things like Built Different in the past, where you're just not going to have a very good augment at the end of the game. Other people are, especially in prismatic augments, that can be a little bit more deflating, especially near the end. So hopefully we develop a little bit of a lead here at the beginning, as we're looking on over to an Invoker comp with the Karma. Karma was, I think, buffed a little bit in that last patch. The carry Karma is not something that we saw a lot of during Noxus Cup. I think we only saw it once, and I think it top 4. So it's something that is available to a lot of these players. I think a lot of people spending more items on the Vanquishers at that time. Let's see if that's going to be the case for this particular comp. But also Sox running Vanquishers, just like in Noxus. Let's see if that Ionia spat is going to be a huge difference maker, because it was in terms of win rate in Noxus Cup. Yeah. Going back over to Clear, though, Isaiah, what are you seeing?
Yeah, I mean, the Ionia spat obviously was nerfed, right? So it's not giving as much attack speed as it was before, but I still think that there can be a lot of value in playing a lot of different variants with the Ionia spat. We saw he already had Ashe set on board. Some people do still like to play, those 2-cost rerolls with the Ionia spat, can be quite strong. But now taking a look at Spencer's board, obviously board state very, very weak, is still rerolling his bench with these multiple items here. So we'll have to see what he is going in towards. I'm assuming he's going to want to hold on to this rapid fire. It's kind of interesting that he sold the Kale but didn't sell the the Talia. I was thinking he was trying to maintain his lose streak here, but wants to hold on to that Talia. So that leads me to believe maybe he feels that that's really important for his comp. So I'm thinking he's going multicaster since he's holding on to the Galio plus that Talia. And he is unfortunately going to win here. So he's going to lose his 4-loss streak. And Sox, I think, is on a 4-loss streak as well. So Sox is going to get the 5-loss. And they're going to be like the same health, right? So Spencer's economy is going to be way worse than where Sox is. Spencer's already on 30 gold. Sox is already on 40. Has more health and has a 5-loss streak. So I think Spencer has a pretty bad spot right now. And Sox is going to be, I think, way happier with how this actually worked out.
Yeah, I'm sure Spencer was not happy when only 2 units popped up on Sox's board to try to do the same thing, to try to maintain those loss streaks. Unfortunately, the winner of the Pee Wee football game was Sox on that one. Let's see what Krugs are going to give us. So we are going to just have our backline try to get as set as possible. The Galio should be good enough to get through the Krugs. But yeah, the direction for Spencer is going to be rough. But we saw Kai Wang in the first lobby, kind of in a similar position at about 32 HP, hit all the multicasters, did have a little bit of help with Duplicator, but this isn't over for Spencer, but he is running out of time. We talked about time as a resource. It is running out a little bit for Spencer to start solidifying where they are, getting those multicasters up.
And it's actually so interesting because he slammed the Radiant Stoneplate. So that's not something I've really seen people do a lot, but I think maybe concerned about his spot in the game and feeling he needs to actually slam some items down. He did get the Gunblade, so he's rolled into that. Sitting on Nashers, I see a decent amount of people actually use Nashers just as an item for Vel'Koz. I don't think it's best in slot maybe, but it is something that is decent, so it'll be interesting to see if he continues to roll that. But definitely slamming down that Radiant Stoneplate, I think, is going to make it super important to actually hit a 3-star Galio, because that is going to be purely what he's depending on, for this front line. And it is going to give him a really strong solo front line, especially in these early stages. There's just going to be so much armor and MR with the double Stoneplate and that Radiant Stoneplate on it, as well as a little bit of healing from the Soraka. He obviously has a 4 Invoker in right now, so there's going to be a lot of healing coming through. There's a Gunblade healing as well. So this Galio is going to be really difficult for anyone to deal with who doesn't actually have backline access in their comp, and not a lot of comps actually have good backline access this early on.
100%. The backline access definitely comes through a little bit later. Sorks, one of the best. We get our another Prismatic Augment, adding Grab Bag, Cybernetic Bolt, Tiniest Titan.
I love Tiniest Titan, man.
Super interesting. Why Tiniest Titan?
I just think from the spot, he may be looking at it different ways, but Tiniest Titan to me is just a really fun to play with. It allows you to go really greedy, push for economy, try to really get your economy in an incredible spot, and then go from there. There is a lot of merit. He has Pandora's Bench, so there's a lot of merit to buried treasures and just getting absolute perfect items here as well. I think that could actually work pretty well in combination. But when you're already down in HP, Tiniest Titan can be pretty good to actually help you recover, stabilize, get your economy really going, and then roll for a full 3-star board. But these are really interesting choices here, and he does end up going Tiniest Titan. I think there was merit to actually all of those. Invoker Crown is becoming less popular because people are playing more heavily towards the 4 Invoker variants instead of going like full vertical Invoker. So I was thinking he was going to be between Buried Treasure or Tiniest Titan, and he does elect to go for that Tiniest Titan, so is going to slam Thieves Gloves for now, and we'll be trying to stabilize his board at least somewhat, and we'll see if he can do that, because if he can stabilize with this Radiant Stoneplate, start winning some rounds, he's going to be healing up, recovering that HP, and he's going to build such a strong economy with that Tiniest Titan Plus that, he can be looking for, Karma 3, Taric 3, like you can go for that kind of like level 7 roll down with a ton of gold, and be in a position where you can full 3-star. And I think if you can full 3-star your front line plus your back line with Invoker, it actually becomes a comp that can threaten for those first places. It's definitely not as popular, but it also means it's not nearly as contested.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close to what we would consider a first Wraith comp, right? I've seen a lot of those Invoker comps just never gain steam, right? You never get there, and never get to the Shen. Shen's contested, for example. But if you're able to lock it in early, you're going to be doing a ton of damage, and you're not going to be taking a bunch of it either. Other thing about Tiniest Titans, too, is something that from the last 2 lobbies that we saw in Lobby 2, both ended up being really, really close. So a couple HP here and there might be the difference between a top 4, which might end up being the difference between you and getting bonus points at another time. time. So you got to think about it then. Even though it's not necessarily in that game, it is something that could definitely affect the overall standings when we get to the end of the lobby. We are finally into the backline there. The Vi finally gets there. Do we have enough damage? It looks like we do. But yes, this Ionia Ashe still needs to get rolled into something. Still just an Ashe 1. Usually you re-roll that into the Ashe 3. But we could technically move that spot somewhere else, but Ashe is definitely where it usually goes.
Yeah, well, and for Sox, who I think that was, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the board that we were looking at, with that Ionia Ashe. He like started the game with the 1 Ashe, and he rolled heavily at 6. He's poor. He's on a full loss streak, and he was at less than 20 gold. He hit 20 gold with the win, but he found 1 Ashe on his roll down. So that roll down was pretty horrible for Sox, and that is going to be really tough, I think, for his position in this game. He did go towards Lucky Gloves as a second augment, so trying to actually play with some tempo. Lucky Gloves, I think, is pretty strong, but if you're loose streaking with double Lucky Gloves slammed and you are playing Ashe reroll at 6, you rolled your gold down to 20 and you have 1 extra Ashe, not even an Ashe 2 to show for it. Sox is in a really rough spot because his economy is not going to be good. He's not looking like he has that strong of a board either, so I think he's in a tough spot. But here, Kyun obviously low on HP as well, but is already level 7, has quite a lot of gold, and is playing what looks like an interesting board. He hit that 2-star MF, so he's just going to be playing that likely as a carry for now. And will he be pivoting into? I'm interested to see if he's actually going to be pivoting into like full invokers with this, with the blue buff Gunblade. I'm kind of interested to see where he's actually going to go, or if he's going to be trying to. I don't think he's moving into multicasters because he's already level 7, so it's either Sorks or it's got to be invokers. But kind of interesting. A lot of options
with
from
the
spot.
with the blue buff and the Hex Tech, a Wily Azir could appear as well, but that's not usually the direction you're going to be going with those items. As we move back over to Ramblin, who, when we were watching, was losing, and when we left, he's been on fire this entire time. Classic caster person situation. But looking at this board, it's still that Challenger board, actually. So Challengers has been highly recognized as being a little fake when it comes to TFT so far, but doing pretty good here in the early game.
Yeah, not bad at all. He's able to get that relatively early Kaisa, and does have that, and he's playing Rascal's Gloves, which again, Rascal's Gloves is really powerful, for that early tempo. Especially, I think it has a lot of value if you can get it on any sort of 2-star frontliner, especially if you can get 2-star 4 cost. Those kind of frontliners can get a tremendous amount of value with that. And remember, he is playing Birthday Present, so he wants to continue pushing levels. I don't think we're going to see him be rolling too heavily. I expect him to go in towards 8. I could be wrong about that, and maybe he's going to want to roll more heavily and stabilize. But as you start to get to 8, and if you can get to 9, that is where you get so much value out of that Birthday Present potentially. If you can hit that perfect unit that you're looking for, it can be incredibly strong. So the fact that he's level 7, still sitting on 50 gold, he's on a 6 streak, and is playing Birthday Present, which is kind of one of those like scaling augments, so to speak. I think he's actually in a great spot.
Yeah, I think if I was Ramblin, I'd be feeling pretty good too. And if you were looking at the HP separation, a lot of our other lobbies have been super close. This one really separated in the top 4 and the bot 4 right now. So and this happens a little bit more frequently in prismatic lobbies, just based on how the player damage works, especially at this part of the game, with certain comps just being way stronger right now that are going to end up falling off a little later. This particular round with Wolves is a big power check when it comes to our players on the bottom side of the leaderboard. This is where you'll typically see our bot 4 start investing into some opportunities to try to even this up. Because by stage 5, the HP total should be getting a little bit closer as we pick up 2 Neelas, which is definitely the unit that most people are most annoyed with right now when it comes to the double RFC. But we're still kind of figuring out exactly where this is going to go as we got 4 Bilgewaters.
Is he going to go into builds vertical? I mean, he could. He has 5 builds now, and he has really good items for the MF. I didn't really even consider that as a line because I haven't seen people play builds vertical without build spats really much at all. But he does have level up, so he could also just be playing builds for now. Maybe he sees that as his strongest board. And he does have incredible Ari items, if you did want to push for like a fast 9 here with the level up and go in towards more of a kind of like a fast 9, cap your board out in that way. Because his economy is really good, he has level up, so I do think, there's definitely a good angle to try to get 9 and just play a full legendary board here for Kyun, which that would be one of those style of comps that could potentially get you that top finish that you're looking for, because we saw he is sitting right now in 14th place. Of course, it is only the top 2 that are actually getting that regional spot here, but Bilgecrest does make it a little bit more interesting. It's like, do you want to slam that? I think he wants to push levels, so I don't think he's going to consider it because with the items he's built, it would be more of like an MF reroll style that we haven't really been seeing lately when people were playing kind of like build strategist and playing that sort of look. So I think it is just going to be, again, more about pushing levels. And the Neela I am seeing really kind of as like an item holder for a Belveth. At least that's my read on what he's doing right now. And so he's just kind of like itemizing, you know, the MF to hold for the Ahri and the Neela likely to hold for what would be a Belveth. Already pushing to 8 and just going to try to keep his HP high enough that he can get to 9, because he needs to be able to get to 9 and have enough gold to hit his board. And that is always kind of the danger zone. Like right where he's playing now, I always find this is the most difficult part to navigate when you are playing for these fast 9 strategies, because you can't get too greedy and not roll at all, but if you roll too much, you just never get 9 with enough gold to do anything.
Yep. I think you put up a lot of really great points. This board's actually been fascinating to watch just in general, because we still have a ton of choices to make. It seems like we're pretty strong. We got 5 village water. We're at least taking a couple units down, but we still have many steps to go in order to get to the result of this board, right? It's 22 HP, enough HP. I think we're on the line when it comes to that.
It's smelling like an 8th to me, to be honest. I
think what does it smell like?
Yeah, like
what does an 8 smell like?
It smells not good. It smells not good at all. It smells horrible. So I think Kiyun is now forced to roll. I think previous to that loss, he might have been able to try to greed it out, you know, if he kept his HP around 40. But when you're at 22 in a prismatic lobby, if you just get slammed in a round, like, you have 2 lives at most. So he did push to 9 now. He's not going to roll. He's just going to go straight to 9. And then he's going to have to sell his board and try to hit, right? And we'll see what he can actually scrap together here. He had enough gold to just barely make it to 9 because of level up. He does hit a Scion. He does hit a GP. Unfortunately, no Ahri, no Belveth. Those are the ones that you really are looking for most. And then, honestly, he's going to need 2 stars, you know, of those units against a lot of these capped boards, right? And we're seeing some really strong boards. Ramblin does actually get an Ahri. He has a Kaisa 2 in there as well. He's fully itemized, so relatively strong board, but it does look like, thankfully for Kiyun, he will be able to barely scrape this out with low health on all his units.
Something I also want to point out is a lot of players, I think, in Kiyun's position might not have invested in that and be like, hey, I want to squeeze out a couple, maybe one more round. I have one more life, so why don't I just take that life? And I like this decision here because it allows him to start building, right? Which is on a foundation that doesn't quite exist just yet. We've just started building it, and we still have so many places to go. But if we're able to lock it in, that will be a super scary comp at the end of the day. Looking everywhere else, look at all these Noxus units. We got a lot of Swains going the way, and I'm also super curious on how Unwelf is doing with the double trouble with the rogues. That was a really scary comp in the last patch, not doing as much here, but again, our rerollers not really hitting on this particular lobby.
Yeah, he's also playing a pretty interesting variant, right? Like he's going rogues, but he's playing rogue Noxus because he has a rogue spat as well with the double trouble. So he has Cassio teched in, he has a moored rogue essentially, and then he has a Heimer to try to cap out the board. And now Spencer here, you know, talked about earlier when he went for that Tiniest Titan, how that was a really interesting inflection point, has helped his economy tremendously, and is getting, you know, a lot of gold. The fact that he hit his TF3, he's at 62 health, he has TF2, or rather has that Tiniest Titan plus, so he's going to be continuing to heal up throughout these rounds. Spencer is not going to be forced to roll super aggressively because his health is going to be staying relatively high, and I think it's going to give him a good chance to get a fully capped multicaster board, which we've already seen win multiple lobbies today.
All right, let's see how this Echo does. These items you'll tend to see on a Grapes, for example, a lot of the time, but it's going to be the Echo, and it's already that Echo 3. Doesn't seem like this board has been able to compete against some of our stronger backlines. With this particular board, he might have a little bit of an easier time. If he's able to get through the Neela, gets one shots the rest of the board. Let's see if this ult's going to be enough. Yes, it is, and these rogues do pull off a victory over Kiyun, who has invested everything and has lost that particular round. We are running out of time here. Kiyun and Kai Wang fan. Sox also racing to the bottom at this moment, but Kai Wang on Elimination Station, if it gets absolutely rocked on this one, yeah, it's gonna be rough.
No.
It is. This is one of those things where you're just like, hey, mulligan.
Yeah.
Right? This game never existed. I never got to hit literally anything throughout this
start
game.
playing. There you go. That's rough. Yeah. We've all had this game. We've all played this game, right? Where, you know, you send it at 7, you're in a bad spot, you hit nothing, not one of his 4-star 2 costs. So I think we're about to see Kai Wang die here, unfortunately, as he goes up against the rogue player, which Unwolf is looking reasonably strong, and this Echo is going to be so tough to deal with double trouble, with the rogue crown. Gifts from the Fallen, I believe, or excuse me, that's Martyr as well, so it's so much healing, it's not even going to be close.
Yeah, the unit's literally just waiting in order for the round to end. That's called asserting your dominance. Kai Wang, unfortunately, gets taken out before chickens even. Kiyun almost in the same exact position, and look at this economy. It's pretty much 17's, I think, the best case scenario for where Kiyun was right now. And it doesn't look like we got any upgrades either throughout this process. We could get a second Heimerdinger, but
no Belveth or Ari. And that's what like what you're kind of playing around, I feel like.
Yeah. Yeah, very good point. Because we itemized for the Ari when we hit the MF2 like in stage 3 or stage 2 even, right? This MF2's been around for a very long time, and this goes back to your earlier point, Azale, when it comes to Pandora's items, and just slamming it onto someone like the Misfortune. It's pretty much been wasted on her ever since this loss streak has started. Are we going to see an Ari at all? I know that's the unit that he's definitely looking for. We get the Belveth and a Belveth too. You asking you shall receive. Azale, you're kind of good luck for these players.
That is huge. I mean, so now he could actually just put the AP itemization on the GP. You can't actually dig for the Ari, I think, anymore. You know, he is dead broke. The Heimer's an interesting choice because he just doesn't even have money to play it, really, but he is going to hit the Jarvan too. He's going to have good items for his Belveth too. He's going to put the AP itemization on the GP, and he's going to be playing a pretty interesting board here, but he's got to start winning right now. He's got no room to give, and he is going up against an Azir too, but the front line largely is upgraded on the other side, so I think Kyun should be able to win from this spot, but his Belveth is getting hit by the Azir. It's already procced Edge Knight.
Oh no, that is worst case scenario for Kiyun. No, that was a pretty, kind of finalizing of that pivot. We were still looking for items at the beginning of that fight, and unfortunately we don't get any more as Kiyun is going to fall in 7th place, unfortunately. Seems to be playing a lot of 7th place games even before coming into today. Unfortunately, that's not the consistency that you're looking for. As Sox now is also in a very similar position. I mean, I feel like if you're level 7, no gold in the bottom of the leaderboard at stage 5, you're probably not doing the best.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately for Sox, we saw his roll down at 6. Well, I guess we didn't see it, but we saw the kind of aftermath of it where he only hit the 1 Ashe. So I guess he decided, all right, I'm not actually going to be in a position where I can go for an Ashe 3. You could see he was still re-rolling for that set 3. Didn't hit set 3, didn't hit Ashe, didn't even hit the Shen frontline. So after you have a catastrophic roll down like that, you're basically just trying to scrap together whatever you can to get, a couple more placements. So, he's not out in 7th, he's not out in 8th, but he's definitely going to be out against Unwolf here.
Yeah, that backline, it gets absolutely destroyed. That Karma actually... that Karma actually triggered 3 rogue procs, going right to the backline with 1 ultimate. I don't know if that was the best case scenario for him, as Ramblin has also been taken down a peg a little bit. Was running the lobby for a hot minute at the top, but is now on Elimination Station himself, potentially falling out of the top 4.
Yeah, this is tough. He's looking, again, like he's in a similar spot to where we saw Kiyun, where he's trying to play that level 9 board. He was playing birthday present, so you want to go 9, you want to be able to get those 2-star legendaries, but not really hitting exactly what he needs here. He's really trying to dig for that RE, try to get some of these upgrades, and has some tough choices to make here, because I don't know if he's actually going to be able to beat out really any of these boards. He's going to be going up against Clear or David Ace. David Ace is on that full streak, and that is a scary board facing him down right now. We'll see if he can do it.
I think it's the Ghost, so maybe not having that player damage is going to be worthwhile if we lose by 1 unit or something. But we're going to see how Ramblin does. Ramblin's been playing a lot of Azir. I think was one of the first people that I saw play the Azir Noxus angle, but we're already in the back line though, but this is looking pretty good so far. The Hextech Gunblade trying its best, especially on that Belveth, but while a lot of more units fell than I had anticipated, Ramblin will end up falling in 5th place. And honestly, the way that the rest of the lobby looks, 5th place is all right, because these comps are starting to top off.
I mean, this felt like a game that really started to split out between top 4, bottom 4, pretty heavily. And when you take Birthday Present, it is a really high variance augment. If you're hitting those units that you exactly need on tempo, it can make you really, really strong. But if not, you can be definitely down towards the bottom. Spencer in a pretty good spot, I would say still. I want to see how much gold he has, we can actually check out his board. But he has the 3-star Galio. Remember, he did actually slam down that Radiant Stone Plate. So has 3-star Galio, has the 3-star TF. He is still just the 1 off of the Talia. He's 4 off of Sona, and he needs 4 more Vel'Kozes as well. So I think he's just going to be slow rolling this. I don't think he's going to hit Swain 3 or anything like that, but if he can actually hit Vel'Koz 3, Sona 3, I think he's in a good spot, and he does still have a lot of gold. It's just going to be a matter of if he can actually hit those in time. there's some merit, you know, to saving the duplicator here. I think some people would kind of slam for tempo, but I think especially because he has Tiny's Titan Plus and he's pretty healthy, I think you just save that big Nico for, you know, hitting your Vel'Koz 3 or your Sona 3 instead of just getting a naked Jarvan 2, because that's not really going to make that big of a difference at this point.
Yeah, you don't want to rush super far forward, too, because then you're going to potentially run out of steam a little bit later, as everyone who's playing a little bit closer to their normal tempo is going to be able to play their game and be in a little bit more familiar situations. But Spencer is going to fall on that round. Our top four looks like within 11 HP of each other right now. Super close. The bottom four have been eliminated pretty quickly, but this top four should be hanging around. And this means that every single round from here on out for our top four becomes way more important, because losing HP right now is a much more impactful than what it was a little bit earlier on in this lobby. And so, yeah, I mean, like, when it's this close, Azale, what are you looking to do? Are you trying to make more moves? Are you trying to wait? Are you going to be reactive, proactive? What are you thinking?
I mean, I think for Spencer, because he's so healthy, he has the luxury of being able to slow roll, right? Like, that's why he's staying above 50 of Tiny's Titan Plus you're staying on 50 gold. So, you know, even just interest, if you're not on a streak, you're making 7 gold just free from Tiny's Titan Plus your interest. So that is going to allow you to have a way better chance of actually, you know, fully hitting all your 3 stars, then getting in additional things like the Azir to kind of cap out your board with strategists. So I think he's in an incredible spot, even though he is starting to drop some rounds, because his economy is in just such a good spot, right? As people start to get lower and lower, they're gonna have to make those more difficult choices, right? Once you're at 1-2 lives remaining, that's when you're probably just gonna have to send it. You can no longer really afford to go for those slow rolling playstyles where you're making the most out of your gold and getting the most out of the interest. And this is always kind of an annoying spot too, but I was gonna say as his board is getting, his bench is getting so full, but then he hits immediately.
That's just how it works. That's why they're professionals, my friend. You know, and I was about to say, like, you know, bench space is potentially going to be an issue here.
It is, but it's hard.
Right, but because you gotta have the units, and since a lot of them are 3 cost, right? You're not going to potentially have an opportunity to roll them again, especially with units like Sona that can be contested in other units. Vel'Koz is consistently contested with Void players, as we now get a full item, and it's going to be the Giant Slayer. A lot of high HP targets in these lobbies, so potentially getting a little bit of extra damage there, as we're still rolling down over 50 gold. This is the easiest slow roll of Spencer's life, in my opinion.
Yeah, and he can start to itemize the Vel'Koz now. That's kind of what I was expecting. You can see he might even hold the MF as well. You know, you can add in strategists to fully cap out this board. If you can get to 9, that's a long ways off, but then you can play, you know, 4 strategists, 4 multicaster, and you get so much additional AP for your backline that it's almost an unbeatable board. Like, you need to have truly insane high roll boards to actually beat that if people can fully hit. And he's still sitting on 55 gold, right, with that Nico. So if he wants to use the Nico, he's only 1 off of the Vel'Koz, you know, if you want to actually commit it to that, but he could even hold it for something else. And again, you know, just getting more and more wins. The Healing Orb is making a big difference in some of these matchups because he's a tremendous amount of healing. You know, with the AoE that comes through from that TF, you know, he's just bursting down so many units at once, and then all of a sudden a bunch of Healing Orbs proc, the Gunblade healing is coming through as well, and it's allowing him to be that much more difficult to deal with. So he's just going to push 8 now and actually get in that additional strategist. And while it is just in a 0-1, that's that much more AP for all of his backline units and additional shielding for his frontline units. So it actually has, I think, pretty high value. And since he's not really digging for any of the 2 stars anymore, like, or rather 2 costs anymore, he doesn't care about the Swain. You know, you have the same odds at 8 as at 7 to roll for this Vel'Koz, so he should definitely still hit that Vel'Koz 3 eventually.
Especially in the late game, you want to try to have access to stats and opportunities that other people don't. And so with this particular setup, you're just going to have more AP to work with that your items are going to be working off of. But yeah, this Galio is absolutely tanky, but we've finally gotten to the back line. Will this Azir finally be able to take them down? Getting Talia out was a big deal, but there's still way too much damage onto that board that TF is just not touched. So how do you deal with it? I haven't seen a lot of Dragon Claws get made, because that's something I think you would pick up later when you know the multicasters are going to come more often, but it does seem really strong even after the nerfs.
Yeah, I mean, part of the problem against multicaster is you can try to itemize this super strong tank, and, you know, you could even hit, you know, your Shen 2, your Sejuani 2, your Sion 2, whatever, and have the Dragon's Claw on there, but this comp has such good backline access. You know, Vel'Koz and TF can be splashing to the backline with that multicast, and all of a sudden, yeah, sure, your tank is still healthy, but your entire backline has just been one shot, and it doesn't really make that big of a difference. So we'll see how these rogues are going to perform against it. Unwilfear on his last legs. Is he going to be able to do it?
All right, let's see if he's going to be able to stand up at the end of this round. The Echo has been the main source of damage so far and has already been taken down. It just seems like the counterplay to multicasters is tough because in order to get into their face, you're going to be vulnerable to the ults, and then they all kind of ult you at the same time. So no matter how tanky you are, we've seen Cho'Gath, we've seen a lot of 8 high HP targets get absolutely ripped apart by the multicasters so far. So how do we get there? I think backline access is the #1 way, but how do we actually get consistent damage? Because it seems like everyone only gets 1 ult before they're dead.
Yeah. Honestly, I don't think we're gonna get there in this game. I just think Spencer's position is too good. When he hit Tiniest Titan and he's not contested and he's able to slow roll, like when you're never forced to roll below 50 to actually 3-star out your board, your economy is just so good, right? And David Ace, though, this is now back-to-back games where he has gotten into the top 2. We watched him in that last game. He was playing Noxus Shurima. This is more of like a full Shurima vertical. So we'll see if he can make it happen. I do think Jarvan being on the right side is absolutely a prerequisite, right? So people are going to be trying to position this Jarvan. You have to make sure your Jarvan is getting a good ult back onto that TF, back onto the Vel'Koz to slow them down somewhat. And we'll see if he is on that right side, and he is.
Yeah, the last time we did see the multicasters vulnerable, there was a Jarvan that got into the back line, and then their backline access was able to get there. They get pushed up, but not enough damage, only half HP for our Sona and our Vel'Koz, but we're finally getting into the back line. Is David Ace going to finally figure this out? The answer is yes. The secret so far seems to be very, very quick damage, but I may have spoken too soon. Tatilia does end up going down. 2-unit win, and we're going to keep on going with this 1v1.
Okay, so he's going to be able to actually take a round. I thought it wasn't going to work out when the Jarvan didn't actually stun the TF. He just got that Vel'Koz and the Sona. But again, Spencer still has so much gold, and now he has to kind of make that decision. Do I actually roll heavily now and try to hit, get that Vel'Koz 3? Do you just save and try to push for 9? And that is kind of the decision process that he's in right now. He still does have at least 2 lives to work with, so Spencer isn't under that much pressure. I don't think David will die with this strong of a board in 1 turn either, so both players do still have a little bit of time to work with. And I mean, to his credit, he's got Aatrox 2, he's got the Jarvan 2, he's got the Nasus 2, so he has a really strong board here with a lot of legendaries.
Oh, we got a full
huge Jarvan ult.
Yeah, we also got a switch, which ended up making us more vulnerable. We got a knockout as well. Oh my goodness, this Azir seems to be absolutely, destroying these backlines, and which is very interesting because every Azir that we've seen so far, Azale, has been a little underwhelming, which is making this one a little bit different. Yes, we have, the good front line, but is it itemization? Is there some other X factor that's happening with this particular board?
I mean, he has obviously, good items on it, but he also has double Shurima spat, so he's playing 6 Shurima, I believe, and is going to be able to get that kind of like instant ascension, which is going to be really nice. And then I think it's just a lot about that really strong front line. To me, that last fight was so key that the Jarvan got that really good ult. He stunned about 5-6 units, and that is a Spark plus a Morello's on there, so he's cutting down so much of the healing because healing orbs plus the Gunblade healing is actually tremendous, and that is making him a lot weaker.
Really good point.
We can also see now he has pushed to 9, so how is he going to cap out this board? Finds a Scion, has to make that. Oh, that is a big hit. A Scion 2 in just a couple rolls is going to make that front line that much stronger. He does still have the Nico, but he doesn't find that last Vel'Koz, and now he has to decide, am I in enough danger that I need to actually duplicate this Jarvan? Should I be doing that now, or should I still be holding on and actually trying to wait to save that for that Vel'Koz? And the decision for now, at least, is to hold on and hope that he can hit that last Vel'Koz that he needs to then duplicate to a 3.
Okay, so we're definitely going to be here for at least one more round. It is not 1-win territory so far for either of our players, and I'm just so surprised in how quickly we're getting to this backline, even with the additional front line with the Scion. David Ace not having any issues whatsoever for this. How strong this comp looked against everyone else. It looks paper thin against this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, David Ace is doing a really good job, has capped out his board well. He's digging for that Rise 2, trying to get it even stronger if he can find it. Vel'Koz 3 would make a lot of difference here, I do think, if he could actually hit that. So he's going to start selling off all the extra copies, just try to full send it for it. Now actually decides to give up on the Vel'Koz 3 and see if he can actually hit, 2-star of something else. So he has gotten in that 2-star Cassante, drops the Azir, so drops Strategist, has Shurima in, and we'll see if now that additional front line buys the time he needs.
Yeah, because the Aatrox is going to get into the backline now, and he's been doing a lot of damage into the backline himself. He's going to move back in the front. The Gallia now taking a ton of that damage. The multicasters seem like they're doing a lot better on this particular round. They don't get through the Gallia, though, and this positioning difference might be the full difference. It's going to be Vel'Koz and Talia versus two low-health targets, and it's going to be the Azir on the last auto attack, taking him down. And David Ace is going to take down the multicasters, which I'm sure so many of you at home are pretty stoked about.
Wow, that was a ridiculously close final round. David Ace, with that front line, able to actually get it done. He had so many close calls in that final fight. Then his Scion got into the back line, stunned all the multicasters. Then the Jarvan got the ult off, stunned all the multicasters in the back line. So he got all the CC that he needed, just barely was able to take it. I thought that Spencer was going to have it in those final moments, after he actually got through the Aatrox, but Azir does get it done. Really, really close final round. Exciting one, and that is a multicaster board that's pretty much fully capped, getting taken down, so obviously it can be done.
I was gonna say, one, I'm taking notes on that one because I feel like that would help me out a lot in my own games when it's multicasters on the other side. Or it could also just be a difference of not having the perfected repetition. I feel like that was something that was such a big piece of success for our other multicaster players. But Boop, it was so cool in real time to see how Spencer was trying to navigate, even working around all of the crowd control that was coming his way.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best part about 1v1ing. One of my favorite things in TFT is when we get, 1v1s for, 4 or 5 rounds in a row, so we can, actively see them making adjustments to one particular person's play. And we got to see that there. We got to see some side swaps and mind games, right? Leaving a board at a certain time, so it seems like you don't have enough time to swap, but then you do, right? But at the end of the day, right, I also think Ki Yoon's spot, it would be really great to analyze if I was Ki Yoon and VOD reviewing on when he had about 22 HP, right, Azael? When he had a couple opportunities to go legendary but wasn't able to get there. He'll probably be thinking about if leveling to 9 there was the correct decision or not. I think it still ended up being an okay decision, but didn't end up working out later. But that's two different versions of just two people building boards in very fascinating circumstances.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think it was really interesting. The positioning to me, if I was Spencer, if I was playing multicasters, what I would be really racking my brain about was, should I have actually not positioned the Sona to give attack speed to both my multicasters? Should I have actually split off the Sona and the TF to one side and clubbed the other multicasters on the other side to try to draw the Jarvan ult away from the TF? Yes, that does mean you're guaranteed to be getting stunned there, but he was getting CC'd so heavily in the back line, and I think largely it was because he was always doing that positioning, which is standard, of Sona in between two multicasters to give the buff to both of them. But I think, you lose more damage than you gain by doing that because you're just drawing the CC, and if they get stopped for even a second or two, it's really detrimental in those rounds. So that would be the thing that I would really be kind of killing myself about, is should I position differently?
I love that you bring that up because I feel like it's very easy for players to tunnel in on something where they're like, oh, well, if for some reason I'm playing social distancing, well, then I want all of my units to be away from each other. But sometimes that is actually a huge negative for your composition instead. So being able to find those spots where you're weighing the pros and cons of actually getting the secondary effect is so, so beneficial. And so that's why we're going to see also a bit of the separation now between how Lobby A and Lobby B are doing. Lobby B, we got a chance to see how that one shook out, but Lobby A, once again, we're seeing Degree, Pokygom kind of running away with things, Boop. They're really starting to become front runners.
Yeah, it makes sense. They've been in competitive aspects before. Have they had the best set ever? Absolutely not. But, sometimes you got to be good on the day that it's asked for. And that's the beauty and maybe sometimes a curse of LCQ, right? You come in and you only have to be better than the, 14 other people today in order to get into mid-set, right? And so when you filter out some of the other maybe top players that might have been challenging them, and they might be coming in a little bit more confident as well because of that mindset. So yeah, they're running it away. And I think that's something that I probably would have assumed based on, recognizability and their performances in the past. But yeah, it's good to see Degree and Pokygom doing well.
Yeah, I mean, David Ace and Pokygom both just went 1-2 in their last 2 games as well, right? So, those guys obviously doing really well, Degree doing really well. Those are the players sitting in those bonus points, which could make all the difference for tomorrow.
For sure. It's so impactful to see how a player, even with 3 bonus points, you get rewarded for doing well on the first day as well. I think that's one of the more unique aspects of this format, is not only do you have to be consistent, but also, that consistency pays off sometimes. maybe not taking the inconsistent augment, if you will, but it is very nice to be able to see how our players are doing after these first 3 games of the day, but we still have 3 more games ahead of us. So we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, halftime. halftime break is over, which means we're back with more TFT action for day number 1 of the NALCQ. Welcome back, Crowan and Makes, to bring us through this next game. And one of the storylines we've been covering all day long, Makes, is that multicasters are at the top when they're doing great, and if you don't hit, wow, they fall flat on their face. But what do you think about cracking the code here? It kind of seems like we might have figured that out a little bit in this last game.
Yeah, so Crow and I have been looking at the data, we've been looking at the post-lobby screens, and we think we figured it out. Because whenever the multicasters don't top 1 the lobbies, there are some pretty sure telltale signs as to why that is the case. And the 2 big things are a beefy frontline tank and units that have backline access. So Crone, what kind of comms are the ones that we're looking for to take down those multicasters just a notch?
Yeah, we saw that in the off-stream lobby. Kind of what brought us to kind of cracking the code here was Degree playing Ionia Vanquishers, specifically Xayah being able to have that backline access and have that really strong front line. There was like an Aatrox 2, there was a Shen with 3 really good items as well, and then Bastion and Invokers were able to have some of that backline access as well, specifically because Pokygon was able to get an RE2 online, and yeah, she had the time because of that frontline Nico 3, the Taric as well, to get that 3rd cast off and just shred backline access. And that's kind of indicative as well to seeing something like a Cho go 4th place when that's a comp that we have seen go 1st place in other lobbies. So that's definitely a great call. You were the one to point it up first, but we start to see how the multicaster can rise and can fall as well.
Yeah, I wonder if more players will be leaning into those lines, because it's really interesting that you bring up Xayah as a potential carry and also an answer to this composition, because overall when we look at Vanquishers as a composition, that was something that was really strong but seems to have fallen off a little bit. So do you feel like that could still be a strong contender for our players to actually get first, or is that kind of dependent on if we see multicasters or not?
I think so. I think that the Ionia is still good. I think people are just straying off because they fear that the multicasters are stronger, but going into those Vanquishers, getting that Ionia emblem, which is craftable, I think is a really good way to get it out and maybe have a chance against them.
Can't wait to see what we've got in store for us for our next game. So Crowan and Makes, take it away.
Thank you very much, Necra. Makes, we've reached after our halfway point in game number 4, Lobby A. And the scores are already kind of telling a story. I know we were both like, oh, can David Ace and Degree both have good results and solidify themselves ahead of the rest of the pack? And they have as well. We do have Degree in this lobby, currently sitting on the top.
Yeah, and that's the player you're looking out for, right? That is the one everyone's trying to beat, and we're going to hop on board with him as we go into Targon Prime. That's going to give a stimmy pack, as players like to call it, to everyone once they hit that 40 HP marker. Of course, the big point later down the line is going to be, what is it? Because once the first player has actually cracked it, everyone else will be looking at it and trying to tailor their boards for it.
Yep. Exactly. Get that perspective. Everyone's gonna be scouting to see, okay, how can I prep for that stimmy to come in, whether it be a lot of gold, whether it be items, whether it be, you know, whatever comes through there. That's definitely a great point. Degree has played a few different comps today, even achieving success. He's not really relying on one specific play style. We played Cho'Gath in one game, played a kind of Neela flex composition in game 2, and then played more of the Ionia focused Neela Vanquisher in the last game. But Degree still seems very flexible, depending on what he's offered in the early game. Not like these, you know, multicaster forcers that we've seen, or perhaps the Samira and Cassiopeia reroll kind of that we've seen forced from Unwolf earlier on in the day.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, having the 2 multicasters here already, like you're saying, it's a strong direction, it's a strong comp. You're not going to say no to that, but notably also holding on to that line of the Vanquishers, has the Irelia, has the Jhin, is holding on to the Samira, the Ashe, so still open to what else might come. But of course, with 2 copies of Talia, you're already eyeballing those multicasters, and the augments that are coming in are going to be really indicative. Hopping over to Basso because of this. The Lee Sin augment pick or legend pick is not something we're seeing a lot on the players here. Basso has been running it for the entire day, and I personally love it. I think we're in a patch where rerolling is really strong, and having that trade sector as an option is a good choice to me.
Yeah, definitely. There's several one-cost rerolls, let alone you can reroll 2 costs around the multicasters and even rogues as well, right? After you get that Graves online, going to be angling towards that as well. Perfected repetition being offered, but that is going to sway Bosso the way of the multicasters. And having a Galio 2 online in the early game is going to, yeah, kind of lean in that direction as well. But I think it is a great call because of exactly what you were saying. The reroll is so prevalent, and Lee Sin leans super well into that playstyle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, of course, against the repetition, there's really not much.
Yeah.
That's just something you want.
You hire
but I still appreciate that the legend is being chosen, and that's probably something we're going to see later down the line to kind of keep you updated. Everyone else, except for Bosso and Sunny, is running Twisted Fate as a legend, and Sunny is running Poro. So Lobby seems to be pretty decided on what to play as legend right now.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's still, while I was expecting TF to come through this weekend, I really wasn't sure how many TFs we would get over the course of the whole field, but it is more than at least I personally anticipated. And I think it makes a lot of sense, right? Especially Toronto Tokyo
wow.
was a player who...
I'm so sorry,
no,
but
go ahead,
agree. Huh?
Ravenous Hunter, let's go. Warwick coming back to play.
I am stunned. So I've been kind of cheering on the hero augments that are in this set for a long time now. I think they're so fun. The Ravenous Hunter, the Winds of Woke, the Demon Flare. Like, I love seeing them. And even like Riftwalk, you don't get a lot of them unless one of them is really strong. So picking up that Ravenous Hunter here is so interesting to me from Degree. And keep in mind, Degree is the player that is currently leading the lobby as well with 22 points. So that is a pretty big statement augment being picked up quite early.
Yeah, first I love that you call it Winds of Woke. That's exactly what it is. But also this leans very well into talking about how Degree is very flexible, right? He's able to see an augment like Ravenous Hunter, even though it hasn't been played that much recently at all, and still be like, nah, that's good enough. I can slam a Rage Blade. I have a glove for the Quicksilver to come online soon. It's unfortunate that the Zon, it looked like it was not anything that Warwick can really utilize very well. But that's okay. You don't need, I suppose, the Ravenous Hunter kind of line to go to a Warwick specific Zon mod, but it does help a lot.
So what I really love about this is that, like we've been saying, we're in a patch of re-rolling. Players are looking for Sorakas, for Talias, for Twisted Fates, all of those 2 costs. So that's going to make it much, much easier for you to maybe find something like a Warwick 3. And I think we might be looking at a variant where we're going to go into the challengers, maybe go for the Fiora and the Kaisa as additional damage support for him. But he is going to be the main character, one angry woofy boy coming through for the Gree.
Definitely. I feel like we're always blessed with exactly one spatula on the carousel to make, so we get to see what kind of crazy things players are going to be going for. And that's picked up immediately by Lil Top as a first pick. And Lil Top is going the way of, a couple Shurimas, a couple Ionias on the board, and both of them would be great angles to go. We've seen some success come out of, vertical Shurima, even getting up to that 6. And obviously the Ionia still being super good with the Ionia Vanquishers.
Absolutely. I'm just staring at the additional upgrades that are coming through here, and it is a spatula for Little Top. We have the Ionia online, and I so hope that this is the Vanquisher board that we will get online here from a Little Top. Notably, Sunny has been able to keep on winning in this lobby here, whereas Toronto Tokyo has been taking quite a few hits together with Little Top. They're at the bottom of the leaderboard as of right now, but that all might change quite soon.
Yeah, definitely. A few players had some multicasters on their boards as well. Pock, even though it was mostly Demacia, did have a TF in the board as well. I think even I saw a glance at Pocky hitting a Twisted Fate too. So we could be seeing up to 3 players contest multicasters in this game. So we got to keep in mind the point that we were talking about of what actually is able to, fight those toe-to-toe. Is it the Ionia Vanquishers with the Xayah backline access that does kind of spell the defeat of the multicasters?
So we are seeing the perfected repetition on the side of Bosso right now, which is going to buff up your multicasters. And then Toronto Tokyo is also running early education, which gives you ability power whenever you kill one of the other units, but it's not tied to the multicasters. So Toronto Tokyo still has an out of this hand holding on the multicasters, although I do think that's probably what he's looking for, unless he's going for a Sork board, which is something we've seen players try, but I don't think it has worked out thus far.
Yeah, even the last lobby, there were a couple players went just Sorks, vertical Sorks, Malala and Basso both did that, but they went bottom 4, so not able to get online as powerful as some of the other compositions, it seems, overall. Campbell even tried out some crazy Zon Gunnery roll, went Jinx 3 and a Warwick 3. Not Ravenous Warwick, of course, so it didn't end up doing very well. Hopefully Degree shows the power of that one, but, yeah.
Looking at Sunny's board though, keeps on streaking here with his Cho'Gath and also rolled some of his gold right after, no, he didn't roll yet, but he leveled. So he was on 5 already when we checked in with Sunny, kind of signalizing that he's not going to roll down here after Krugs. He has one Cho 2 and then one more copy on the bench. But if you are looking for that Cho'Gath reroll, we've been saying it, it's so important to get it up as early as possible. How are you feeling about this spot, knowing that he's been win streaking?
Yeah, that's actually, I think, really good recognition of Sunny's spot in this game. Not slamming items that would be, oh yeah, Cho'Gath reroll indicative. And so with that in mind, right, we're going to be just pushing levels, trying to win streak. And I think a Cho 2 at Cassio backline in the early game is fantastic to do that. BT and Titans being the items are decently flexible. We can go into a few different carries a bit later on. Fiora does come into mind. And I actually think it could be a challenger direction here, especially with AD and AP items both being able to be ran, right? That Kai'Sa can take that Jewel Gauntlet a bit later. We have a tier for potential Shojin, maybe a Shiv or something, but Sunny still does have more outs, and being able to win streak in the early game, super powerful, especially with that Gargantuan Resolve augment, really having a lot of that early game power with the Cho'Gath.
I really wish this would go into Bastions. You know, the Gargantuan Resolve on a Nico is one of my favorite things.
Yeah,
but I don't think
too.
the stars are aligning for that just right now. At least not from the units that we're running. Hopping over to Toronto Tokyo, though, we will see one more multicaster board come online. And on the other side, there is some sorking going on from Malala. 3 items slammed on the Orianna, who's currently holding them closely, holding them safely, dishing out lots of damage. She was buffed a little while ago, so now she does a little bit of extra damage additionally to shielding, so she's not as terrible as she used to be. But Crowan, we're getting some prismatics.
Let's go. Sunny rolling immediately to try to find something. Ancient Archives, roll the dice. Stationary support is really good. Azale was talking that augment up just a little bit ago last game, but is going to be going golden ticket. Could be considering with these items as well, something that neither of us mentioned is Rek'Sai reroll potentially, if we're considering a void direction, which is possible. Those AP items can go onto a Vel'Koz as well. But like you're mentioning, the Nico would be fantastic carrier of those items, could go into challengers. Essentially, that's still just another way of saying there's a lot of options for Sunny, but it is going to be something reroll potential. You don't have to reroll with golden ticket. It is still okay if you just like level to A with a lot of gold and try to find a stable board, but does really, of course, lean intuitively well into that reroll style of play.
Absolutely, and players are picking up these prismatics left and right. We're going to be on the lookout for any statement augments that come through. On the other side, we have Malala, who has picked up 2 spatulas, and right before this game, we did see that Degree hit a Warwick 2. I'm not sure if that was the first one or already the second one. I'm going to check in with him soon enough. I would expect to see how far we are on that Ravenous Awu going strong. But for now, Degree is going to park in that top third there and looking pretty strong. Sunny continues to win though. That's a lot of pressure going down on the lobby.
Definitely, that was a close win, nothing super crazy. Does find the Nico, so could be considering a pivot in the near future. Pokegum having 5 TFs for Gallios. Is going, oh actually okay, is going to be re-rolling the items got from that prismatic augment. I wonder what options Pocky got, because those are, it definitely must have low rolled there, right? Like, huh.
Yeah, it does make you wonder. Well, we'll stay tuned on how this one goes. But on the other side is Degree, with the Ravenous has picked up Jeweled Lotus as well, which is going to give a little bit of extra crit. But in comes the Crescendo. I don't think the Warwick can claw this one out. Although he is making headway, I think he will fall, and that's exactly what's happening here between Pocky and Degree.
Yeah, definitely. Sunny finally taking a loss as well into RFC Giant Slayer Neela. That kind of seems like the most popular build if you're able to kind of pick your items out of a hat. It's like double rapid fire. Giant Slayer Neela has a little bit of kind of pseudo backline access, is able to kind of take out any tanky frontline as well. Just still really, really good even after the nerfs there.
Yeah, we were talking about the pseudo backline access on that, Neela.
Yeah.
It kind of really depends, but I think if the positioning is good, if the positioning is in your favor, she can go quite far into that backline. Looking at what players have online here, there's a lots of upgraded units, but most of them are just for the moment are going to get swapped out. I'm seeing 2 TF2 with blue buffs though, and those are definitely staying. Another tier for Basso here. He's the third one that's running these multicasters.
Yeah, Toronto and Pocky with their players were like, oh, are they all going to be contesting with Basso? And yeah, it seems like they're all still kind of there in that TF line. No one willing to pivot out. Of course, Basso can't really pivot out because of the augment pickup. Hasn't hit the TF2, unfortunately, though. So, I mean, what do we do? We have 98 gold, going to get that hedge fund, getting as much gold as possible. But that gold is only going to go so far if all the units are already taken by the time we start rolling.
Yeah, that's a balancing act you're committing to, right? You're looking at your health, it's at 69, that's nice. And you are looking at your money, and you want to kind of make both of these resources work for you. So you're staring down the barrel with these 2 other multicasters and trying to figure out a way on how you're going to get at least a TF2, while really you would like a TF3 in order to make some headway here to get some board power. And I think we just saw the Gargantuan Resolve board, and there was a Nico with it, and that makes me incredibly happy.
Yeah, great call that one makes. The Nico 2 came through. Those are very good items. If you were to be like super nitpicky, it's like, yeah, Gunblade would be a little bit better than the BT, but BT is still super good, especially being able to slam it so early and win streak off of that. Not gonna be sad about that at all. Wanting maybe another Titan's Resolve to stack up with that Gargantuan means Nico is going to be near unkillable, right? And as soon as Soraka 2 comes through, we can swap over the items from the Cassiopeia there. Sunny is really making this one work out great.
Absolutely, and Sunny was also in the previous lobby where Pocky played this board, not with the Gargantuan, but the Nico and Soraka, and we were kind of talking about this one and talking about the power points of this board, and kind of in agreement saying that the Nico 3 really is the big win condition. You need to get her to 3. That's exactly what you want to do, and if you're able, like Sunny, to get there with so much HP, then that's going to be really good. The rerolling on everybody else is allowing him to also get that Soraka fast. We were talking about the 2-cost reroll coming in left, right, and center, so that makes it easier to hit her as well. I love that.
Yeah, Sunny leveling to 7 it seems like as well, but with the golden ticket, that's the big thing for Sunny. Having all of those free rerolls coming through means it's going to be so easy to find those units, especially because with 3 multicaster players, all the other 2 and 3 costs are going to be, you know, out of the pool already, so that just means more of the units that Sunny wants to see. Basso, 120 gold makes and rolling down, at least hits the TF2, but how much farther is he going to go here? Sona 2, pretty decent.
I think we're parking here. I think that HP resources is going to be used as much as possible. Items slammed left, right, and the Sona 2 should help together with the TF2. We'll see how strong the losses are and what augments come through as the third one after this. And I think then we're going to see whether or not Basso decides to actually invest all of the funds that he has made, or whether or not he wants to hold on for maybe 1 or 2 more rounds. Now that the TF2 has been found, you know that other players also have the TF2, so lots of copies already out of the pool.
Definitely, and seeing this fight after these upgrades come through against the double RFC Neela, it is still going to be powerful against Camberley. Nice upgrades coming through, but Mix, I actually wanted to ask you a little question here. There was the option to go Morellos on the Sona or a Crown Guard on the Galio, and a lot of players really value Sona with the Morellos spreading the anti-heal, but what do you make of that choice there?
I think it's really interesting. I personally, I'm a fan of Morello. I don't know why. Whenever I'm able to build it, I'm like, yes. It's not always the strongest thing, but I love seeing it, so I would always go with that. But different valuing from the players coming through as golden augments have hit the lobby and are going to be the last ones that come through for players here. Looking at Kambuli, has a spatula open.
Spat open, looking for, I guess, Bruiser Neela. That is something that came into play just a patch or two ago. Finds, Legendary with the Aatrox as well. Can consider putting that in. Maybe some Bilgewater Flex here, and yeah, that is going to be the angle over the Bruiser. So Bruisers all being sold. 3 Freljord online is pretty massive as well. That even Shroud, it's going to get a little bit of value at the start of the fight, but the Freljord really is going to be the big thing there. But I think Camberley made a pretty solid board here.
In comes the Freljord stun, and you can see them all freeze. The Neela is going to swipe left and right, take them down, and despite the big AoE wave coming out of Ahri, I don't think it's going to be enough. She powers up, but not fast enough. Neela taking her out, and that's one big hit, and goes to show how that Freljord 3 is as strong as it is. But hopping over to Lil Top,
that's an RE2.
Here is a RE2 in an Ionia 7 board that I personally haven't seen much of. There's a fully itemized Jhin, there's an Ionia Darius, and a frontline with a set 1.
Literally did a double take the last fight. I was like, oh yeah, Neela versus an Ahri. Wait, is that an RE2? Wait, that's an RE2 at level 7 from Lil Top. What is this? Like, the frontline that you're saying, yeah, frontline sucks. I'll just put it that way. It's not really buying enough time, as we saw in the last fight. But RE2 might be able to bail out Lil Top, especially long distance palos coming through. Those carries buffing each other up. Shen has good items, and then as soon as that's a Shen 2, I think this board can be really powerful. We need to get there though.
Yeah, I think my biggest gripe with this board, besides the frontline that you so correctly described, is Jhin having all of those items.
Yeah.
He is Jhin too, but at the same time, the Xayah is looking at him like, you maybe want to share those or something.
Yeah.
So hopefully finds a Jhin 1 soon to replace that and toggle them over, as we are going to go into Carousel. There's a Heimerdinger. That's a unit that players often want. But there's also a Rise, which if you're running those Invokers can be really interesting. So that would have been a good pickup for Sunny, but is last pick here, so won't get any of these legendaries.
No, Lil Top as well going to be last pick. Gets a Rod for his troubles. No floating components, it seems like, though, so just going to want to build an RE item with that a bit later after the Raptors. But we do see Sunny's board again. It's not really that Soraka focus that we typically see, because Sunny leveled to 7, getting 3 costs a lot easier, of course. So going for the Karma as well as the Nico and the Taric. I think that's a pretty good call, especially with the Lesser Champion duplicator there, and Karma still is going to be really strong here, especially with Loving Invocations picked up.
Yeah, I love the Loving Invocations here. Seeing the Karma, it brings back memories of me just one tricking Karma eventually, but I really love seeing it, so happy to have it. But Pocky has found that Twisted Fate 3 that everyone is looking for. That is going to be the board to beat, but you can see how they can take damage. Just Jarvan jumping back in there, that delivered so much time for the enemy board. If they had any backline access to do damage as well, they would have fallen. So that is what players need to kind of figure out now that they know that Pocky has hit.
Yeah, Pocky rolled to 0 to hit there, and yeah, fortunately was rewarded with the Twisted Fate, but it's still like 3 Galios away as well, and Basso taking the other direction of a carry here and getting the Vel'Koz 3 online as well as the Galio. These are both massive hits, and it's kind of crazy seeing multiple multicasters kind of hit their big power spikes.
It is. Let's see what Malala is on. And that's also not something we're seeing a whole lot of. We saw this earlier from, I believe, Ramblin, who wasn't able to get this Azir to Azir 2. But here for Malala, it has come together. But is it strong enough? In comes the crescendo from the Zona and the Jarvan into the backline. But the Neela stands to the right. She is untouched and she will be able to just shred through that Mordekaiser, shred through that Azir. And Malala will take a huge hit here, going 8th in that 4th game.
Malala's board looks strong. It was Mordekaiser 2, Azir 2, great frontline with a Jarvan, Shurima as well, but it just wasn't enough. Wow, that was crazy. We get to see what the Targon Blessing is a greater champion duplicator, a spat, and a couple of components. But wow, I'm still just surprised that Malala lost that.
Me too, to be honest. And that also explains how the Ahri came together earlier. So being able to have that golden duplicator off of the Targon Prime, of course, allows you to maybe hit a legendary like that a little bit earlier. Of course, it still requires to have 2 copies, but makes it a little less high roll at least. But we'll see how this board continues here. We have the Nico 2 on the bench, but there's 3 more copies that they need to get together here.
Interesting. Ionia, Soraka, Ionia coming in because the Karma is going to be the other carry. I think that's great. Now I just need some more frontline items coming through. Unfortunately, there is no vest there, so no double Titans for the Nico. That's a huge miss for Sunny here. Is going to want to make that into redemption, but then what else do we get? And we spent a lot of time thinking about items that the rolls coming through here are a little bit too late. Maybe can just save up some more gold to send it in the next round if we lose 1 more, but Sunny is on a 5 loss streak, so needs to change things around really soon.
Yeah, and on the other side are, how could it be any different, Crone? Multicasters, and they're coming for you. The stack decks from this Twisted Fate, really no end in this lobby, and Sunny now knocked down to what could be his last life. There are some upgrades coming through, needs 1 more copy of the Nico. I think this is where you send it. There's Taric 3 coming through, Shen 2 coming through, another Karma in the shop. Does keep going here, of course, another Soraka comes through, but really the Nico is the one he needs. Just 1 Nico, and there she is. That is going to be a huge upgrade for this board. Now, if you can get that Karma and the Soraka, as I'm seeing it, together as well, that's going to be massive upgrades all around. Duplicator used, everything slammed onto this board here, and now Sunny needs to be so strong against Kambuli and get this win in and get more after that.
Absolutely everything hit for Sunny. We get to see the power of this board in its basically final form versus Campuli. The double RFC, the Neela trying to tear through the front line of Nico. Does get there. The Karma caster coming through, but it seems like too little too late. Soraka, the only hope left in terms of damage dealing, does heal the Shen up a little bit, but not quite able to get the job done.
No!
Even after everything, makes Sunny still takes another loss.
Yeah, and you can see it. This is not what he expected. This is also not what I expected, just for the record. I thought this board was going to be stronger than that. There is a Taric 3, there's a Nico 3. Really, this should be going somewhere, but it just didn't. The other board was too strong.
Actually really crazy. Maybe that's indicative of how strong or not strong Karma is, right? Having the 3 Ionia to buff her up, but it's also going to be shared that buff with the Shen, who lived a very long time, and with the Soraka, who lived a really long time, of course, as well. But now that fight's going up against the multicasters of Basso.
Hopefully, Sunny can turn it around here. Jarvan jumps into that Soraka, but is nuked out of this world instantly, and the same is going to happen to the multicasters. This is much more how I expected those games to go, and you can see other players are watching Sunny because they know that that's a lot of very powerful units that he accumulated, even in that previous game as well, and it's really surprising how that Neela just didn't care.
I know, that was because Neela said, nope, I'm just going to be too strong. The front line was really good as well. But taking a look at everyone's boards at this point, and the HP totals as well, I think is a big thing to call out. It's so close. Degree in first place, 32, with that Warwick composition, right? Very strong. It is going to be, you know, finding some, or not finding some wins at this point in the game. Kambuli, the only player, is streaking, so super close. Basically everyone is fighting for the top 4 right now. No one is truly safe.
I think so too. Hopping over to Basso, who picked up that repetition early on, called out by our lovely co-casters early on as one of the augments that are just so good for the multicasters. But one pain point to the comp that you're looking at is the main character is not main charactering. Twisted Fate, no items, no upgrades. It's all about that Vel'Koz and that Sona, supported by the Galio being really strong here. You can see a little bit of a toggle on the units here as Basso goes up against Toronto, and that's the Twisted Fate that he would have wanted. Both of these boards are very similar, but with different strengths in terms of the units, and you can see the power of the board of Basso come together, take out Toronto.
Wow.
Who is going to get knocked out here, but Sunny still needs to fight for his survival as well. Will be able to do just that. The Rice, Scotty beaming up the last unit that we saw there, and will survive. So Toronto going out in 7th.
Degree takes another loss there with this Warwick style, but I love this from Basso skills, and actually it's happening with Pocky as well. Players are fully itemizing their Gallios with 3 items, but D-Claw being one of them, because there's just so much AP in this lobby. They're not valuing the Radiant Redemption, they're valuing the Radiant item on another unit. For Pocky, it's going to be that Radiant Warmogs on the Jarvan. For Basso, it was the Radiant Shojins onto the Sona in the backline, so I think really good analyzing this lobby state, as Pocky is going to be trying to fight for this round win, trying to get into the top 4, but going up against Sunny with the Nico, with the Karma.
One of these two players is gonna go out in 6th here. Unfortunately, in comes the multicasters to Targon Rise, slams down the Galio into that backline one more time, and there is nothing you can do, Pocky. This board is just so strong, so many upgrades found. He knows it. He is going to take this 6th place in honor, and unfortunately with so many players going for those multicasters, it just means you hit much later. If you hit at all, you bleed in the meantime while you're getting there, and other boards are having a little bit of an easier time. Notably, the Ravenous Hunter is not one of them.
No, it's 3 losses in a row. It's reached that point where, okay, it's good in the mid game, good in stage 4, stage 5, okay, we lost 4 out of 5 of the rounds here, and it's definitely fallen off, even with the other units like, I guess, the Jinx 3 that can carry a little bit, but she doesn't have Gunner. The Zon is not very great for her as well, but now 6 Juggernaut is online for Degree. If there is going to be a turning point once we reach the end stage of the game, it is going to be this one. Degree trying to fight for a top 4 here up against Sunny, Basso. Maybe Lil Top can live even if he loses. The 3rd item's going to come through here, going to be a Gunblade for the Jinx. Makes, I don't know if it's enough. The Warwick isn't able to do it.
I don't like it, but maybe it's enough against Kambuli, who's currently leading the lobby. I don't think so, but we'll watch. On the other side is that Mila that we saw in action previously. So much power is locked onto that Warwick, but he's able to heal back. He's able to find her as well, and he's able to take her down. Degree holds on, serves a loss to Kambuli as well, ending his win streak and knocking out a Basso in this round as well, who is going to take a 5th, means our top 4 are locked in, and Sonny and Degree are one of them.
The bottom 4 comprising of 7th, 6th, and 5th place, all being the multicasters who held hands down there. And that's just what happens. But Kambuli is able to make this Neela work out. Degree is held on to a top 4. Sunny as well with that great Invoker Bastion composition. Kambuli going to be fighting against Lil Top, and then Sunny and Degree on the left-hand side.
I think the left-hand fight is the bigger one because definitely someone is gonna go home there, Little Top. If he loses, he might be able to hang on with 16 HP, but let's see how it goes. Left-hand side, the Karma is still going strong, and so is the Nico. She is tanking everything. That Ravenous Hunter is not getting through her. Tarek now in the way, but Nico has fallen. Can the Rice Portal do something here? Knocks him back down.
Warwick.
Is that enough though? I don't think so. One more port, and does that end it? No, the Aatrox is still here, but it will be the case. The Invoker stays strong, and he is able to hang on. Degree, after an incredibly run in the first 3 games, now taking a 4th place. Still good, but a little bit less good than before.
Yeah, still gonna be happy about that though, I think, especially picking Ravenous Hunter Warwick. It's like, you're not gonna expect that to win lobbies nowadays, so top 4, yeah, that seems pretty good. That seems about what we expect, exactly. Single digit HP for Sunny Lil Top Camberley might as well be, right? But Lil Top able to hold on even though he lost that last fight. This one's going to be Camberley versus the Ghost, and Sunny versus Lil Top on the left.
Unfortunately, it's Sunny's Ghost though, and that is a massive fort to be facing. He saw it before, he lost against it before. Now with all the gold invested on all 3 of those players, maybe he has a chance to turn down this Nico with the Neela, but I don't think so. Check out the damage that's coming out from the backline, from the Karma. She is just nuking these units, and what she cannot finish, the Rise will. It's Lil Top going out, and then we're gonna have a loss on the side of Kabuli eventually as well. And Sunny. I think that's a double knockout here for Sunny, taking it home in game number 4.
Wow, Sunny with the fantastic pivot into the Bastion Invokers that Nico 3 able to get the job done. And that happened so fast that we get a chance to see the final fight of the other lobby makes. We're gonna get a chance to see the Unwolf versus Spencer TFT. Multicasters actually doing well. It feels like that's always what we see on our games. The multicasters go out bottom with the other lobby. Multicasters doing really well. Wait, that's the Warwick 3 over there from Unwolf. Was that? Wait a minute.
What's going on in this lobby? I was just excited that in this lobby there is not a double knockout happening, because now that happened back to back to us, but it is another Ravenous Hunter and Yule actually able to pilot that one to at least a 2nd place, but maybe it's enough to take a 1st one as well. Check this out. Multicasters going in, but the Ravenous Hunter is looking to make headway into that backline, takes down the Vel'Koz, takes down the Sona, goes for the Twisted, and that is going to be it. One Woofy boy taking a massive win here against Spencer. Field is now even, but we're gonna go into Drake's first, and then we'll see who wins this lobby.
6 Juggernaut, 4 Challenger. The Warwick will not be stopped this time around, makes, especially with the quickest silver being the Radiant option there. A lot more attack speed, and it's never going to be CC'd, right? Thank you, Spencer, for hovering over that one.
I was like, wow, he's listening.
That was absolutely perfect. 30 seconds of CC immunity on that one. So yeah, it's basically never going to be stopped. There's no rise or anything to send it into the air. There is one on the bench, but it is just going to be a Freljord rise, slowing the attack speed. But again, quickest silver, not gonna be able to be slowed.
Yeah, items coming through here, and is gonna pull up that Warmox to try and make his board just a little bit stronger.
Yeah.
Beefier taking down the Galio, will lose out on the Demacia Deer, and it will move over to the Sona is the idea. And then for Yunwolf, we're also seeing a little bit of toggling. Will now also pop that Anvil, and will also be tanky, coming in with the redemption there on that Nasus.
I like that.
But now it's all about the positioning on whether or not this Warwick can make his way to the backline or not. Let's watch. I'm so excited.
The Warwick is not on the side of the multicasters, makes, and that might be the multicasters having enough time to take them out.
Yeah, might be, but Warwick says no, goes to the right back corner, and from here on out, he has an easy way to the left back corner. He is gonna come in, and he will take down whatever he wants. That's one good boy making way for Yunwolf and giving him a 1st place.
Lobby B game 4 going to Ravenous Hunter. I thought first place in the other lobby, Necro, was good enough, but it turns out that comp could go all the way.
I'm shocked, and I want to thank Makes once again for bringing over some of that EMEA charm, because I feel like every time we get you on the broadcast, we get something so exceptional and extraordinary. And I did not have Ravenous Hunter on my bingo card in one game, let alone 2 lobbies.
Yeah,
It's
You're welcome. I love it.
Yeah,
I'm so
thank
down
you.
for it.
and both top 4ing as well. Like, if that was a bingo sheet of like, oh yeah, we're gonna see one Ravenous Hunter Warwick game, maybe I would slip that on the bingo sheet. But then you get the qualifiers of like, okay, and it goes top 4, and we see 2 of them, and they both go top 4, and one wins a game. It's like, no, we're not going that far, but we are living in that world apparently, and it's great to see, right? The meta diversity coming through. Even these hero augments, even though like Demon Flare and stuff has been nerfed, you won't really see the boss as much kind of get pulled out, but Ravenous Hunter,
Sad.
good to know, still a good one.
Well, I think we need to add that to the list of solutions to multicasters.
True.
Because at this
Yeah.
point, I feel like we've identified a few. Crowan, you brought up some compositions that can really take that down. We ended up seeing the super strong Invoker board coming through as well from that lobby. Apparently, Makes they can also grief each other, and also Warwick can also do the job. So. We gotta put our detective hats on a little bit more often, because I feel like the list is starting to rack up here. And what are maybe some other options, Makes, that you feel like these players can go for? Is the solution now just don't run it?
I mean, I think that would be maybe taken a little bit too far, Necra, although I would be down with it. I don't think that's what we're going to do. The thing is, if nobody contests it, it becomes much stronger, right? That's something we saw in this lobby where many players hold hands trying to go for those multicasters, that it took them too long to actually get the comp online. They lost too much HP, and then back then they weren't able to hold on. They weren't able to fight against other boards that were maybe a little bit capped at different times. And I think if nobody's running it, then the one person that does get it, you probably wouldn't want to face them in your lobby, I think.
But if nobody has it, then maybe we get to see even more compositional diversity. So I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Hey, let's take a look at the scoreboards, though. We did get a chance to see just the very tail end of that Lobby B game. Of course, we ended up getting a chance to follow Lobby A, but I feel like the big story here, Crowan, is when we look at the players that are really starting to break away from the pack. You talked about compositional diversity now coming into the fold. I feel like we're seeing that from the players that are sitting towards the top.
Yeah, definitely. Degree being the one that has been pointed out already, but other players as well. There's a lot of players, I think, around middle of the pack in terms of scores. These last 2 games, before we get to the overall, are definitely going to be super, super nice. But even, pulling out the Ravenous Hunter, like we talked about, Sunny, I think, has had a lot of great compositional diversity as well, able to get a first place as well over in the lobby that we saw. But yeah, overall, middle of the pack, that's pretty crazy.
It absolutely is, and the one player that kind of gave me a little bit of an alarm going off in my head when I just looked at the previous standings is David, because David Ace was second in the overall standings after the last game, only 1 point behind Degree, but he took an 8th, and you can see how much that can knock you down in these overall standings, so that is to be avoided at all costs. For most of those players that are in those top 3, top 4 there, if they can get top 4s for the rest of the tournament, I think they're looking really good. For some of the other players, they now need to play incredibly risky to try and get some extra points, and I think we might even see some legend changes in order to facilitate that.
That's such a great point, because you were honing in on something during that one game where Lee Sin by Basso skills was such a unique legend to be picking for this game, Makes. But Crowan, when you look at maybe some of these other legends we could pivot to, a lot of Twisted Fate, maybe a little bit of Earth. Is there anything else you could feel like could get thrown into the mix here to really shake things up?
Definitely. I think actually Earth is a pretty good call out for that. In a composition, or sorry, in a meta that is so kind of new and people are figuring things out. A lot of times the vertical traits, we haven't really seen much of it today besides 6 Shurima being a kind of chase trait. But if we're able to kind of spike into a 9 Aeoni or 9 Noxus, those compositions are going to be winning lobbies a ton. And we're kind of past the days of old, of like the Aurelian Soul, you go for that Dragon King style, it's not really going to come out. But Earth, I think, might be the one that if you are to see a legend change, that's going to be it.
Can't wait to see what's in store for us. We've got 2 more games ahead of us, and as Meg said, it's kind of starting to be do or die for some of these players, and they really got to start stepping it up if they are in the middle. So let's see what happens as we come back with game number 5. Hello everybody and welcome back to day number 1 of the NALCQ. We have 2 more games to go, so our players are really going to be stepping it up in order to make it home for these final 2 games. We've got, of course, Azael and Boop back on the casting desk with us for this 5th game, and you know, okay, we're starting to crack the code a little bit on the multicasters. I feel like that's still a storyline we're gonna have to follow if it's contested, if it's not, what happens in these lobbies, but I'm really surprised to see that and Noxus and what else can we really expect to see today, Azale? Was this kind of what you were hoping that the meta would shape up to be for this LCQ after the patch?
Yeah, I thought we were going to see more variance, honestly. I thought that we were going to see, you know, maybe more kind of different styles of comps winning, because we've been seeing anytime multicasters isn't contested, it basically goes top two. It's kind of how it feels. You know, Spencer has gotten 2 top twos alone playing multicasters, and, you know, we haven't seen any Piltover yet. We haven't really seen any, like, full Demacia lines. We haven't seen Ward have as much success as I was expecting. So some players are kind of experimenting a little bit. Like we've seen some vertical Shurima. We saw Ramblin in the last game just try to play vertical Bilgewater. But all the people that seem to be experimenting seem to be going bot 4. So everyone is just kind of, you know, I think going to be honing in more and more on multicaster and things like that. So I don't know if that's going to be more heavily contested, which will make it weaker, or if we're just going to see people getting more experimental as they're falling behind in the points.
Oop, what do you think? Which direction are we heading in for this?
So okay, so 2 things. Number one, you know, you add multicasters, then you add arguably one of the best augments in the game right now, which is perfected repetition. If you look at the stats, you have a 1 in 5, you know, 20% chance of winning that lobby after getting perfected repetition, especially if you get it last and you already know that's the direction you're going, right? So there's no pivoting to go after. The other one is, I think, like, if you think about the fact that you know that these 2 and 3 cost units are going to be taken out of the pool, right? So that makes something like that Warwick that we saw a little bit easier actually to get. You have to get the augment, but getting the Warwick becomes a little easier because a lot of the 2 costs are already out of the pool, right? So you're going to be able to potentially push some more 2 and 3 cost units, but these 2 and 3 costs are really, really good. So it's definitely still feels like the non-multicasters are working way harder than the multicasters are to win these rounds.
Fair enough. I would love to see if we get a chance to see more Ravenous Hunter. Maybe some of the other hero augments would also be really nice to see. What a treat we have in store for us for this 5th game. So, Azale, Boop, let's see what we've got in store for us.
All right, thank you as always, Necra. And guess what, Azale? This is the penultimate lobby, and we are already going to Oran's Forge. If I know something that TFT players like, it's familiarity. So Oran's Forge is definitely something on their radar.
Yeah, we have a couple people voting for a Placidium Library, so we'll see if we do get that. Placidium Library can definitely lend itself to really high roll games. You know, you can get the additional emblems and really kind of hit those prismatic traits, but it is going to be Oran's Forge, so just kind of tried, tested, and true. You know, we did see a couple Ravenous Hunter games last game that both ended up in top 4s. We saw Unwolf actually win. The other person, I can't remember who actually was playing it, but they got 4th. Something we haven't seen that I have noticed is actually Demon Flare, right? So I'm not sure if people are passing it up or just haven't hit it, or if they're feeling it's too contested potentially in this meta now to actually consistently get a 3-star, because that was doing really well in Noxus Cup. But there are a lot of Noxus lines that are obviously playing it as part of their comp. Sork lines play it, Strategist lines play it, and multicasters are playing it a lot of time as well. So maybe it is popping up for people, but they're just deciding not to go for it.
Yeah, Swain, multi-contested, like you said, and then you're just going to add another, person playing that. We've already seen multicasters hold hands. Any comp can hold hands, especially the ones that require those tier 3 units. So one of the best ways to go up against multicasters is to play it yourself, but you're kind of more friendly to the lobby than friendly to your potential win until one of you gets eliminated. Hopefully the other person has enough time. It's like 2 sharks in the womb, right? Only one can come out, and even then it might not even happen. As we're running along with David Ace right now, and David Ace actually had a pretty brutal 8th place in that last lobby, was leading the pack in the top 2 with bonus points, has actually slipped all the way out of the bonus points so far. So a comeback and an opportunity to rebound here for David Ace for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. He's sitting at 22 points right now. Second place, though, is only 2 ahead of him. So Unwolf up at 24. Spencer is in the 3rd at 23. Degree with a pretty commanding lead at 27 points. So he is out ahead of the pack, but it is very close amongst a lot of people. Pokygom as well is in this lobby. He's at 21 points, only 1 behind David Ace. Clear, who I don't believe is in this lobby, and he's sitting at 20. So it's really close in the middle at that kind of point. So some interesting options here. It just feels like he has been so heavily favoring Ancient Archives, and I think he's not going to think about it too much. David Ace has really been playing heavily, it feels like today, around going for these early emblems, playing for Shurima, playing for Noxus, playing for these like high tier traits where he can get towards those upper echelons of it. And there's another Noxus offered to him, and he's not going to hesitate at all. This has been the line that he has been seeming to really, really like to play, and he's been lucky enough to kind of almost always feel like emmed up with one of those emblems that can play this line.
Yeah, something about David that's also been very impressive to me is how intentional he's been playing, right? He's been like locking in these routes and just committing to them, and it's been working out, right? We saw Kiyun earlier kind of stuck in a position where there were so many choices, it was almost analysis paralysis, right? But David doing a lot better when it comes to knowing our line, being intentional about how we're going to get there, and seeing if that's going to get us there in the end.
Interesting that he actually slams the BT, so maybe feeling like that's going to make a difference on a win streak, but like Noxus with BT is so much less common now. You know, that almost brings me back to the previous styles when people were playing like Cat 3, Darius 3 and itemizing Darius.
Yeah.
But like, no one really does that these days. BT you don't really see as an item on Samira. It's not really seen as an item on Mord, which is one of the typical carries. So is he going to be playing a different style of it is something that I'm really interested in finding out. Or if it was just kind of like a tempo slam for BT and he's saying, yeah, lifesteal is not going to be bad for him Mord or whatever later on, and this is going to help me win some rounds.
All right, we're looking over at Basso now. I'm a little worried he's not wearing his nice shirt.
Ooh.
So that's actually a meme in TFT. He's only got one nice shirt. He wears it for everything. But yeah, so Basso also in Malala's study group and has actually been going back and forth in terms of our success. Has been playing a lot of rogues so far today. Is moving into the Freljord area right now. So I wonder if that Ancient Archives just beefed.
Yeah, I mean, my guess is he really didn't have a lot of options because no one is playing like vertical Freljord, right? Like that was something you saw back in set 9, like before the 0.5 came through. People were playing it a lot, back with Lysandra and so on, and you could actually get up towards 4 Freljord and have that be really, really effective. But no one really plays it at all these days, so it is interesting to see that as his 2-1 choice. As you say, maybe kind of just got screwed on the options, and sometimes you have to take the best of the bad bunch. Also interesting seeing Sox play Hustler here. And he already has a Jace too, which is ridiculous this early on. So Hustler can really allow you to push the tempo early. This is kind of like a feast or famine augment, at least in my experience, because you don't have to hold, you don't get any interest, right? So you don't have to hold any gold. You max spend every round, you push levels, you roll down, and you really try to get a super powerful board. Generally, it's much harder to cap out as highly as some of the other augments because you can't actually sit to that point where you're on 50 gold and just raking in all that interest. So you're really dependent on streaking. So we'll see if you can actually keep a very strong board and build up a win streak here.
Yeah, I love these augments. They're like whole portals as well.
Yeah,
because I think there's a Zon portal that does the same thing, right?
I think, maybe.
Yeah. And then so I wonder,
Which I'm reporting you
predictability.
I hate that one. That was like one of the least fun ones of all time. If you pick that or you pick Stillwater, it's definitely a report angle.
So how did, my question is, especially old school Stillwater, what life choices brought them to that point? You know what I mean? To make a decision
a lot of
like
bad
that.
ones.
That's my question. Yeah, exactly. Kind of like NA at Worlds. I mean, anyway, so the... Sorry, Azale. And if I've seen people asking, Azale's still going to Worlds, folks. He's just doing TFT for the weekend and heading out a little bit later. So don't you worry, folks. He'll be there in Korea. But yeah, so we're going back over to David again, and we got the Noxus spat on the Echo and a Katarina 2 already.
Wow. That is a really good start, and it's going to suck for Sox if he runs into him, because this is a pretty strong board. He could actually beat Sox. I'm curious to see what angle he's actually looking at here, though. Again, with the BT, his item choices are pretty interesting. He just sold the Echo. He did put in the Graves. Is he going to play some sort of like Noxus rogue angle or something? I wouldn't think so. I'm guessing it's just going to be more of like a Darius carry. You could also, this is thinking way ahead, but you can itemize Aatrox as a carry, and that can be pretty effective. So maybe going to go for something very late game, going to be trying to push towards that. But he is bringing in Sox. Sox really wants to win this, and I think he will have enough power to do so, but they're not targeting the cat just yet.
Oh my goodness. Okay, that cat was MVP for sure. That was a potential 3-unit loss that's now just going to be a 1-unit loss after this round. And we've had this Jace for a while, but the other thing that's actually really impressios about this is we've already got our Aphelios. We've got 3 of our gunners. Somehow it's the Jinx that we're missing at this point. Maybe contesting a rogue player, if I haven't seen one just yet, but it should come here soon. And we're going to get our 3 gold. We're at 10 for win streak. Sox is at a great... I'd be happy. More than happy to be in this place.
Absolutely.
That Sox is in.
I mean, he had an econ opening as well, so he just has the 2 components, so he has no completed item, but he's on 4 Jaces at 6, right? It's 2-6, and he has 4 Jaces, so like this could be easily a Jace 3 game. And if you can get that Jinx in relatively early, you slot that in. His front line's weak, but he has a really heavily upgraded board already. So he's in a very, very good spot. And I do think, you know, with this augment, like I said, you want to win streak. You want to be getting a lot of the gold from that streak. And he is going to get a 5 streak very easily here against Kyun. And he's also been putting a pretty big hurting on a lot of the players that he's actually running into. Because I think his board is just going to be so far above what most players are actually fielding right now.
Yep, Sox and Basso also super stoked that they didn't face each other.
There's
They're
the
going to
Jinx.
both take their win streaks to the Krugs round, and Jinx is on line. This is what you call hit, right? Basically, Sox is just hitting, right? Just hit, and you shall be rewarded. And we're honestly missing out on potential extra gold on the +4, but we're going to get our +3 because of Hustler. And once again, I think what Sox knows is that things are going to be a little bit more predictable for him. He's not going to have to work with economy as much as some of these other players. Going with the police siren on the win-loss alternation is not going to be that super big of a deal. And now it's all about where we can keep our HP. But with those items, it doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. Not a lot of AD there.
That's like the worst feeling when I'm playing a gunner line and I see 2 rods pop out of Krugs, especially because he's already down an item, right? So it's easy to say, oh, well, you shouldn't have played gunner line if you didn't have AD heavy, but he had an eco opening and hit a Jace too. So you're kind of, you know, locking into that. But seeing 2 rods pops out really, really does hurt. Here's Lil Top going for the roll down. There's an eco too. He's 1 off Graves if he does actually pick this up. So I wonder if he's just going to send it. And he is going to go down at least to 20. Going below 20, you basically have to hit, or it's just like FF to go next. So he's on a 4 streak, and he is rolling. He needs that Graves. Down to 10 is going to be a pretty rough spot.
Yeah, misses out on the Nico too as well because we took the Jeweled Gauntlet off to go to the Katarina. So we had a potentially good frontliner to try to get some damage onto the opposing side, but it's just a tier 1 unit. And just like most rogue units, most rogue battles, it's going to come down to this Graves at the end of the day. And oh, this is actually going to be close. Tier 2 Graves, another ult here. He survives, got the smoke and 1 more auto attack, and he gets them down. Squid is for dinner.
Yeah, gonna be able to get that kill, and that is pretty important that he starts to turn things around. Like, he really needs the Graves 3 desperately. His items also not great for what he is actually playing, but he is playing TF, right? So he's re-rolling the items on the bench, so that shouldn't be that big of a deal. And does have some better choices there at least. It'll be interesting to see if he wants to like slam IE and whatnot. And now he's just kind of checking what he has for Zon. The damage amp here, I can never remember what this actually, the Zon mod is called, but the damage amp on that one is actually really nice for rogues, I find. You can slap it on Jinx. Jinx gets the rockets down. You have the damage amp for all your rogues. It can be pretty powerful.
Yeah, totally agree. And so this comp still needs to find some footing, right? We need that Graves 3. We're still 1 away. We at least won our last round, so we were able to save some HP because we've seen rogues kind of go down to the bottom and then just solidify and then not really lose for, 8 rounds until the end game where people are starting to position a little bit more intentionally against you specifically and get those items going. In terms of the units on the board, we're 1 down here against Kyun, who's been having a little bit of a rough day, but this Cassiopeia is actually pretty scary. This looks like it's going to be a multicaster comp at the end of the day as well. Not really seeing that contested just yet as we have gone through a couple players in the lobby, but let's see how good this Cassiopeia does against this Graves. 1 more ult, and that's going to be it. It's going to be Healing Orbs, it looks like. That's going to be helping that Cass.
Absolutely. Healing Orbs absolutely making the difference at that point. And it's just such a rough spot to be playing rogues from. When you roll down all the way to 10, you don't hit the Graves 3. He's not even close to anything else as well, right? It's not even like he's about to hit Melio 3. He can't really play the Ishtal line. He doesn't really have much going for him at all. His other rogues that are on the board are all 1-star, so he is in a really tough spot. Sunny here now on a 7 loss streak, but I think in a better position. Does have full items sitting there on the Samira. Picked up an Azir and a Nasus on 6, which is really nice. Is sitting obviously on 6 Samiras, but I don't think it's going to be any sort of a Samira 3 angle. It's likely just going to be moving in towards, Mord carry or Neela, something along those lines, and playing that kind of a route. But we'll see if Sunny can start to stabilize.
Okay, we've seen the Azirs take a little while to get good, but we also saw David Ace's Azir win against multicasters. So I think the top aspect of Azir and where it could be also very weak, I think is the furthest for a lot of our units. As Azir can be very inconsistent. And look at how close that was. I think that Contagion probably helped with that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Really, really close. But honestly, when you're already on a loss streak and you take a 1-unit loss, you're pretty happy about that because he's still continuing to get the gold. And Sox actually hit Felios 2 on 3-3. So that is absolutely
Jesus
ridiculous. So he's already playing, 4 gunner, has the Aphelios 2, has the Jace 2. Curious to see, how close he is towards Jace 3. He was already sitting on 4, so how many other ones he will have picked up will be interesting. He's sitting on an open glove, so what can he get towards? He's actually going to grab another glove, so I wonder if he's just going to slam these gloves here and actually just try to play for tempo, just try to keep up that power that he has right now. Oh, okay, so he had an open bow. Okay.
All right, so in terms of vocabulary, tempo, folks, if you're just turning in, is kind of where your comp should be, and you compare it to where it's at, right? So if your tempo is pretty slow, that means a comp that might normally be winning, you're falling behind on getting those units, and you're not getting the advantages that you normally would get. If you're ahead on tempo, that means that your comp is a lot more powerful than the average comp at this time. So if you're always, I feel like tempo is a word we throw around in like all esports and then never define.
Yeah, right? Fair. Yeah, fair. Totally. I guess it's one of those things that you kind of just, you talk about it so much, and you kind of just get used to everyone know what you mean, but it is good to explain for sure. So, Sox, excuse me, I guess he did not pick up a glove on Carousel, so I'm not sure what I saw. I thought he picked that up, but did pick up the bow, so he's going to have Last Whisper. Really, really nice for gunners and pretty necessary, so is in a pretty strong spot, I would say. Has 5 Jaces, so looking for a Jace 3 this game, very likely. It's going to be hard, I think, for him to push towards 8 and beyond. So I do think he's likely going to be sitting at 7 with that Hustler and just trying to spam roll and see if he can actually get strong enough for a top finish.
All right, Degree. Now looking at this multicaster comp as well, so it does seem like this is going to be pretty contested. The Vel'Koz still not there. I mean, I think we're already kind of seeing the effect of that. At this point in a lot of our uncontested lobbies for this comp, I mean, we had tier 3 units on the board already for a lot of these units. We've also gotten a lot of duplicators in our lobbies. It's something I've noticed too now that I'm kind of thinking back. So the reroll has been a little easier, but I think we started seeing it stall out in the last lobbies, last 2 lobbies, where our reroll players were just not really hitting in the early part of the game and had to adjust. Let's see if we're going to commit to this, and it's going to be the Spider-Man meme both ways.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's going to be interesting to see how heavily committed they are. It's tough to pivot out of. Both of them have rolled down very heavily, right, on 6. So I don't think there's much that they can really do to pivot here. I do think that it feels like Kiyun has a better item setup. I do like DFG a lot more than Zhonya's for this comp. The upfront damage that TF has is actually pretty good with that DFG, so I think that could be quite strong. 2 Ash 2s here, though, for Bosso's skills, so likely going to be looking towards that Ash 3. Would be interesting to see if he actually wants to fully commit to that, because he is sitting, just a tiny bit of XP away from 7, or if he's going to try to roll more heavily on 7 and see where he can go from there.
Yeah, curious how this Stolen Vitality augment is going to work out too, especially with Freljord. I actually think that's going to work out really well together, because after a certain amount of time, especially with Freljord 3, those units get locked, and you're going to have an opportunity to heal your units. Yes, and as you say, Ahri is a beautiful hit for this particular comp. We're going to keep building those Ionias, just 1 away on the Ash 3. I mean, we saw Sox, I don't even think, get an Ash 2 a little bit earlier today with an Ionia spat. So let's see if he's going to be able to see it on Bosso's board instead today.
Oh, and he finds a Scions. I mean, he rolled down. He unfortunately did not hit the Ash 3, but he's 1 off Ash 3. He's 3 off of that set 3, and did find the Ahri as well as a Neela. So finding a lot of these critical units that he's going to need for his comp. He's now on 4 Vanquisher, 3 Freljord, which is pretty interesting because he does have that Freljord spat, and we'll see how effective that's actually going to be, as Kiyun, has the multicasters online, has the TF2, has that Vel'Koz 2 now at this point as well, and it's just such a tough board to deal with. I do think Ash 3 would have a chance to be able to deal with it, because the upfront damage is pretty high from those Ash 3 boards, but until you hit that, it's really hard to keep pace with multicasters. Even just the 2-star variants on stage 3 and stage 4, I think, are really strong. It doesn't start to fall off until a little bit later into the game, when people are getting their 2-star forecasts and so on, and which multicasters then kind of need the 3 stars to compete.
Definitely agree. Hey, you know what? Maybe splashing some multicasters with know your enemy is the secret, right? When it comes to getting rid of some of the
play two multis.
Yeah, just play 2 multis, splash it in, and just absolutely destroy the rest of them when you see them. I mean, if you have the room, well, this is not worth it to pick a whole augment for that. But we're still thinking about it, and we actually do pick know your enemy. So we're going to see definitely a couple Freljords, probably Bruisers for sure, and we do get the Ashe 3 online. And Ashe 3, I think, is a unit that a lot of regular ladder players, especially like Plat and below, will underestimate because it's just a 2 cost. But this unit is strong.
Yeah, it's absolutely really, really strong. I think even more so when you do have the Ionia spat. Obviously, didn't have it this game to be able to go for it, but it's in a strong spot, playing up against Degree, and we can kind of see the difference between Kyun's board when he was playing, with that 2-star Ashe, and then playing here against Degree with that 3-star. Should be able to win, and is going to be able to take down Degree, who's gone to 7. And so I wonder if Degree is going to do something, which I've seen this line where people are contested on multicasters, and they'll kind of say, okay, my opponent is sitting at 6, I'm going to go 7, I'm basically going to give up on TF and try to itemize more for the Vel'Koz and play more for Vel'Koz 3, if your opponent already has like a lot more of those 2 costs. So Pokygom here, you can see he is just hit his Talia 3, he's 3 off of TF 3, so there's a lot of people playing multicasters in this lobby.
Yeah, I think we're going to get some holding hands for sure on the bottom side of the leaderboard. No one's quite on Elimination Station just yet. 33 on the bottom, 79 at the top with Lil Top, which is actually a little surprising. Lil Top must have made a lot of moves in the last 4 rounds or so because that board was not looking that great when we left. And then we've got Sox, Degree, Basso, all within, 6 HP separates 2nd through 5th.
It's
so, yeah. Super close lobby. It's going to be that means that this whole lobby is going to maintain its proximity to each other probably as we keep going on, except these contested comps as Pocky gets destroyed on that round. It's going to be Nasus versus the world, and this Ashe again is not just throwing regular arrows at this point in time. They're just nukes that look small going into a lot of these units. And we got it moderately. I mean, we got it so we can push a lot of value out of that Ashe as well. So here's another look at the entire convergence right now. Anything popping out here, Zale?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting to see shoplifting for Sox, and that's an augment I don't see a lot of people play whatsoever. But like that combined with shoplifting is kind of just a lot of free gold every round. So, maybe trying to use that in conjunction with the Hustler to kind of really keep his economy up. I'll be interested to see if he can actually hit the 3 stars, because I do think he's really going to need to hit 3-star Jace to really kind of cap out his board this game. But a lot of multicasters contesting each other, a lot of people getting low on health, so people are going to be having to send it to 0. I mean, Pocky has 3-star Talia, he's holding 6 TFs. If he dies, that really kind of opens things up for a lot of the other players. Sunny does find that Scion, has a pretty strong board, but you really want to hit that Azir too, and isn't even sitting on a pair of Azirs, so going to make things difficult. And we're seeing that people are having to kind of have this rogue positioning because David Ace is actually playing some rogues in his Noxus comp and has been quite strong, but it means that your positioning is just worse against everyone else.
It becomes much stronger to position this way once there's less players in the game, right? You do get the hint on who you're going to be going up against, but then there's still a lot of variance in what you can predict. So this is definitely trying to work with those variances and thinking that this is going to be our best chance at making it through. And yeah, these Azirs have been pushing up against these multicasters pretty well, but once that Azir falls, it does seem like it's pretty much over for that comp. And an Azir 2 probably wins that round, to be honest with you.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it wouldn't have been very close if he had the Azir 2, but it doesn't have it, so what can you do? Only 1 off of the Jace here now, and does find a pair of Heimers, has pushed to 8, so now you have to kind of make that decision. Do you actually want to start upgrading the Heimer turrets, because that can be very expensive? Obviously is still looking for the Heimer 2, the Sejuani 2, as well as the Jace, and shoplifting is going to help him out, at the start of every round. Being level 8, hopefully you're going to be finding some legendaries, finding some 5 costs in there that are going to be helpful, but Pokygom just hit TF3, and that is a massive hit because Kyun is sitting on 50 gold at 6, and I think he was hoping that Pocky was going to die.
Oh, no, you asked me to receive
before he tried to play him. So I think he's, in his mind, he was saying, all right, Pokygum has 1 life, he's not going to hit, he's going to die, and then I'm going to spend all my gold, and I'm going to hit all of these things at level 6. But now that Pocky hit, he could go on a big streak, and Kyun is going to be in a really rough spot, because now if you roll, it's very unlikely you're going to hit, because Degree is contesting and Pocky's contesting, and Pocky just hit. So now do you push levels and just try to go for something else? do you just try to roll anyway with really low odds that you're going to hit? I think Kyun was really hoping that Pocky was going to die before he had to roll, but now he's in trouble.
Yeah, it almost feels like he's in like a saw trap. No matter what he does, even if he survives, it's going to hurt. Right, it's gonna be painful going forward, and even if he does get everything he needs, he's gonna have to work really hard for it. As we're moving back over to David, who again needs a good rebound opportunity to compete for these bonus points, sitting in 4th place. And we also have a couple people in this lobby. I think Lil Top in 8th is the gatekeeper right now, so Lil Top really looking for a top 4 finish, potentially top 1 finish, to try to set himself up to make it into the final lobby tomorrow for those final 6 games. But yeah, we are still working on a couple of our units. Man, these Azirs have been allergic to getting picked up in tier 2, and they haven't been super contested on a lot of these boards.
That is, I gotta say, that is my biggest tilter, is when I'm intentionally playing something that isn't contested and I still don't hit, and all the people that are contesting each other hit, right? You know, you're looking around, you're playing uncontested Azir, there's like 3 multicasters and they're all heading TF3 and you can't even find Azir 2. That's when it's just like, oh my god, get me out. So definitely have sympathy when that happens. It can be pretty rough, but unfortunately, you know, not actually hitting the Silco or the Ward. He has them paired up and he's relatively close to that Cat 3, so it's a pretty interesting Noxus line that I just don't really see almost ever, and I wasn't really sure where he was going when he slammed that BT, but looks like he is just kind of going into this Cat reroll, at least for now.
Yeah, those Hand of Justice is actually making sure that 2 of these units survive and cause a lot more damage. As Pocky now at 2 HP, every other multicaster player is crossing their fingers and hoping that but they do not want Pocky to do well here. Oh, and that's super close too. Oh, but the Aatrox comes out, bursting out of that body like, you know, the old school people bursting out of cakes, my friends. You know, surprise, I'm here. It's Spooktober. Yesterday was Friday the 13th, so it all works out just fine. But the funny thing here about Sox is he hit everything so early, does get the Jace 3, but is just now getting it. He's had all of those Jaces for a hot minute, has had the Aphelios 2 for a while, but Hextech Gunblade on Jace is, in my opinion, best in slot, and anyone who does consistent like auto attack damage will benefit other people on your team with an item like that.
Absolutely. He just needs some more items, right? He needs some more AD items. If he can get 2 more AD items here, and actually get that Jace fully kitted out, I think he's in a pretty good spot. But you know, the 3-star is a big hit, but only having the 1 item on it means, you know, it's not going to be putting out as much damage as you would hope. But he does have the Last Whisper, of course, and the Giant Slayer over on that Aphelios. He's got a fully upgraded Heimer turret and a pretty strong board, and we might be witnessing the death of our first player. Potentially, this is close, and Pocky's going to go down.
Huge. That is very big for the lobby. This was a multi-contested top, meaning comp, meaning more than one person was trying to go after it. And now all of those units, a tier 3 TF, all 9 of those copies are now back on.
You know what we need to see is how much gold does Kyun have? Okay, he had 100 gold, so that's why I was curious. He was just waiting to see if he would die, so he stayed at 6, and now he has to do just a turbo roll down and hit everything. He just not picking up the Talias, so he's not going to go for Talia 3. He's going to go for everything else. There is the TF hit. He's got to keep going, though. He needs the Galio at the very least, and is going to have to search for that Galio. If he hits a Galio 3, I think he might be in an okay spot. This is a really fast roll down, but not going to hit it, and doesn't have the gold interval to actually get to 7 as he was trying to do. Oh, that hurts, because if he actually loses here, and I think he might, the Grace is straight in the back line.
Oh no, this could have been an awful mistake for Kyun, but they do finally get that Graves. That might have ended up working out, but is the difference going to be Galio 3? No, okay, so we do get bailed out. We don't need all of those units just yet. Another match, it might have gone a little bit worse, but Lil Top unable to help eliminate Kyun. But, you know, as you were saying, Kyun did not do that cleanly. That could have been absolutely disastrous.
Yeah, that was really, really dicey. I mean, credit to him, though. That was a super fast roll down. He rolled like 100 gold there. I don't think he missed anything. He was just passing on the Talias and wasn't actually looking to hit on that. So, you know, pretty close now to stabilizing potentially here. If he can get the Galio 3, if he can get to 7, he's going to be in a reasonable spot. He is still contested. You know, there is that kind of 2-way contest on that multicaster line that Degree is playing, but Degree, you know, took what is kind of the more conservative line. You know, there's different options that you can go for when you are contested like this, right? And Degree just said basically, screw it, I'm not going to stay at 6 and roll. You guys are doing that. I'm going to push levels, and I'm going to try to create that more powerful, more stable board. But if you don't hit those 3 stars, obviously you're going to cap out lower than someone who does actually go for this. So now selling off all the Sonas, realizes he has got to hit.
Finally.
Finds it, but doesn't have the gold. So he can't actually buy it this round, unfortunately. And has double Shiv, not ideal. And as I said, had to sell off all his additional copies of Sona. So he's not going to get Sona 3, not going to get Vel'Koz 3 unless this game goes really long. He's just trying to stabilize and find some way to get points because he is way down in the standings.
Effectively, this Galio has cost over 100 gold because of the rolling, right? So we're not even going to get it on this round. We're going to get it on the next, but it's going to be a huge boon to this comp. We just got to make sure that we don't lose by a substantial amount of units, and it does seem like we are going to be able to survive this next round. So the Galio is going to go up onto the board, but it's going to have to be perfect from here on out for Kiyun. Just enough.
Yeah, I don't know. It's such a big ask to be able to win out from this spot. He does hit the 3-star, but this is a 2-3-star board. This is not like a fully capped composition that we have been seeing get the top 2s. The people that have been getting the top 2s have basically full 3-star boards and sometimes even perfected repetition on top. So Kiyun is a far cry from that. He does have a pretty good board, but I could absolutely see him going out here in the next turn or two, especially if he runs into some of these really strong players. Like he just lost, I believe that was to Sunny, and then Basso Skills is really strong as well, so he's got to kind of watch out for him. We'll see, and he is going to run into Basso Skills, I believe, so we'll see if he's going to be able to do it.
Snipers focus on the Mila triple Freljord is going to lock up the cats in the back line as well. They're going to be standing still. Now it's all about doing that damage, and unfortunately, the Ashe got stuck on the Galio, and that was not close. So Basso came into that with a pretty significant win streak, and now look how close this lobby has become. And just like we said earlier, the bottom side of the leaderboard through stage 4 and 5 will start stabilizing, and look at this. It's still anyone's lobby, and the top 4 is nowhere near settled.
And those bonus points are so up for grabs, right? Pokkygom was in 5th place coming into this as far as the overall standings. He went out in 8th, right? So he got almost nothing from this game, and that is going to open up more opportunities for people to climb towards the top of the standings here, fight for those bonus points. You can see Degree here. Again, he decided to push towards 7, play more for those 3-cost rerolls instead of the 2-cost rerolls. He was going more for the Vel'Koz, more for the Sona. He's getting low on health, though. Yes, he still has a lot of gold, but he's on 19 health, so a bad loss on stage 6, and you're going to be with very little health remaining. So I'm expecting him to roll heavily here. He needs to hit those. And we'll see he's 3 off the Sona. He's 3 off the Vel'Koz, now 2 off Vel'Koz. A lot of gold to do it. Plus he has silver tickets. So I think he has a good chance of hitting, but he's got to hit.
Yeah, and he's actually working with board space right now, too, bench space. So he's only got that one set. We don't need any more Jarvans, folks. We get one more Vel'Koz. Are we going to see the golden Vel'Koz? We're rolling down. We finally do it. Man, a lot of these roll downs have been close, to be honest with you. I think only one so far that we've seen today has just been locked in on a slow roll. It was a multicaster comp earlier, but ever since then, these roll downs have been very, very interesting.
Yeah, it's scary, right? You kind of get that. The start of the roll down was pretty good. He picked up a couple of Sonas, a couple of Vel'Kozes, and then he spent, it felt like, 20, 30 gold without hitting anything. And Kiyun is going to die now. The Zhonya's procs and the Vel'Koz 3 just barely enough to send him packing. And that means now he's uncontested with these multicasters. So everything back in the pool has a much higher chance of actually hitting and potentially stabilizing there. So we'll see if Degree can do it, because he's definitely got a shot. And Sox is out now, unfortunately for him, in 6th. He started the game practically with that Jace 2. Did have an Aphelios 2 on 3-3, but it just didn't end up mattering. Couldn't cap out his board nearly as high as some of these other players.
Yeah, that comp just not sticky enough in terms of being able to survive. There's just not enough time for the Aphelios, unlike some of our other units. This is probably one of the better Silcos that we've seen so far, but this is a line that David Ace has played before and has really committed to these early emblems and hey, I'm playing Noxus. Everyone else is just going to have to react now, right? And that's a powerful thing to do in particular tournaments like this. That's another way that you could definitely assert that dominance. But looking at this Mordekaiser, we're already in the back line. If we're able to get this down while we are ulted, we're going to see a lot of those stats. It looks like we were maybe able to steal those stats in general, but no one is looking at the Vel'Koz just yet. We finally have the Mordekaiser there, but the Zhonya's hasn't procced, and it's still multicasting. That's so much damage. Is David alive? No, he's not, but sneaks into the top 4, David. I would be reacting exactly the same way. A little top having the exact opposite reaction right now.
Yeah, David Ace looking pumped up at the end of that one. He does sneak into that top 4, getting the additional points. The Zhonya's, though, making all the difference. When you are playing against rogues, Zhonya's can be incredibly powerful. And you can see now, you know, he's kind of hesitating on like, did I want to pick up those TFs? He's seen a lot, like, so he easily could have 3-starred the TF at this point, but it's not holding items, so he really knows that it's so much more important to actually 3-star this Sona, and that's why he was just full sending it for the Sona, not bothering to pick up that many of the TFs, and we'll see if he's going to be able to get it done here against Sunny, who does have the Azir 2, does have the Mord 2, and a pretty strong front line with this Nasus plus that big ulti from the Scion.
Yeah, with first place getting the Ghost 2, I'd be a little frustrated if I was Sunny, especially because he's looking like he might be losing out on this round. So that's going to be an elimination. We have a top 2 folks in our penultimate lobby. We'll know exactly who's going to be moving on into tomorrow's games after just one more. We got to finish this one out. Basso skills and Degree. You got to give props to Degree, playing very, very well. Is going to expand on this lead potentially. And David, looking at a Noxus bout, he probably could have taken advantage of as well if he was still around. But yeah, we got our last 2 folks, and it's going to be Freljord as well pushing up.
Yeah, really interesting stuff, and does actually finally hit that set 3. So has the Ashe 3, has the Scion 2. And Freljord, really cool to actually see Basso skills, you know, be so successful from this line, because I think most people would be feeling pretty down about starting the game with that Freljord spat, you know, wouldn't be feeling as confident in their position, but has navigated it well. And Degree is also on the other side. Man, that sucks. The Sona 3's in shop. He's making the choice to actually sell his Taliyah 2 to buy the Sona 3. I think that's absolutely the right choice. We'll see if it can make the difference here and keep him alive.
I'm looking at the Ashe in the corner. If that Ashe gets taken down, and it's pretty much over for our Vanquisher player. But Basso has a couple more alive. So far, so good for the Ashe. We only have 2 multicasters left, and we're doing just fine so far. But you can't underestimate this Vel'Koz, especially after that Zhonya's has been procced. Is there enough damage to go quick enough for the Ashe? The answer is yes, but that was a lot closer than I think a lot of people had anticipated. And if you're a multicaster hater, that's probably why.
Yeah, absolutely. That was incredibly close. And honestly, I think that went kind of bad for Degree as far as the positioning was concerned, because the Sejuani with the Declaw walked straight back onto the Vel'Koz and the Sona, and so a lot of their damage was actually kind of getting pumped into this Sejuani that was right up on top of them, and it also kind of can mess up the angles that the Vel'Koz is shooting at. When it's hitting something that's that close, it's not always going to hit towards the back line and hit the angles that you do want, so he's going to try to be dodging it, or at the very least get it caught on something else. But we'll see. Is he going to be able to walk around to that back line again, or is the Sejuani going to be close enough to that Galio? So it does go on the Galio first, so positioning, I think, a lot better, at least off the start here for Degree this time.
Yeah, the front line absolutely melting quickly. It looks like we actually go on the Vel'Koz much sooner, but we're actually hitting the Ashe this time with those ultimates because of where that set was standing. But that's going to be a win for our Vanquisher player. The Ashe really showing up.
Yeah, he got obliterated in that last round, man. It just shows the variance between, you know, where some of those multicast shots do go. But both players playing pretty cool lines. You know, Degree obviously playing multicasters, so you can kind of yawn and say, oh, okay, we've seen that. But I do think playing it, you know, triple contested and playing it the way that he played it was pretty intelligent, because both of the other 2 players who were actually running this line, Pokigom and Kyun, stayed at 6 and were actually going for the 2-cost rerolls, right? They were going for TF, they're going for the Galio. That is the more common line that pretty much everyone plays. And so I think Effect going to 7, preserving his health because he played a stronger board for a lot of those rounds where Kyun got so low having to wait for Pocky to die, right? And Pocky got so low contesting Kyun that Effect was able to kind of ride his higher health pool to then, you know, wait for some people to die out, go for the 3-star Vel'Koz, go for the 3-star Sona, and catapult himself into a top 2 that I think, you know, a lot of players would have been stuck down near the bottom when they're contested like that.
We're out here playing Survivor. You know, outwit, outlast, outplay, and sometimes you just got to do a little bit.
There can only be one multicaster.
There really can only be one. We've seen that in so many lobbies now. Either you are completely uncontested, you get a chance to run away with the game, or you're contested. And this time around, it was great to be able to see that adjustment so that they didn't all hold hands going bot 4. But something else that I thought was really interesting is we've seen some adjustment in Legends, but not very often. And Basso's skills was actually the only Lee Sin player today, and in just this game, switched his legend over to Earth. What do you make of that choice, and how much do you feel like that was a factor in him being able to get that first place?
Yeah, and he won, right? So it was obviously the correct choice in hindsight, right? It's much easier to see that. But when it comes to Legends, I think it's more about familiarity, right? And being able to see the opportunities in front of you because you've trained yourself up to. And I think Basso did a really great job there, especially with the augment choices. They were very Vanquisher related, and it made the positioning for the Ashe a little bit easier too. I mean, basically on the top side of that power, Basso did everything he needed to do to make sure that Ashe got there, and the tempo was really great for Basso too, and that can't be understated as well.
I
It
mean,
was so nice to be able to watch that for sure. Azale, what did you think of that game for him?
I mean, it was really impressive. Like, again, I just think, playing with the Freljord start, that's not something I pretty much ever see. So playing the line from there as well as he did, I think was really impressive. But I was just going to also mention Degree. I hadn't even been thinking about it. Degree was already in first place at 27 points, and he just got another second, right? So this guy is killing it today. That's going to be 34 points for him now. And it feels like almost a sure thing for bonus points going into day 2.
Yeah, master's degree at this point, right?
Yeah, maybe even a PhD actually after this weekend, I think is something else you can look at leveling up with, because really has been a masterclass when it's come down to watching Degree follow through these games.
Jesus.
I did that on purpose. Thank you very much. And like, look at that. It's not close here. This just feels like Degree's day, and Boop, there's really not a whole lot standing in his way right now of just maintaining that first place spot.
Yeah, it would need a quick 8th place and a couple other people to do really, really well. But I also wanted to point out how close, actually, for the other points are right now. 24 to 28 is not much, and traditionally, 27 is enough to make it into the final lobby. Those might be different because it's only 16 players right now, but it does actually seem to be around that number, looking at Pokigom and Basso skills, and 3 people at 22 points on the bubble right now. So in terms of the final lobby and stakes, we might know who's going in most likely with the 3 bonus points, but everything else outside of the couple people on the bottom side of the leaderboard still up for grabs. It's still pretty close.
Yeah, totally. I mean, even second place is very much within reach for pretty much everyone. So really impressive performance though from Degree. He's killing it. Multicasters still killing it. So we'll see if anyone can kind of crack the code and find something that can consistently take it down. We have been seeing it though, to be fair, at least get a number of second places. So maybe those kind of like fully capped boards, maybe it's not the absolute strongest at that full end game.
I feel like he could just also grief everybody, just play multicasters and gatekeep everyone else from also being able to play it, and then I don't know, shakes up a lot of things in a very interesting way for this 6th and final game. But day number 1 has been off to such a great start. Azale, has been such a pleasure to have you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Has this lived up to your expectations of TFT?
Yeah, absolutely. I had a blast. Definitely was nervous coming into a new game. You guys are all pros. Have been doing this for a long time for TFT, so it's always fun to step in, do a new game, and y'all have been a pleasure to work with. So definitely has been really fun today.
Can't wait to have you back tomorrow too, and Boop, yourself as well. So much fun to be able to have you again. What have you taken away from today so far?
I think it's just going to be down with the multicasters for maybe the rest of the weekend. And I think we have a villain for the narrative, right? I think it's going to be the multicasters, and we're going to see pretty much throughout the weekend how that's affected. I think we have seen it, like Azale said, get second a couple times, so we know it's not dominating in terms of wins, but it is dominating in terms of top 4s. We'll see how much of that's going to change tomorrow, too, because contested comps tomorrow are going to be hyper effective when it comes to potential holding hands, and you just don't have another day to go through with tomorrow. So really intrigued on how that's going to go, and it's always going to be great to see everyone back as well.
Also a smaller sample size because we're not reseeding the lobby either, so the evolution of which these players have to go through these games has to be even faster. So I cannot wait to see how today is going to conclude, which 8 players are moving forward, and we will have you both back tomorrow. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, it's the final game of day number 1 of the LCQ. We are just one game away from determining the 8 players that get a chance to make it one more step closer to the NA Regional Finals that will be happening in a few weeks. And to bring us through this final game, we've got Crow and Makes back on the broadcast. And, what'd you think of that last game, Makes?
See, I think I took some notes, but then something happened. I don't know. Somebody told me multicasters were on top. I kind of don't believe it, so I think that's fake news. I think, well, probably was something else. Probably not multicaster, right?
No, it could never be multicasters.
Crazy talk.
Not
Never.
once.
No, I mean, no, never. It's always multicasters that are winning every lobby, but wait, what's this? Oh. You know what? Actually, it was Freljords and Vanquishers that were able to take that last game, if I'm reading the report correctly. So how interesting is that? We've been discussing this all day. Multicasters seem to have a very polarizing opinion on the lobby, and it really sometimes takes a little bit of that je ne sais quoi, if you will, to like really take it down. And Makes in this one in particular I thought was interesting because you had brought up that Boss of Skills was playing Lee Sin, which is like a unique legend that we've seen at this point, but then switched over to the Earth.
Yeah, I think Crone was mentioning earlier as well, saying that Earth is usually the one that players switch to when they try to go for more of a 1st or 8th playstyle, and it does make sense. I was really hoping that he wasn't going to be the one that switches off, because I like seeing the Lee Sin as well, but I suspect that more and more players are looking to do these legend changes to go for that Earth, or even for a Caitlyn. I still think Caitlyn is a really good legend for comp play because you get so much strong early power and direction that other players won't have, allowing you to get win streaks and allowing you to get your HP and save it, and it's so good, but nobody ever runs it, so maybe I'm just wrong.
No, actually, I think that's a great point, because thinking back to the NA mid set, actually there were a couple of big Caitlyn players, Sub-Zero Arc being, I think, the one that really caught everyone by surprise, utilizing Caitlyn super well and having a lot of success with it. So while the patches have changed and that's kind of fallen off, I think you're still onto something. Maybe as the meta develops, maybe Caitlyn can come back and have a rise again.
I'm still on it that maybe we can see a backline redemption help save them from the multicasters. Let me cook just a little bit. It's the 6th and final game, and you guys are going to have a lot of fun with this one. Let's see what these players can bring to the table. So Corona Makes, bring us home.
Thank you very much, Neko, for the final time today. Game 6 in Lobby A. Thank you for cooking. Now these players are going to try to cook up as much as they can for a win, as Lil Top is the lobby assassin, the only one standing on Noxcrya Makes, and that is indeed where we go.
Sometimes, you just have to do it for yourself, and Lil Top was saying that that's exactly what he's going to do. So Noxcrya will be the portal that we go into, and hopefully they're all ready for that one. Now, to give you a little bit of an overview for this lobby, the Gree who's in that lobby is safe. He is going to make it to day 2, and Kyun unfortunately will not, based on points. But everyone else that's in this lobby is still fighting, and Degree is also still fighting to get those +3 points for tomorrow. He wants to solidify that lead as much as possible, so they're still playing for really high stakes, and hopefully they can get that. Eshtal is going to be electric, so that is interesting, but not wood. It's normally the one that we really see those Cho'Gaths come up.
Yep.
How are you feeling about Noxcrya? It's one of the ones that we rarely see, I feel like.
Yeah, it is, and I think players don't like to be forced to position around those Noxcrya hexes. It's like, ooh, if there's one in the 3rd row, I want my carry there to get the item, but also 3rd row is a little bit awkward. It's good into rogues, right, if that happens to be the matchup, but anything else, it's like, no, I'm not going to want to position there. Or even in a 2nd row, being like, oh, I want my frontliner in the front line, but I don't really want the 2nd row them, because then just enemies are going to walk forward more, and I will have a unit that I don't maybe want. Being solo frontline is going to be solo frontline, so that's probably why we don't see it that much. It's awkward to position around, basically. But it is going to be curious to see kind of how players will solve that puzzle, per se, right? Because the ones who sometimes ignore the hex value, maybe sometimes those are the ones that get most rewarded, not being baited into it.
Yeah, for now, it's going to be Augments. I'll come back to that conversation in just a second because it's going to be Ancient Archives out of Basso, pops it instantly, and picks up
Ionia.
the Ionias instantly as well. Really nice little run, slams it on the Ash, and that's locked in. That's a Vanquisher board that we can
Yep.
expect, and everybody else now has to respect that just a little bit because you know you're going to be competed on it. Coming back to this, though, I'm wondering whenever I see Noxraria whether or not people see this and go, oh, probably it's a rogue game. Because they can position much more freely than many of the other comps.
Yeah, that is fair. Players have been kind of preferring to position the rogues all in the front line than other things in the back line. But you can have one rogue or two rogues still be in that third row and have the time to walk up. So that's definitely a good call out to see if that does come into play if we see rogues. But I mean, just going back to Basso skills, legend change, right? Once again, it's just you're rewarded, right? Basso went first place last game, needed that because he needed 2 good games in a row to advance to tomorrow. Is just about like a top 4 away from being pretty safe in tomorrow, and this is a fantastic opener for it. Jhin 2, the Ashe already with the Ionia emblem, like it's all going in Basso's skills way right now with that Earth legend change in mind.
It absolutely is, but there's another Earth player in this lobby, and it is David, and he picked it up as well, and that's a Slayer emblem. And I feel, once again, I'm repeating myself, but that's not something you see a lot of. Now, pretty cool because of the Mordekaiser. We can also see the Nashor's Tooth being itemized here on the Cassiopeia right away. Tell me a little bit on how players should manage an emblem like this one.
Yeah, I think this is a case where David Ace got, 4 options. 3 were like, I don't really want to force that, but I have the components for Nashor's Tooth. Mordekaiser is very good in the meta, and I think one of the main things is that Mord hasn't really been overly contested today. If we're seeing Mord players in the lobby, it's like 2 maximum, but usually just 1. And if you're able to get there from a win streak, like David Ace is positioned to do here, I think Slayer is actually a pretty solid option. He's able to get it online because of the KL2 right now. Even a Quinn potentially here, if we get a kind of mid-game Demacia before that pivot, could be really, really good. So I think it's just good spot recognition by David Ace in this specific game.
And he's one of the players that we're really watching as well. He had a great start of the day, then fell off with an 8, and now is kind of scooting by getting into those top 4s. And I've been loving what I have seen out of him thus far, so I'm really excited to see where he can place. Of course, he's also one of the players that are pretty secure, but he's fighting for those extra points as well, going up against Agree on the other side, who is the player with the most points in today, and he has a Pandora's, which means a lot of items were already able to be built, and it's going to be Crown Guard, and then some AP heavy items in the backline with the Void comp. I think those might be transferred to Kaisa later on.
Yeah, this could be some very, very solid Kaisa items. Could see them on a Vel'Koz as well. I got kind of tripped up for a second, so I was like, wait, that's 2 Last Whispers on Little Top's board, but one of them was the Noxcry X, of course, granting that one out, so not a great value on the item, but still having an Ashe 2 so early in the game for Little Top is solid, even if he wasn't able to win that last round. But we get a kind of holistic view of this game state right now. Nothing crazy is jumping out, besides for perhaps Socks over there with just playing 2 kills and Alawi.
Good for Basso. He is on that Vanquisher line and picked up another Ashe here from the carousel. He's running Ionia Ashe, so I'm looking to see that Golden Ashe come up, an Ashe reroll. And then there was also Lil Top, who's also on that Vanquisher line. So both of these players will be doing a little bit of hand-holding that we need to look out for. But I'm scared about what I saw from Socks, because it seems like it might be a Kale reroll.
Yeah, it's early education is the augment pickup there as well. It might be a kill reroll. That there is some potential there. I'm kind of curious to see what Socks is cooking, because if Socks has any chance to make it into tomorrow, he needs kind of exactly a first place at this point. And I guess Kale could spike there in a really high roll situation, go level 9, that's when Kale really shines, but haven't really seen that be the case for Kale compositions, at least in the past few days of this meta so far.
We're gonna see and figure that out. For now, you're gonna be looking at the power of this Ionia Ashe from Basso on the other side. I expect that one to do really, really well in the early stages, going through the boards. We're gonna hop through some of the players, checking in with Sunny, who's on a Bastion Invoker line. Could be looking for that Soraka Nico gameplay that we saw earlier on, potentially.
Yeah. Pocky, another player who needs a really solid placement. He's kind of on the lower end of things, but if we think about 27 or 28 points being that cutoff, Pocky needs to be aiming for a top 3 to be safe. There's a lot riding this game for so many players, kind of as you mentioned, kind of going to this game makes, and Pocky not having a ton of direction in the early game is having some okay losses, though looking for that 5 loss streak into the round is actually making his board really, really weak, even going so far as to perhaps trapping the Neferi in the corner. But frontlining the Casio, yeah, wants to lose this round versus looks like, yeah, Sox's board.
Absolutely, and Sox is on the other side. We were talking about this board. I think we're looking at a Kayle reroll. There's a Kayle being held in the backline. There is a Rage Plate that has been slammed, and potentially that's all it takes. Depending on how it goes after Crux, we'll check back in with him. Also saw Bosso hit a Nico too on the right-hand side.
Oh,
Last
wow.
time I saw him, he was on Vanquishers, so that was really confusing to me. But first, let's check out what Sox is doing. Crux are happening. I haven't witnessed NA losing to Crux just yet, but there's always a first time for everything.
There's the NA
EMEA is
meme.
really good at it.
Oh no, it's the NA meme. It's like, it's okay to lose by 1 Krug. That's been around for a little bit. I forget actually who lost to 1 Krug to start that, but maybe there's a little bit of that kind of energy in NA as well. Not usually seeing that in tournament play, however, as I think Sox is going to be avoiding
good.
that here.
I
Yeah.
can recommend not doing that.
It's a pretty good call to not lose to Krugs, actually. Yeah, it's what you want to go for.
All right, let's see. Are we going to roll Last Chance to get those 55% on the 1 costs? He wants them if he wants Kayle. And there is a little bit of rolling commencing
Whoa, a lot of
here. Galio
Gallios.
2 being hit. Another copy on the Kayle goes further. Kayle 2. 3 more copies to go. 1 in the shop. Needs 2 more to get that Kayle 3 online. The question is, how far are you willing to go? With 1 copy away, I think we're sending it all the way potentially. Oh, there we go.
Use the
Had a
duplicator.
duplicator. Never mind. That's much easier, and you'll be able to save a little bit of HP here now, and a little bit of extra gold comes back.
I was actually wondering how far does Sox roll, because it is nice to be able to get the Alawi 3 and the Poppy 3 aligned with this composition as well, but Sox was too far away, had too little gold, so kind of needed to just Nico, or excuse me, use the Lesser Champion Duplicator on the kill to kind of stem the bleeding here, or continue the win streak even, because Sox did win the last 2 rounds of stage 2. Does not able to dodge the Jhin snipe though, so even with that Champion Duplicator, still loses the round, and that is really, really poor in terms of recovering that economy. Sox is in a terrible spot from that, with that in mind.
She had so much HP. That was a
I
Kayle
know.
3 that got sniped by a Jhin 2. Wow.
Just Jhin things.
Jhin really is something else. Augments are coming through. It's going to be golden augments for the first ones in, second ones in this lobby. We had the first ones already. Excuse me. It's late in the evening.
Especially for you, no worries. But yeah, the augments coming through, Cybernetic Leech, Cybernetic Bulk. Both I think are solid options, but the Kayle is just going to want, I suppose, just as much time possible. As soon as the enemy boards are actually getting to the Kayle, that Leech isn't really going to be that valuable. So just the extra HP, especially because that helps the front line out a lot as well. I do not think that is a, weird decision by Sox. I think it makes a lot of sense. Just needs to save up enough gold to go to level 6 now, because that's when the first kind of big Kayle spike comes online.
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of the big pain point with this comp though as well, right? You want the Kayle 3, you want the Poppy 3, you want the Alawi and Galio 3, like you want all of those golden units, but at the same time you really want to get level 9 to get this Kayle as strong as possible. It's such a unique comp, so we'll see how far Sox can take this. I think level 6 is a guarantee. We're looking to be getting there easily, but checking out the right hand side of the screen, the lobby is separating just a little bit all across the board, and we're checking in with Bosso, who's currently second in line. And I don't know if my eyes tricked me or maybe it was a random pickup, but no, there she is. I thought that was an Ashe, but it's a Nico 2 with an Ionia spat. I just completely ignored her.
I mean, you might as well. If you're offered a Nico 2, just play it for the mid game. It's really strong frontline, especially considering Basso has not upgraded Set nor Irelia, and doesn't have a Shen quite yet either. So this is kind of perfect, I think, at this point. Basso can transfer these items over a bit later. Another Ionia emblem for Anila is absolutely fantastic. Already have 3 Ashes, best in slot items being there as well. The Nico is going to fall, so it doesn't buy quite as much time as Basso had wanted to. So does lose the streak, rather unfortunate, but still overall in this game Basso is poised pretty well for success.
Pain point though. Lil Top and Basso have been competing on units for quite some time, and Lil Top also picked up an Ionia crest from that second augment round. You can see it in the lower third here. So there's lots and lots of hand holding being done by players that you need to look out for, especially on something like an Ashe reroll. It's similar to the Twisted Fate. If you hit it too late, you basically don't gain anything from the power it provides, because you don't have that spike where you're able to streak through the early mid game.
Yeah, I was taking a look at that bottom. I was like, wait a minute, is there not a single multicaster player? But then I was like, oh yeah, Kyun's in the lobby, right? Kyun's gonna be the one that's forcing that one. But he's uncontested though, so even if he's out of the tournament, might want a, you know, at least a top 4 one game today. That would be a boost to the confidence just a little bit. But yeah, Lil Top, like you're mentioning, did get the Ionia option and is going that direction as well. So we get to see some other hand holding from another comp that's not multicasters.
Yeah, but it is Vanquishers, and we've seen a lot of this previously, so we're very familiar with what's going on here, looking for the set as well as the Ashe, because if you're rolling for 1/2 cost, you might as well pick up any of the other 2 costs that you're getting. Just also how the Warwick came to be. For now, he's allowed to play with the rest of them on this board here. He'll be moved out later on. On the other side is David with that Slayer emblem, now has moved the Quinn in, like you correctly predicted, now also has that Demacia online, and we'll be looking to go for that Mort. I'm very sure of it as well later on. Now, Degree taking a loss here after a little bit of winning early on, but nobody is really having big streaks.
Yeah, no, it's more even of a playing field than someone running away with the game. I think Kyun's the only one that's just like, you know, kind of full loss streaking at this point. But Lil Top even rolled a little, oh, had the free reroll, excuse me, so it didn't, you know, it's not rolling aggressively out at level 6 by any means. Is going to want to save up the econ, go level 7, and then find the key units for this composition, i.e. the Neela and the Zaya. Really even has an extra Jhin on the bench, and even is 2 away from the set 3. It's a long way to go for the Ashe, but hey, a set 3 is still some pretty solid frontline as soon as those items come through as well.
And it can help you so much to just buy you time for the Ashe and the Jhin to actually do the damage that they need to. One more Ashe ult and it will be all she wrote. There we go. And that's exactly how this comp comes together. Wolves are coming up though, and that is going to be upgrades for players left and right. And I don't mean in units, I mean in components, but if you're looking at the screen, both are coming around.
Oh yeah, definitely. And as soon as we get into stage 4, there's gonna be those 3 Noxcrea hexes that players are gonna have to navigate around. That's gonna be in that little positioning puzzle. Bakigam already selling out of the units. He knows he wants to kind of switch up in a little bit and roll it down. Pocky's level 7 roll down is gonna be really indicative of the rest of his spot in this game. The items are okay. We can go for a Redemption Slam or Warmogs perhaps, but level 7 comes through. The rolls are happening. Where is the Mordekaiser? Is he gonna find it? Belveth, actually. That's interesting. Oh,
there it is.
Phelios too rolls past it.
Not exactly what we were looking for, but of course the Mordekaiser is being moved in on the Noxus board here. Is checking out what else is in the shop, hovering it. The Aphelios is going to get sold off. Cassiopeia 2 coming through on the bench here, and Anastas also coming into play. Not ideal. You really would have liked to find that Morta 2, but a Mordekaiser with 3 items is already pretty strong, and you can see the power of that going up against Degree now, who is on a little bit of a Sork variant.
Yeah, Degree just playing some Sorks, has the Rise in there, which Noxus Rise is so insane. I think it's one of the best Rise variants out there, giving all these extra items and going to be dealing a lot of damage afterwards. Not quite good enough for now after Pocky rolled down and hit what he wanted to do, but maybe that's just because it comes through the case of Sorks just not really being very powerful today. We've seen Sorks multiple times just go that bottom 4.
Yeah, we have, and I'm worried for how this one is going to go. I agree that the Rise is pretty good, but we'll see how far it can actually take the rest of the comp, because you are locking in items on many of your carries, so I think it falls off a little bit towards the late game. Now, last augment's coming through, and of course, this is the one you want if you're playing Noxus. Really, really nice for Pocky to find that total domination.
Oh boy, Tunnel Mission fantastic, but the bench space is not fantastic, Mix. He has to just consider selling out of some of these units, find so many pairs, finally upgrading one of them with a Darius, but really is going to want just one more Swain, and then we'll use the duplicator to get Swain 3. That would be massive. Is not there yet, though, unfortunately, and not even hitting the pair of Mordekaisers either. Still a pretty long way to go for this comp to reach its full form.
But is he strong enough to just keep on winning is the big question, and I think he might be if that Mordekaiser can make his way into the backline, but he gets disoriented just a little bit, takes out the Vel'Koz first, does find the Twisted Fate, but it's a little bit too late. Pocky taking the loss here, unfortunately. Would have really liked to build out on those wins. Now, Katarina coming through, that's good, but you don't really have gold to make anything else happen. It's not the Swain, it's not the Mordekaiser, the units you really, really would have wanted.
Yeah, definitely. Ponky, unfortunate that loss, even with the total automation being the real key, augment coming through there. But 0 gold in a kind of rough spot. Kyun having that perfected repetition last fight, making those multicasters a lot stronger. And the HP totals in the middling of the pack are pretty even. There's just a little bit of a gap between bot 3 and then a little top and above. But looking at Sunny's board, that is such a beefy front line with the Sejuani with the Shurima emblem.
Yeah, I mean, Sejuani too in 4-3 is one big unit. She's fully itemized. She has that Shurima, which is helping buff her up. Only thing that I kinda don't like about the board is that the Azir is Azir 1, and Sunny seems to have rolled down all of his gold as well. So in a similar position to Pocky here. However, we just saw the augments, and there's lots of stuff that I'm so excited about. Basso, who's been locked into the Vanquishers from the very start, now also picking up, we were just talking about it, Vitality, the Vanquisher augment coming through.
Yep.
And David, who was on that Slayer emblem from the very start, also gets a Slayer crest. So players are really able to go vertical in the comps that they were already looking for. More dogs seem to have smiled upon us with these augments.
Definitely, that's a great call. The power of those boards are going to just be that much better. Going vertical Slayers is not something we see that much, but it's exactly what's going to be the case there. As we take a look at Bosso's board again, he's been able to win streak really well, preserve HP, finds an Ahri on the first roll at level 8 playing Ionias. That's pretty darn good. Feels real good for Bosso.
It absolutely does. She is going to get moved in here, and with those 2 emblems, you could potentially go for the very vertical Ionia. I don't think that's what's going to happen here. I'm just saying there's a chance. Maybe Bosso fields up to it. I don't think so, though.
I mean, he has a lot of HP. If his board is strong enough right now, which it might not be, it's only a Xayah 1, the Ashe 2, right, not an Ashe 3. But if Bosso could go 9, he has the Karma, has the Aurelia on the bench. I think it's not like the most crazy thing that could happen in this game. I wouldn't put it, I would keep it on my bingo card.
Okay, I'll keep it on my bingo card as well, and we'll see what happens. I think the gold is maybe a little bit too far away, but there's still lots of game left to be played. Doesn't look like that for some of the players, though. 29 HP, Pocky 10. Both of these players are fighting for survival, and that's not something you see a lot of in games before Raptors. For Pocky especially, it's going to be really important to win this round. He needs to hold on. He needs to hang in there and slam anything and everything he has. Swain 2 has come, but the Morta 2, or Swain 3, but the Morta 2 has not. And that was your big upgrade that you needed for damage out. Now, hopefully, the damage in, the Swain can be able to tank as much as possible here to allow that Mordekaiser to do some damage, but Daniela is doing so much AoE. Look at this, the Mordekaiser is dropping left and right, and I think this might just be all she wrote for Pocky, taking one more massive hit here. You can see him smiling. So unfortunate in this game here. He was one of the players that really needed to get a high score to make it into day 2, but I don't think it's going to be possible now.
No, with that in mind, Pocky only lands on 23 points. Definitely not going to be enough. And that's kind of surprising considering, I think, looking at the pedigree of players in this LCQ, Pokygom is way up there towards the top. So seeing him kind of already be eliminated out, not even go to tiebreakers or anything, is a little bit surprising. But hey, that's what happens when you bring a bunch of TFT players to fight for the last 2 remaining spots for the NA regional finals. Makes it's just do or die, and not everybody can do.
You know, that's the nature of the game. Somebody has to go 8th. I don't like it, but that's how it works. It's just the nature of the thing. We'll be looking at the other players to see whether or not they'll be able to make it in there.
Yeah, 6 Slayer for David Ace. Again, the vertical Slayer, not something we've seen a lot of at all. Went to 8, is rolling a ton of gold, but not hitting the Mordekaiser. Granted, it is contested in this game. A pair of Aatroxes as well, but finding a Jarvan 2 is a pretty real good upgrade for that. front line is able to put the extra Slayer emblem on something in just a second on the Sona, right?
Yeah,
get back up to that 6 Slayer. Yeah, oh, this Edge
She's
as well,
everyone's favorite this game. Everybody
Apparently.
has a Sejuani with an extra emblem somehow. It's going to be working out for David, though. These 6 Slayers, like you said, not something we see a lot of, but look at the damage that they're doing. I love to see it. Something I don't love to see, though, is players losing. Kyun, last life. Degree, probably also last life. Keep in mind, Degree is fighting for those extra bonus points. They are going to matter so much tomorrow. He wants to get as high as possible in this game to make sure he gets +3.
+3 is huge moving into day 2. Now that Pokygom is out, perhaps David will be a bit more likely to hit those Mordekaisers, but taking a look at these low HP total players, being stuck on level 7 as Degree, did hit Nasus 2, hit Azir 2 as well, but this is still a relatively strong board from Little Top, so makes can Degree hang on?
Degree, our lobby leader, and he's looking like he's up for elimination, going up here against Little Top and his Vanquisher board. Is it enough? The Azir going in the backline, trying to take down the set 3, but he's just too strong. Neela coming for him, and Degree will take a massive hit here. The only thing that I can say for Degree is he has 11 HP, so the minus totals are probably not going to be as much as Kyun's. So he saved himself to 6th place here with both players going out, though David was able to find that Mordekaiser too.
Oh, fantastic. But yeah, that extra placement from Degree, that could be the difference between a bonus point or 2. You know, just a little bit later, we'll have to see where that ends up, but still 37 points on the day for Degree. Very solid. Now turning the attention over to Sunny. One of the Sejuanis with the Shrima emblem. That could be a fantastic take, especially with 4 Shrima online, having the Azir and the Sejuani ascending, the Jarvan able to get some nice CC off as well. Running into Basso skills though, and Basso has found that Xayah too.
This board is so strong. We just saw it out of Basso. It's the perfect alignment of augments and items coming through here for Basso. Can Sunny take it down? I hope he can. He needs this top 4 to make it to tomorrow. He needs these extra points, and he is going to be able to hang on at least one more round. Looking at David, hoping that he's gonna fall, because he will be qualified regardless.
Definitely. Sunny right now, if he goes out in 5th, that would be 27 points for him, which is not guaranteed by any means. Really wants at least one more placement point, so every single round that Sunny can live is absolutely necessary, especially because even if David or Sox loses a round, they might not go out. They might survive, so really huge here to see the positioning, right? Just the little things from Sunny. The Jarvan items on the TG roll, right? Every little thing can matter.
And it is going to matter. You can also see that he's thinking about what to do with this extra item. He just picked up the Shojin. Where does he want to slam it? And how do you position that Jarvan? Because he can only go 2 hexes, so that is going to be a big factor here for him. Second Shojin goes to Zona, and we're actually seeing a little bit of retoggling here, getting out an Ionias to help the Azir. Like you're saying, 6 Shurima coming online, and on the other side is Sox with that that Kale board. He hasn't made it to level 9 yet, but level 8 is on the table, and that's a lot of power, that's a lot of units, and that's a lot of the Masia that you have going for you on the side of Sox. Is it enough for Sunny to hang in there? The Azir is still alive, trying to do anything, but it's not. Sunny going out in 5th, unfortunately.
Sunny is going to be at that 27 points, and some days that is the breakpoint number, so it might end up coming down to tiebreakers. We'll have to see a bit later, and depends on what happened in the other lobby. But we've reached our top 4 makes. David Ace safe and moving on to tomorrow at this point. Did a great job at avoiding that 8th place, making this kind of unorthodox 6 Slayer board work out very well. But Sox, right? I think we still have to consider, with Sox getting a 1st place somehow, some way, could be in that conversation as well to move on to tomorrow.
Yeah, he really needs a 1st though, right? We know that the cutoff is going to be around the 27, 28, like you're saying. So a 1st is the only thing that can get him close to that. And even then, it might not be enough depending on how the other lobby plays out. There's a couple of players that are already sitting on the 28, so it's all going to be about that. And Sox seems to not see the end of it. Another loss coming in, knocking him down to 7 HP.
7 HP, no gold, basically. Level 9 is not in Sox's future. The Fiora not having really any items outside of that Nox Crya Hex giving one over. Jarvan 2 is a really big upgrade that he hasn't quite hit yet. I don't really think there is any way that Sox can feasibly get 1st place in this game. So unless a miracle happens and like a Jarvan coming through the shop, a Sona, and gets really good item rolls on each Nox Crya Hex, like I don't know if he can do it.
The issue with it is, I think that he had a really, really good spot recognition with going into this Kale, and in another lobby, I think he would have gone 1st with it the way he played it.
Yeah.
But other players have hit much, much stronger upgrades. The way that we're looking at these Vanquisher boards, Jarvan coming through, but he doesn't have to gold. Does he sell something here?
Taric,
selling the Quinn?
Yeah, because he could replace a Quinn. Could replace a Quinn, but that's like one of the main damage dealers. He'd probably have to sell a Taric if he was going to do that.
Instead?
Yeah.
Doesn't do anything? Doesn't do anything. Sox says, no, I'll believe in winning regardless. On the other side is a board that has knocked out several players today already. Basso looking to do it again. Nila has fallen right at the get-go. Kale has found her, but the rest of the backline is still alive. Can she take them down? She can, and she will. The J4 is being found. On the other side, we do have an elimination though with David going out here. I think, was it? Yeah, David. Yep. Minus 5.
Yeah, Lil Top kind of running away with this lobby, and again, Lil Top's one of those players. He was sitting at 22 coming into this, so needed a top 3 to make that 28 breakpoint. Has reached there, and it's looking like he's going even further right now. So a fantastic game from Lil Top. You know, gotta throw out my obligatory hashtag Lil Top to the top, baby. We love to see it. But Sox hung on for 1 placement longer, did get the Jarvan 2 online. How much further can he go? Greeted out that shop lock, and it worked out for him.
Can you imagine how beautiful it would be if Sox somehow made a miracle run out of this game and was able to win round after round after round? I would be so here for it, and I hope that this is the next one he can log in. He needs that kill to knock down the Nila. That's the big one. That's the one you need to get out of the way, and she will be able to do that. Sox clawing his way to the top here.
This is actually, well, hold on. I was writing Sox off of not being able to 1st place this game, but as these rounds are continuing forward, maybe this is the potential for some miracle happening here, because the Jarvan 2 is so important, right? The Jarvan getting multiple casts off on the backline buys so much time for the Quinn and the Kale to do enough work. Sox is still very far away from level 9, but if he can chain together a few more round wins, he might be able to win on level 8.
I would be so here for it, but let's see how it goes. It's a ghost copy on the other side, and it's the ghost copy of a Basso. 2 Ionia emblems are the ones that you're looking at. You know it's Basso, and can Sox defeat himself against this player? Ari Old coming in, does not scratch the Kale. She does seem to be untouchable. One more Nila taken out, and Sox continues to do it. On the other side though, Basso has been knocked down. He is on his last life.
On his last life, 6 HP, even lower than Sox at this point. They're both going to get first picks here. Is there anything that really helps Sox in this situation? I'm not quite sure there is anything too crazy. Maybe a Fiora item. I guess that's where this Gunblade will go. Little top ends up taking the blue buff. Oh, okay, that was actually a Sejuani 2 upgrade coming through, and blue buff for Ari as well. Both fantastic things. This little top goes level 9. And you know,
wow.
he might have lost against Sox before, but level 9 is so powerful. No 9 Ionia coming through here, but even still, and even just throwing a Scion in there is very, very powerful.
Lil Top is the one player that Sox is looking at and saying, I need to get this first place. He is up against Basso, though. Lil Top is going to go up against a copy, I believe. Yeah, there we go. So one of these two players is now going to get knocked out. Ionia against Demacia. Who is going to be able to do it? The Kale, once again, looking for that Neela. The Sejuani 2 upgrade was just hit, and we can see that it is surviving just a little bit longer, but I don't think it's enough. The Kale has once again found her target. Lil Top won against a ghost copy of Sox, though.
Oh, the potential miracle run from Sox here. I didn't think it could be done, but it is happening, Makes. Sox is able to remake the Taric, put the Bramble over onto the Jarvan. That's going to be very, very nice. That Jarvan, right, is one of the keys of buying Sox a lot of time. However, as we just mentioned, Lil Top did go to level 9 and has HP to work with here, so it's going to be a real uphill battle for Sox, and if it's going to happen, it starts right here.
It has to, because if Sox loses, he is out. He does not have anything to fall back on, and for him it's so crucial that this Kale finds Danila on the right-hand side, but she seems to be thinking about everything else. Great Scion ult does not hit the Kale, but everyone else collapses onto that Kale. Sox is not going to be able to get this one to first place. After crazy good matchups, it is going to be Lil Tops who takes first place in our last game of day 1.
What an amazing showing by Lil Top, celebrating up there as we see the face of defeat from Sox. It was so close, Necker, to being able to pull the miracle run off, but just didn't happen because, you know, Lil Top to the top.
Dad buff. I really thought Dad buff was gonna come through for Sox.
So close.
So close. Well, we're gonna get that hashtag trending at some point, Crow, and I feel like it's just a matter of time where we got hashtag Lil Top to the top coming through.
We need to.
Trending on, I guess, social media, I guess we'll call it.
Yeah.
But yeah, like, what a fantastic game out of all of our top 4 players. I feel like when you take a look at some of the more unique lines that these players had to go for, Crow, and you were one of the first that said, maybe it's Piltover. Like, maybe it's going for just some of these other out-of-the-box compositions. Did you have 7 Demacia on your list? Like, Vertical Ionia seems to both still be really good.
Vertical Ionia on the list, Vertical Demacia maybe there, but not quite as promising or as likely as the Ionia. But then the 6th Slayer coming through, that's definitely not something that was on my list, so we just keep getting more and more unlikely. But I think that goes to show, right? I think David was the one who played that 6th Slayer 5 Demacia comp online, had that, and it did really well. Game able to get top 4. That's not one that you could win a lobby with unless you like really high roll, but still, I think during that course of the last game, spot recognition is a term that really played a big part in recognizing when you can go for those more unorthodox lines and have them work out, especially when you only need to be like dodging a 7th or 8th place to advance to tomorrow. I think that's really well done by David Ace.
Yeah, and this lobby in particular it was so fun to watch because it was close in terms of where the points were. We had a few players that were really in contention for those bonus points, like heading into this one, we had Degree that was our points leader, and now Lil Top also making such a strong case for himself in those points leads because of that first place. But take a look at what is going on in Lobby B also.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot here, and in our lobby, there were 7 players still fighting for really high finishes to solidify their spots and make it to day 2. Lobby B was a little bit less, but I think with that second place, Kambuli is actually going to be one of the ones that makes it through. No jinxing, no spoilering, but if my math is mathing, then he is going to be one of the ones.
You'll be at 29 points, Kimberly, so that should be safe unless it's some crazy situations coming through here. Toronto Tokyo was another one. He came into that game with 24 points, needed a solid placement, and yeah, got there as well as we see the overall. Wow, that cutoff was 29. Wait, no way! No!
Oh my gosh. I have never seen such a close but also like a high cutoff. I cannot believe 29 was just not enough.
I feel Kambuli's pain, but the way that this has played out today, with several of the players going very, very top heavy, and several of the players unfortunately not having a really good day. I'll just say the curse of the 7s here at this point, but that's the highest cutoff I think I've ever seen in a 50%.
Yeah. Crowan? Resident NA historian?
Yeah, I mean 29, I don't think we've seen there. It does come to play because there is only 16 players. Generally we'll have like 32 on a day, so the point totals will be not as top heavy or bottom heavy. They'll be a bit more even throughout the field, but this is just crazy, and it goes to the testament of, you know, these players coming into this day playing super well, and yeah, it makes your math was right. 29 is usually good on paper, and that's where Camberley landed, but that's a rough one. Like, hearts go out to Camberley. They played really well. No, it wasn't you, Max. It wasn't you.
It's not your fault. It's not your fault.
Hurts.
Like, who could have ever predicted that you would need 30 points to be safe?
Yeah.
That is
Crazy.
unheard of. That's actually incredible. And even just kind of the dichotomy of like top 8 and bottom 8 in this scenario, I even feel bad calling it bottom 8, but it's just like where that cutoff was, it was such a big point swing in any direction too. So wow, what an interesting 6 games that we've had today. But one thing is for sure is that the player that ran away with everything, that 6th place did not matter. Degree is going to maintain the points lead for today. And Crowan, let's just like give this player a victory lap for a second when it came down to just how he navigated today's competition.
Yeah, Degree has been on the radar in NA for a decent while now. The past couple of sets had some really good performances, has kind of fell off a little bit, but is back with a vengeance here in the LCQ when it really matters. The style of play that Degree has shown today, I think, was really good. Not trying to force any specific line, playing what was offered and playing it really well. I think that's kind of, if you're doing that optimally, that's kind of the route that you see like some of the NA greats have showed up with, namely like, let's say Dish Soap and Socks kind of like piloted those styles really well, but Degree is kind of putting his name up there as well, and having obviously a really good day. 3 bonus points into tomorrow. Huge. Absolutely huge.
It's so amazing to see that, just the kind of the total domination that he was able to show today. But makes, I think, another really big piece of this picture is the legend choice for a lot of these players. Coming into things, we were like, okay, yeah, Twisted Fate is really good, but where are the other legends that these players are picking? And we saw like Poro and Earth both show up in a really big way today.
Yeah, I mean, notably, David, who is also going to get a bonus point for tomorrow, is currently 3rd in the overall standings, was running Earth for the entire day, and that just goes to show that with a little bit of creative play, you are able to build really strong boards. It might not always work. Sometimes you're stuck with something like a 6 layer, but if you can somehow figure it out, then you have a good chance of having one of these really crazy strong boards that we saw out of David.
Or you just see Freljord because that's what the ancient archives gave you, and you just gotta roll with it sometimes. But
we like Freljord. That's a good one.
I like it. Yeah, I like it. It was different, and I like different sometimes. So, what a great day of TFT so far. We're going to take a short break because when we come back, we're gonna have an interview with our points lead of the day, and that's going to be Degree on the other side. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the broadcast. And please join me in welcoming and congratulating our points leader of the day for day one of the LCQ, Degree. Welcome to the broadcast and congratulations. How are you feeling about the day overall?
Good. Yeah, thanks for having me. Yeah, pretty excited. It's the first time I've placed first at the top of a day, so hopefully able to carry that momentum into tomorrow and not getting any winner's curse.
Well, let's hope so. I know, that's something that a lot of players try to avoid, but I feel like something that's really unique about this tournament in particular is that you had a whole new patch and like B patch to play around. Did that affect your preparation at all heading into the weekend?
Definitely, yeah. I think a lot changed this patch, especially the legend meta. I think a lot of things shook up, and a lot of people, or it was my first time trying TF since basically yesterday. So it was a really short patch, and I had about like 1.5 days to prepare. So I think it was just like grinding through a ton of VODs and trying out the different TF lines. And yeah, I think with only 1 day of prep, it was definitely pretty challenging, but yeah, happy with how things turned out.
I love that, honestly. With one day of prep, like you're saying, usually or often, many players tend to kind of default to a specific comp. Now, I looked over all of the comps that you played, and I think there rarely was one that doubled throughout the day. You only played the multicasters that are very hated in chat, don't bring them up, once, so good on you. But one thing you did play was the Ravenous Hunter, and I love the hero augments, and I'd really like to hear your opinion on kind of the state of them. I know it was a 4th place, so I'm kind of keeping that out there, but generally, how do you feel they are right now?
I think all of them are pretty viable. Demon Slayer is pretty strong in the right spots, and Ravenous Hunter as well after all the Forzan buffs was, I think it's a really strong, it's a really strong state based on what your Zon is, like if it's adaptive or the other one that, the 4 frontline one, I forgot what it's called, but yeah, with those two, I think it's easily a top 2. And if you don't have those two, you can easily play around the 6 Juggernaut, I think, which is really strong. So yeah, I think it's a strong 9 now.
Oh, no, definitely some good insight. Not something that everyone expected, but able to make it work out quite well. But Degree, I want to ask you about just this LCQ. People are saying for NA at least is one of the most stacked we've seen in terms of just raw competition. And your name's been around there in the TFT space for a little while now. But did that make you feel any type of way coming into the weekend? You're like, oh, there's really strong players here all fighting for regionals. Did that kind of affect your mental prep or anything like that? Like, where was your confidence level moving into today?
I think going into the weekend, I was feeling pretty confident. Usually going into the tourney, I can kind of see how much LP I'm gaining or losing before the tourney to kind of feel it out, like if I'm feeling comfortable in the patch. And yeah, like I think before this tourney, most lines were clicking, and I never felt like I was in those spots where I would just go 8th every game. So yeah, I think this patch felt pretty good. In terms of the competition, yeah, there was a lot of really big players that have been in the scene for a long time, and I think that after getting the chance to speak to a lot of them, I think that it kind of lowered my nerves on that, because yeah, like being able to talk to them or study with them. So yeah.
Good to hear.
Awesome. Now, today you took the leaderboard home. You got 3 extra points for tomorrow. That's going to be a little bit of a fallback. Do you mentally kind of try to forget about them, or how do you approach the bonus points as a player?
I think going into tomorrow, I'm just gonna try to play my game and not worry too much about points. I think when I think too much about the points, like, oh, I really need a first tier, or like, oh, I need at least a top 8 here, that's when I start probably trolling and throwing the game. So I think just play the spot as best as I can and not think about points too much.
No, it definitely makes sense. Being comfortable in your spot in the game and playing what you're used to, definitely. I did want to ask you, Degree, about like your kind of expectations, your goals as a TFT player, because you mentioned this is the first time you've topped the day, get a chance to speak on broadcast. Like, what is your end goal for TFT? I think you want to make it to the regionals, of course, that's why you're here, but then like Worlds, like where do you kind of see yourself at in the near future?
Yeah, definitely. I think every TFT player's goal is definitely to win Worlds. So I don't know if I'm ready to make such a big statement and jump there right now, but hopefully we'll see how regionals goes, if I can make it there. And but yeah, I think my goal is just to be more consistent as a player, get more day 4 showings, and not any bad placements. I think my tourney placements have been like pretty varied. I either go dead last or like place pretty decently in day 4. So I hope to just clean that up and be able to consistently be making day 4s.
I think it's a great goal, and you talk a lot about like being able to talk to other players in the scene and getting some preparation in that way. And so, you know, I just wanted to give you the floor to make any shout outs that you want to make to people that have like helped you or supported you in any way.
Yeah, definitely. I think huge shout out to the study group I studied with, which was with Replay, DPay, and also T-Lides, Ripple Overdrive, and also some international players that joined us yesterday, Chaos and also Jose Paulo. So they hopped on call and we did some pod reviews and talked theory, talked about the game. And I think that was really helpful. And yeah, I think the other person I want to shout out is definitely my girlfriend. She helps me a lot in terms of meta read. She like watches VODs of other players and kind of tells me what's good or what she's seen. So I think that He's kind of like, yeah, my coach in a way. So that was super helpful going into the weekend.
Oh, that's amazing. Well, Degree,
love
thank you
that.
so much for joining us on the broadcast, for giving us all that insight, and we wish you the best of luck tomorrow. Can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
I love hearing that. The girlfriend is the
too.
coach.
Yeah, girlfriend buff for real.
I know, right? For real, for real. No, that's amazing though, because I feel like the lore is growing, Crowan. When we look at NA as a region and just how the players all interact and work with each other, I think that study group has like tripled in size.
Yeah.
Since we saw it.
No, definitely. I mean, study groups have been a conversation in TFT for a little while now of like, oh yeah, who has the good meta reads? Even just getting that valuable prep. Azale made a really good point earlier on in the day. Is like that's how you just keep on improving as a region, or just as just the player base in general, right? These players pointing out your mistakes, who you respect, who play super well, and that's a study group that features the world champion, right? From recently, it features some international talent with Chaos and Jose as well from OCE. So no, it's just wonderful to hear, and I loved hearing Degree's just insights as a player as well. I think he's kind of cool, collected, knows that there's still some improvements he can make to his own play before he's ready for maybe the big stage, but it's a great step here to finally make it to top a day of competition. And I mean, we're gonna see him tomorrow with the bonus points, so wouldn't be surprised to see Degree making it forward into regionals.
Yeah, me either. But day 2 is really where things start to get even more complicated. Makes like it's only one lobby, there's only 8 players, like that's it. How do you adjust in such like a high stakes scenario? Do you think that it would be more beneficial for these players to kind of stick to what they did today, or do you feel like it's just all bets are off at this point, everything is on the table?
I think for Degree, definitely continue doing what you're doing. It worked. I think for everyone else, maybe crank up the risk lever by just a tiny bit. Go a little bit more for that first rate playstyle, because at the end, there's only 2 spots out of those 8 players. That's not even a 50% cutoff. That's a 25% cutoff. You'll need so many high finishes in order to make that. That's going to be the big talking point, and I expect to see more risk-adverse playstyle as well.
For sure. I feel like we saw just a little bit of that, but I want to see maybe if we get like a cursed crown in there or something.
Yeah, more prismatics. I hear you.
True.
Right? Maybe a little bit more study at the university. I think that'd be pretty fun. So we'll
Going
have
to the
see
workshop?
what
Yeah.
tomorrow holds. Exactly. But today, what a great day of TFT. Crowan, any final thoughts from you?
Yeah, I mean, today was a crazy day. Never expected 29 to be the cutoff of points. So just players who brought their A game really did. It was super apparent. A ton of fun to be back on the desk with Makes, EMEA as well, that getting that representation. And also having Azale part of the broadcast as well. Listening to him between games, a lot of fun, and he confirmed it at the end. So no, just a great day. Looking really forward into tomorrow and seeing who's going to be able to make it to the NA regionals. Only 2 slots, so competition's fierce.
Yeah, absolutely. If today is any indication of that, I think tomorrow we're in for a wild ride. Makes, what about you? Final thoughts on the day?
I absolutely loved it. I think despite people saying there's only multicasters, we saw a variety of boards, and I'm here for it. I love that this is the patch that we're seeing the finals happening on, so I'm really excited for that also. And I mean, this is a taste of what we'll see all throughout, so definitely something to look at and to check out as well, figure out. I think many players are watching, trying to take notes on what's strong right now for their own final tournaments and so on, and I love it. I'm so happy to be here. It's been an absolute pleasure, and I hope to see you guys in chat tomorrow.
Well, we'll definitely be seeing you tomorrow, so don't worry about that one. But yes, it's going to do it for day 1 here of the NALCQ. We had 6 incredible games. I had a little legend join my lap at the very end, so I'll show him off for a little bit. But
Excellent.
Yes, looking forward to tomorrow. It's going to be a great day. He does not like that I picked him up, and we'll see you guys tomorrow as he jumps out of here too. Good night, everybody. Day 2 tomorrow.